I wonder who OC voted for.
Couldn't tell you.
Oh,
Wait.
you kidding? Yeah, obviously Jill Stein.
Oh, of course.
So let's see.
But you know what? Let's.
Okay. That works.
No,
We have
that's
audio from you guys. I think we're good to go in a minute. I pinged a bunch of people.
Oh yeah, Boogie's
yeah, I saw that.
tearing
What
his
did
shirt
Boogie
off.
do? Oh, Boogie.
Oh yeah,
He did.
he tore his shirt off.
Yeah, he went full
Thank
Hulk
you.
Hogan.
Yeah, it's so performative. Boogie is such a fake person. It's funny too because I've seen him talk up both Republicans and Democrats before. He's talked up Trump. He's talked up Biden. Like Boogie's a fake person. He doesn't exist. There's no real Boogie.
I'm convinced Boogie is an Issa Joma in a fat suit. Both of them have said bad things about the Holocaust, or both of them have said dumb shit about the Holocaust. They're both narcissists. It just makes too much sense. They're both lazy. And they're both liars.
But Issa hasn't faked cancer yet.
What?
Did she run a crypto scheme?
I'm fairly certain Anissa has, or she might have faked having an eating disorder. Think.
It's not the same. That's not the same.
I can't tell because she can't even keep track of her own lies at this point, so.
Also, do I sound okay?
Yeah, you sound fine.
Do I sound okay?
Yeah,
No,
you
you
sound
sound
good.
terrible.
Yeah, you sound like shit.
Wait, what?
I can't hear you at all.
No, we can hear you.
No, Party, you're good. I was memeing.
Oh, okay.
I did that to my brother the other day. He was like, because we were in a call, to do something, and he was like, can you hear me? And I said no. And he was like, oh shit, really? And it like took him a minute before he was like, wait a minute.
I'll just get everybody else.
Oh, but the Boogie reaction thing is so clearly performative too.
Hey, he was that upset that Chase Oliver didn't get any votes.
Have you seen the far lefties turning on Latinos?
Yes.
I've seen them turning on literally every minority. It's just like, of course. Anything to not go, maybe we made a mistake. It's like, no, it's everyone else who's wrong. It's you damn.
No, it's the voters who are wrong.
Maybe.
Am I out of touch?
Am I out of touch?
Maybe we spent the last 8 years looking like playing up being sanctimonious assholes. No, it's the Latinos' fault.
Fucking the last 8 years, Jesus Christ.
Yeah, you're right. It is actually the last 12. But
I mean,
I still have screenshots from 2020.
Why is OC throwing a hissy fit? This
I remember because Cubans came out big for Trump in 2020, and there were a lot of people that were really, really not happy about that. They were saying they're betraying us for a promise of honorary whiteness. It's like, what are you talking about? They just don't like commies.
The funny thing is that's really what's caused Florida to turn like hyper red now.
We're live, by the way.
Oh, hey, yeah, what's up?
Oh,
yeah, totally.
I saw a great tweet. It was some lefty being like, why did Latino Americans vote for Trump? Doesn't he know he's going to deport them all? It's like, so you just assume every Latino is an illegal immigrant? Okay.
Well, yeah, way to play your hand.
Oops.
Whoopsie.
It's the same thing of like, who's going to mow your lawn? It's like, what are you talking about, bro? What are you saying? I remember I think it was The View or The Talk, or one of the
It was a
hostesses
talk. It was
said,
a talk.
yeah, she said the same thing. And it's like she got in trouble for it because everyone
Yeah.
called her like, what do you mean? What's
Ozzy,
that? No, she
Oh,
said, who's going to
wasn't
scrub your
that,
toilet?
Ozzy Osbourne's daughter.
what's her name?
Oh,
Sharon, not Sharon. What the fuck's his daughter's name? Kelly Osbourne.
Yeah,
ah,
Sharon Osbourne's his
classic.
wife.
Yeah.
That was a
And
funny one.
and a terrible, terrible person. But that's another story for another
Man,
time.
there's a lot of people from the UK that come to the United States just to be totally insufferable.
Oh yeah.
This is the thing.
Mhm.
If I was an actor, you not catch me talking about politics. I'd be like, no, because I'm gonna alienate some potential
Yeah.
viewers. I know nothing about this. That's kind of the same policy I take on my channel. Nobody wants to hear about politics from the anime and gaming guy. That's
They
not
do
what
The
wanna
hell,
I'm
the
hear
only
looking for.
only reason we're talking about here is because I think OC is gonna bring it up.
He
Yeah,
does
and
get
we're
into it
not even
here,
on
which he
screen,
shouldn't.
so you know.
He
We're
shouldn't.
doing this in a private call. He shouldn't. No.
Except that's the
Well, this
thing is, that probably did alienate part of his audience when he started doing it
well,
because he was just movie review guy, and then he started getting into politics, and then people
well,
were like, "What is this?"
this is a good parallel I can actually draw. Is regular EFAP guest Shadiversity.
Never
If
heard
he
of him.
didn't keep
Yeah.
dipping his nose into fucking controversy, like, and not just controversy that goes beyond just politics, because he does stick his nose into politics too, which is also retarded, but into like the AI controversy. And I'm not against AI, but the way Shad does it and Shad's position, Shad is like the extreme of a. My view is it's a tool in the belt.
Rangi, you could say you don't have a problem with AI all you want, but when the robots rise up, they will still come for you.
Hmm,
Yeah.
that's fine. I can take them.
Probably.
Uh-huh.
You can do that thing from Star Trek where you just ask them questions that make their brains explode.
Look, I was gonna say that too. Look, half of my job is getting machines to work that decided to stop working. I'm pretty confident I could make them stop working. At this point, AI would be easy to beat. What do you mean?
I mean, it can't even really draw hands correctly, so I'm not that worried about it yet.
Just make them
Well,
too stupid, and they'll never rise up.
I was gonna say most artists can't draw hands, so.
I'm going to draw a hand right now. I can't draw, but
But yeah, you know what I mean. Like, the reason AI can't draw hands well is because hands are hard to draw.
Long just wanted to. Hey, Jeremy Hughes review is a common detractor in OC's chat. He said can't stay for long. Just wanted to stop by and approve of the OC bashing.
well,
Oh
we're
wait, are we
glad
live
to have
now?
you. We've been live for a while, Rangi.
No,
technically.
no. I knew that the stream was live, but or rather the Discord share was live. I didn't know we were actively on stream.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, we're on stream.
I guess we could start now. Let's see. So
Wait,
last
start
time.
now? Okay, so we aren't live.
No. We're broadcasting right now. Yeah.
Oh,
And then we can start
shit.
covering the video now.
Okay, how long have we been live?
Like
10 minutes?
about 10 minutes. Yeah.
Oh,
That's fine. I fear nothing. I don't
Fair.
say things that I wouldn't stand by.
I mean, I think most of what I said is people seething about politics is funny, and it doesn't matter what side.
I mean, we didn't get anything too crazy. I think we
No.
stayed
Oh,
pretty
I think we're
tame.
fine.
Anything I said that I don't stand behind, Rangi said it. That wasn't me. I don't know what you're talking about. Cancel Rangi.
Yeah,
Just
I
make
didn't know
sure
we
I
were
got
live.
all
Okay.
the. Yeah, this is the one. All right.
Okay, we only went live after party and Art were here. Okay, so I didn't say anything now. They missed all the gamer words.
Indeed.
Look, Trump's back in office. Game words are back on the menu, boys.
Yeah.
We are so fucking back.
So, who? Oh, hey, Unity, what's up?
I just finish all my work and stuff.
Yeah, we're live now. I didn't know that, so.
Oh,
We're broadcasting it. So last time we covered organized chaos here, he was covering a video made by Alastor Hacon from over a year ago now, because I frankly don't know why at this point. I still don't know why he did it.
I think he just has a really bad work ethic. So he probably just put it off and forgot about it.
Well, from what Alastor said in that one tweet, he said, "Wait, Bob, I thought I was a bottom feeder not worth talking about. What's this?" So I get the impression that he
Oh,
said that Alastor was a bottom feeder once and he wouldn't engage with him, and now he's engaging with him.
is it maybe a play for increased like interaction and views? Maybe
Well, it seems like his version of that right now is just covering Nerdrotic even more.
that
Because
is
he
a
knows
bad idea.
Well, it gets him
Wait.
more
Yeah.
attention.
It's a bad idea to cover
Does
a channel
it?
you can barely pronounce the name of.
Actually, no, I'm pretty sure the last one that he did Nerdrotic, I think he had Birdman on, so some of Birdman's people probably saw it, which is why he got
Right.
like 1,000 more views than usual.
So
Oh,
he got
wow.
1,010 views.
I said,
Oh,
yeah.
hey, come on. He got 1,300.
Oh, okay. Ooh, big money. Ooh,
Yeah, I know, right? Jesus.
he might have
And-
made like 5 cents off that video. Ooh.
I was gonna say, hey, to be fair, for my channel, that would be fantastic. For his channel, with the amount of subscribers he has, though, it's kind of oof.
Well, it's the amount of subs he has and how long he's been doing it too. Like you literally just started.
Oh,
So
yeah, because my channel's like what 3-4 months old.
yeah, he's been going for like what, a decade?
Almost, yeah. Almost a decade, and
Damn.
his production quality is still as poor as it is. He
Just like
still
Movie
has
Bob. Hey.
unperfect.
Hey, that's
Also,
consistency.
hi, Chad. I can see you now. Now that I know we're live.
Yep. So at the moment, we have myself, ArtofAlmost, Party Almsivi, Rangi, and Unity on this panel here, although there might be more people coming in later.
Oh,
So,
okay. So Burger, did you watch his stream today? Because I saw you posted that he was doing a stream today. Have you watched that, or were you watching that earlier?
no, I wasn't. I was busy doing something for a class.
I think his stream today is gonna be really funny.
I think it will be. I saw it was just him and Turf Nation talking at some point when I checked in for a second. This one's also very, very funny. This might be the funniest stream I've seen from him, in all honesty.
Oh, yeah, Henryu Nato. Gee, I do wonder why this Nimrod hid the second part of the response to Alistair's behind a paywall. He does hide a lot of his streams behind a paywall, but not all. So I don't know what his policy is on the paywall streams. Maybe
It
he
seems
just does it
inconsistent.
when he's maybe he just does it when he thinks he's retarded, or maybe he does it after it gets a certain view threshold. I don't know.
Well, if it's because he thinks he's stupid, then why does he even have any streams up at all? That's the case.
Oh, Burger, are you setting stuff up still?
No, we can start now. I'm about ready.
I was
So-
gonna, because if we have to do a break, I think if we have to do a break, if you have to step away or something, we do have the side topic to talk about if whatever we need to of their funny little award show.
Oh, yeah. Let's get into this. So he's going to keep covering Alistair, and he'll get to, I think, the end of the rag segment. He's about to get into the Mauler segment when this ends.
But you know what?
What?
Let's
Yeah, he
He
doesn't
doesn't
have
even
a lot
get
of.
to the Eric July stuff. That's the best part.
Nope, he doesn't. Which it would have been real funny if he did, except that he hasn't. I saw in another stream he said something about wanting to continue this. He said time pending, I'll
Oh.
cover this in the thumbnail, except then he didn't do it. So
Let's go ahead and go back to Alastor Hacon.
oh whoops.
I will be honest. I kind of regret covering him more, but I actually think it's kind of important. So yeah, this guy, obviously is a smaller YouTuber than me, but he went viral covering, doing a video on me.
Let me just adjust the screen here. It's kind of cut off. So yeah, you remember last time Organized Chaos, or not last time, in the Eric July stream, he made a very hard stance against, what was it? Against, like, punching down, if you will.
Mm.
And he's kind of just walking that back a bit here.
But frankly, this guy is as the Birdman would say, he's a parrot. He just regurgitating the talking points that people like Rags and Mahler have said. And I think even when he comes up with his own talking points, it's kind of weak sauce. Like he criticized my review of Bumblebee for not being detailed enough. In case you guys are wondering, that was a newspaper review. It had to be 500 words or less. And I tried to be as concise as possible with that stuff. But his arguments have been quite
I don't
weak
even
so
know
far.
what's your take on that.
What was the other thing he criticized me over?
Man,
I just realized something. His
what?
face, it looks like the kind of face if you just isolate, like, cut off everything around the face and just look at it. He looks like someone you'd expect to see with, like, dressed as a biker in a bar in a movie. Because he's got that
He
goatee,
does.
and there's something he's got like 40-year-old motorcycle, chopper kind of face. I don't know. But like his voice is wrong. His like outfit is obviously off. His background is if he just had a different voice, I think he might come off a bit more of like a sort of boomer Chad energy.
His
But as he
voice
is,
used to be
he's
different.
just oh really?
Not substantially different. He didn't have the
Oh.
same nasal quality to it. And he's going to touch on that in this video because it comes up in Alistair's video a bit.
Did he have like a nasal infection or something?
I'm starting to wonder, there's like, if you look at his nose here, there's like a redness on his nose. I'm legitimately starting to wonder if he has some kind of sinus infection.
Or maybe he got in a fight and broke his nose.
I was gonna say that it doesn't even have to be a fight. Maybe he just like had some kind of accident that
Well, yeah, you're right.
broken.
Yeah, but see, getting in a fight, so I could buy it. Or at least maybe not getting in a fight, but
no,
just annoying someone enough that they.
No,
I love how he's like, what other points did he make? Like, come on, man.
As funny as it is to imagine him talking to somebody about the chuds and they get so annoyed they just punch him in the face. I don't think that's a good thing, obviously, but
no, we don't encourage violence.
Yeah, but it's cartoonish. I think he just probably got some kind of nasal infection, or maybe he was just putting in effort to sound different in the past.
He was.
Maybe. Oh, okay. Well, if he says it, then yeah.
We'll get to that. It's really funny.
Is that someone making a racialized comment in his chat? Isn't that a big no-no to OC?
Wait, what did they say?
The rejected Boondocks character, obviously talking about Alastor.
Ooh, that's close. That's.
Oh no! Wait, are they calling him Uncle Ruckus?
I think that's what they're going for.
Oh, White Heaven.
He's not going to acknowledge that. That happened before where it was a straight up racial slur and he didn't say anything. Alistair went in his comments and pointed that out, and Organized Chaos didn't say anything. That someone in his chat said a racial slur and he didn't say shit.
Hello, Uncle Ruckus. I'm Ronald Reagan. Welcome to White Heaven.
Not being.
Oh, and then this part.
detailed enough, and it's like, okay. The other thing, God, I'm trying to remember. There was something else.
The fuck,
I know
man.
there's lots of stuff I debunked going over the first half hour.
No, you didn't. No, you didn't.
Okay, I didn't watch the first hour, so it's like, yeah, okay. So,
But we end up wrapping up because essentially his art, he was wrapping up because I was trying to say, because I essentially was calling people like Nerdrotic and a lot of rags and stuff like that racist, because they have racist rhetoric. During the stream last week or last Thursday, I even play Rags's outrageously racist clip. These guys are pretty fucking bad. But Alastor's defense of them is that they can't be racist because Rags is bi.
That's not what he said.
That's
Fuck,
not what he said
man.
at all.
And they stream with people who aren't white.
Well, yeah, if they're streaming with minority people, kind of doesn't make much sense for them to be racist, now does it? Like, regularly.
Yeah, as speaking as
Well,
someone who
literally
a decade
a-
ago had very specific opinions about types of people back in my edgy days, let me tell you, no,
this is
that's
new lore, actually.
well, no, I've told you guys about this a decade ago. I was a very different person,
Oh.
and I'm just saying, like, the idea of like actively, regularly streaming with someone, it's like, that's you'd have to justify that with an argument, not just hand wave it away. It's not just you got to explain it. And if all you go is no, it doesn't matter, well, then you got nothing, bro. You got owned,
Also,
and you don't want to admit it.
if you
Not
remember
only
the
that,
Rags
Take an
video,
L.
Wait,
if you
not
remember the
only that,
Rags, go ahead.
Fringy is black. I'm
Exactly.
That came up in the last video, if you remember, at the end. Alastor makes a joke that he's green, and then he puts on screen, no, Fringy's actually black, and then OC doesn't see it and goes, oh, so Fringy's green.
Yeah, but
Oh,
I'm sorry, a racist. Okay, you can create a justification to have guests, but a racist is not going to have a podcast where one of the hosts is black and also revenue split at least, or have like paid content with, because I think Muller's mentioned that he does pay the guy. Like, they split the money.
Yeah, he's said that he said he doesn't want to give the details because there's no reason to do that, of course. But
yeah, well,
they do split the money somehow, so there is an agreement.
It's
Between
bad
just
to
the
talk
three of
about
them?
the money.
Between just the three of them, or their guests, or
I'm pretty sure it's
he-
the three of them, as far as I know. Well,
Okay.
remember, this was
he's
said a
never-
long time ago.
Yeah, he's never explained, and that's good because you don't want to explain the internals of your...
Exactly. There's
The
no
guests
reason to
no
do that.
need to.
The guests get paid in exposure.
True.
Yeah,
Yo, true.
I know this. Burger has paid me to be the token gay on the panel. So.
Yeah.
What do I get for being the token Brit? Come on.
hey,
Tea
what
and
about me being a
crumpets.
token What about me being a token Asian?
Yeah.
We have a pretty diverse cast here.
Including Lauren Chen,
Oh,
a
but
person
we don't show our
paid
faces,
by
so we
Russia
don't count.
to stir
Also
discontent
parties
and
there.
partially racist rhetoric out into the open.
That was his big gotcha at the end of that video where he mentioned, so Nerdrotic streamed with Lauren Chen, and because of the whole Russia thing, he's like, yeah, it didn't age well. Even though Alastor didn't know that when the video was coming out, even though that doesn't actually refute anything Alastor said either.
Well, also, it really doesn't, it's not relevant to anything, honestly.
Not really.
It was a secret.
And also, the point was, does it make sense for Nerdrotic to be racist considering that he streams with an Asian woman? It doesn't matter if the Asian woman did Russian propaganda. The point is, he streams with an Asian woman. That doesn't make sense for him to be racist.
He streams with another Asian woman literally every fucking week.
Yeah, no, X-Ray Girl. Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, it's even better than that. Like, he's streamed with like Eric July and shit, and like been really friendly with him.
but Eric will probably say that Eric or OC would say Eric is just another Uncle Ruckus. Remember?
He would.
Oh,
Oh no, that's
true.
just his chat that would say it. He doesn't even have the balls to say what he believes.
We're going to get into organized chaos and him defending someone using a slur later. Except that's later.
And by the way, Lauren Chen it's been released that she has a stand-up routine, and if you ever watch that stand-up routine, super fucking racist. But anyways, let's go ahead and get caught up with this.
What's racist
You know,
about
like
it?
I said, I kind of
Yeah,
hate,
that
like,
needs some
obviously
Yeah, you
context.
we end up in a
Nope,
little Twitter
nope.
discussion. Let me go.
Nope, we have to see his
You
Twitter
should've-
discussion with Alastor. That's
You
not
should've-
important. That's not
You should
important.
have brought.
Oh,
You should have brought up one of those whys that Alastor uses. Like you didn't substantiate that, bro.
I should
yeah.
have.
Well, and that's the funny thing too.
Well,
You don't
some
need
of
to
that.
even show us like a
he
clip.
was obviously
You can say one joke from her stand-up routine and say, he said, quote, this racist joke.
Nope, we have to see
Like-
him engage with Alastor on Twitter. We have to see ground zero for this whole thing.
Oh,
getting
right.
annoyed
We
'cause,
have,
like,
we have to see the Twitter slap fight instead. That's
It's funny.
far more important.
I never buy when these people say this joke's racist because they tend to strip those things out of any and all context. So it's just like, I don't believe you.
Wait. OC stripping out context? I would no shot.
Yeah, crazy as it might seem.
Also, he's like,
Yay.
so he's saying that Alastor's getting annoyed with the
he's
back
the
and
one that started engaging with me on Twitter, but he got annoyed when I engaged back too much, I guess.
no.
Can
But
you show me
yeah,
a tweet?
a lot of his stuff was kind
He's getting there.
of cringe, but there's a big tweet I want to go over because he kind of goes over.
Why didn't you just download this? Why are you wasting my time? Because he's downloaded tweets before, so why doesn't he just do it?
Here.
Like, come on.
So he says, "You misunderstand me, Bobby boy. I made a video because I view you as as annoyingly bad faith, reprehensible creature. I'm not interested in trying to convince me. Agreeing with you would reward your terrible behavior, and I cannot allow that." I'm not even 100% sure what he means by that. What?
Pretty obvious, dude. Just use the old noggin.
You know what's
Get the noggin
hilarious?
jogging.
So he went on a stream recently and he put, like, you can do a tagline or whatever. Not a tagline, you can put a nickname on your stream icon. And he put reprehensible creature on his nickname. He's trying to own the insult that he got here.
Oh, yes, this is because Chariot. By the way, Chariot, she has a fantastic YouTube channel you should check out. But Chariot kind of got involved in a little bit of the Twitter stuff because I brought up how Alastor
Don't even know who that is.
Did the used Lauren Chen as an example, and Chariot and Alastor's response was that this came out before the Russian stuff came out, and then Chariot's response was essentially, well, I mean, she's been a Russian asset for years, so it's still a valid criticism.
No, it isn't, because Alastor didn't know that at the time. Nobody did. And even then, it doesn't refute his point.
Oh god,
Unless you're saying you regret making that argument. So I asked him, do you regret making that argument? And Alastor's like, no, I don't regret making it. And it's like,
why should he? He made a valid point, and you didn't refute his argument.
Well, then it doesn't matter if it was years. It doesn't matter.
No, it kind of does.
Yes, Lauren Chen. Well, the difference between Lauren Chen and a lot of people named in the Russia documents is because a lot of the people named in the Russian documents have deniability. Lauren Chen didn't. Lauren Chen knew 100% she was taking money from Russia to push propaganda.
I don't believe
so anyway,
that's true.
Let's go ahead
and I've heard enough evidence to suggest that it is. It's just that he can't do it outside of, from what I saw of that video, because we watched that, if you remember, he can't prove it outside of guilt by association.
Well, no, even if I remember the what do they call it? The filing.
The papers, yeah.
Yeah.
I read them. I
Wait,
read
one
those
is
actually.
From what I
yeah.
remember,
I just
from what I remember, she took money from a shell company, so I don't believe she knew that where the actual money originated from.
I remember the wording of the document well enough. Basically, the way it was worded seemed to imply she might have known that these were people who were working for RT, which is obviously,
Yeah.
right? But it didn't. It's a problem. One part of it made it really seem like she did know, but a different part of it made it really seem like she didn't. So I don't know if it was one of those things where she knew she knew these people, but didn't know exactly, like she thought they worked for someone else, maybe. Maybe she didn't care because they flashed a lot of fucking money, which they did.
yeah.
I have no idea. We'll have to wait until honestly,
That's
until
it,
probably
yeah.
the trial happens.
Because that's the
Yeah.
other thing. At the moment, it's just a claim. It's not been proven one way or the other because it's not
Exactly.
court.
Wait,
The
wait. I'm sorry.
accusation
When
is
is
not
that?
necessarily.
Wait, when is that Alastor video? I just Googled what happened. It's like is
Oh,
that
the
like a
other,
year ago? The Alastor
yeah, the
Yeah, it was a
answer
year
is a
ago.
year ago.
because like the Russian stuff for a long time is like 2 months ago. What the fuck?
And it doesn't even relate to Alistair's
So-
point at all. Alistair's point,
No,
like I
not even
said,
slightly.
was his point was it doesn't make sense for Nerdrotic to be racist when he's streaming with, or I guess was regulars with streaming with whatever, an Asian woman.
Also, being allied with Russia doesn't even mean you're racist anyway. So what the fuck is that?
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah.
That doesn't make any sense.
No, because
South
I guess
Africa.
Russian was pushing racist stuff or whatever. That's what he
Are
said.
they?
I
I
couldn't
don't
tell
even know
you.
if that's true.
Anyway,
Right
It
back
wouldn't
into this.
surprise
We'll
me, but
see. It should be about where
still.
we left off.
Robert then says that Rags nitpicks all the elements of Obi-Wan Kenobi ad nauseum, seemingly
Or rewind it a little bit.
around.
What do we have? We have Grogu, we have Baby Yoda, and Darth Vader, of course. We have a what looks to be a Black Widow. Is that like a popcorn bucket from the movie theater?
They really
That's
got
incredible. This is
enraged
just a
over
random
that.
eBay listing for it. That's how I found it. That's incredible. That's unbelievable. Jesus Christ, it's like the most consumer thing you could get is as a backdrop for your YouTube video, a Disney Marvel Studios, but it's got Taskmaster on it. What an incredible villain that was. What a wonderfully written film. Oh, Jesus Christ. That's hilarious.
Say
I think
something.
that's hilarious. It's a promotional popcorn bucket right behind the BB-8. At least we got Wally. That's cool. That's alright.
he's buffering there.
Yeah, his Boba Fett shirt. Posture's terrible.
Found all
I mean-
stuff I decide to leave visible rather than clean up every time I shoot. He calls me a consumer, despite the fact that one of the YouTubers he's defending easily has over $1,000 of action figures
Fucking say something, man. Come on.
for his
I
background.
mean, if
The problem here is
if
that
someone just mocks me about what I buy, I'll be like, yeah. So what? I like Cubs. I like Black Widow. I mean, to be honest, I don't really agree with like Rex just like mocking people for just buying stuff. You're just a cop.
Yeah,
And, you know,
but
this guy literally have no Ricardo.
I think because it's the fact that OC says he didn't particularly care for the movie, and he says Disney's an evil company. It's like, well, if you didn't care for the movie and you think Disney's an evil company, why are you buying all this stuff that supports them financially?
Because there's no ethical consumption under capitalism, he says.
Yeah, but he's a moron.
Yeah. I mean,
That's
that
There's
makes
no
more
ethical
sense.
consumption under capitalism, says the sweatshop owner as he whips the children to work harder. So really, I might as well just get my bread. Am I right, fellow
not talking
progressives?
about nerd
Whips
erotic,
the
he's
children harder.
I'm something
Like,
of a
what is
capitalist
this?
myself.
Yeah, hell yeah.
talking about you.
Paid and exposure,
This is what I
says
mean by
Hassan as he
being
wears a
accused of
stolen t-shirt.
Don't
Fucking
think he
I
processed
design.
any of that, by the way, from what he's about to say.
something and deflecting it.
I like that I come back to talk of whipping child slaves. What did I miss?
So,
The whole ethical consumption capitalism meme. Don't worry, you're fine.
Because-
okay. Yeah, you guys, I trust you guys to deal with that.
because Alistair was talking about the popcorn bucket thing, because Organized Chaos claims that Rags was triggered over it, even though he was just laughing at it.
Alright, but Well, I think I can make this argument fairly quick, and then I can just say refer back to what I said previously. So, I think I talked to you before, but when they this is something I hate that socialists do. When they talk about the ethical consumption under capitalism, because yes, things like computer parts or smartphone parts, a lot of them come from unethical practices. This is true, and those are to some extent necessary in a modern world. However, you don't need to, for example, if you are a socialist, you believe in all this workers' rights stuff, you don't need to order from Amazon. You can go to a store, you can order off eBay, you can order off specialty stores and distributors. When it there is less ethical consumption and more ethical consumption under capitalism. Whether or not you believe there's no fully ethical consumption under capitalism, and you can maximize the level of the principles you're living, and you don't even necessarily need to pay more money for it all the time. Gizo said this in the last stream. Actually, there are people who follow like religious doctrine about what to eat, kosher and whatever, or Muslims and avoiding specific things as well. I'm sure there's some sects of Christianity that have like religious restrictions on different types of food. If people can do that, you definitely can maximize the level of morality your dollars are going to. As a left-wing, I assume he's even if he's not a socialist, I assume he is some level of left,
I think that's fair to call him
based
that,
off what he said.
I think he would agree with that assessment.
Yeah, somewhere in the like more pro-worker camp. And so, why don't you do that? Why are you going to Disney and throwing money at Disney?
Pointing out hypocrisy only works if you're on the offense.
He's going to fuck up this point again.
Not on defense.
Because there's some overlap here because he was at this part in the last stream.
So it only works if you're on offense.
So defending yourself, or no, what was it? It only works when you're on defense. It only works when you're on offense, not when you're on defense.
I don't see. So pointing out hypocrisy only works if you're on offense, not on defense.
Falcon.
What logic is that? What?
Hello.
Why?
Falcon, just so you know, we are live. We're
broadcasting, yeah.
Konnichiwa, gamer.
We're live from New York. It's Saturday night.
Rather than clean up every time I shoot. He calls
Yeah,
me
I
a
was told
consumer,
from the
despite the
stream
fact that one of the YouTubers he's
that would
defending
happen, so.
easily has over $1,000 of
figured
action
I'd let you
figures
know
for his
before you
background.
say the gamer word.
The problem here is that Rags is not talking about Nerdrotic. He's talking about you. This is what I mean by
I like how he says you.
being accused of something.
Instead, it'll get through your thick
Pointing out
fucking
hypocrisy.
Wait, no, hold on. That's a deflect. Wait, so instead of actually addressing the point that this is directed at you, you just say, "Oh, I like the way he says you," and then just moves on. He doesn't actually address that at all outside of that.
Why would he? Why would he do that?
It only works if you're on the.
Yeah, you're right. I'm expecting good faith from OC.
It only works, so he says it only works if you're on offense, not on defense, implying that organized chaos is on defense. And he goes...
Offense, not...
So I misheard it before. I thought he said it only works if you're on defense, not on offense. I still don't understand the argument. Why is pointing out hypocrisy only good on offense, but not on defense? It doesn't make sense.
Because it just looks like you're deflecting, because you are.
Yeah.
This isn't hard. And he's saying that OC is on defense. He's saying he's on defense. And he fucked this up last time.
Not only that.
Fucking it up again.
Not only that, but, okay, for example, with the ethical consumption under capitalism thing.
That's a
let's
deflection.
use that as a... Wait, no. Let's use that as an example argument. So he says, pointing out hypocrisy doesn't with the why doesn't it work on defense? Because I can point out your hypocrisy as somebody who might let's just say for the sake of the argument as a socialist he might not be, but let's for the sake of this explanation say he is. As a socialist, you utilizing Amazon when you don't have to is a breach in your moral principles. Now, me pointing out that you are breaching your moral principles, and that is being hypocritical. You then saying, "Well, I use Amazon," does not counter the thing because I don't believe it's wrong. I am a capitalist. I'm a proud capitalist. So for me,
God bless
using the
America.
thing that gives me potentially the best deal is not a breach of my moral system, but it's a breach of your moral system. And if you can't live by your moral system, how can you ever try to want to push it onto other people?
Yeah, hypocrisy, plain and simple.
Yeah, and that's why pointing out hypocrisy doesn't work that well when you're on defense because you don't know that person's position.
Yeah,
Why
the
you have
best
to
thing you
actually
can do
pass.
is just have principles yourself and not really care about what your opponent cares about and just focus on
No,
maintaining that consistency in your arguments.
no. Me pointing out that my opponent who's pushing these principles and I have different principles and I'm arguing with them. Me pointing out that they can't live by their principles, while I can live by my principles. That is a strong line of attack. The difference
Right.
is, yeah, the thing is, it's how this is actually a thing. I think Alastor is wrong. You can use hypocrisy as a
Yeah,
defense.
it's mainly
Right.
OC's foundation that's all wrong as to why he can't really appeal to those things.
Yeah, because he's using it like, oh, but you're not following my moral principles. It's like, I don't need to follow your moral principles. You need to follow
Why
your
would I want to?
On defense.
Exactly.
And with that, Robert sprinkles on top that Nerdrotic is a racist, sexist, and homophobe.
True. I agree with that. That Robert guy seems reasonable.
No, he doesn't.
That YouTuber is also a blatant
Wow.
racist,
That was-
sexist, and homophobe.
Wait, that was the funniest joke he's ever told.
It was hilarious.
Yeah, that's a rare instance of
And
being
all the-
funny. Like, at least he can stand by his arguments, I guess. But
He shouldn't
What?
though.
yeah, they suck, but like I guess that's something. It's like,
At least he believes in what he's saying, even if nobody else does.
Watch my content, Alistair.
yeah, like he beats the
That
grifter
YouTuber
card like
is also a
barely.
blatant
Like, he's
racist,
just sliding by.
sexist, and homophobe. And all the
Why is he blatant racist, sexist, and homophobe? Here's his response.
watch my content, Alistair.
So how does he think he made this video exactly? How does he think he did this?
Well, let's ignore this.
How does he think he did this video?
Let's ignore this, because
Holy shit.
Yeah, look. This is something I hate that a lot of people do, and people on both sides
He
do
looks
this.
like such a
Like,
smug
I-
prick right now.
You can make a Wojak out of him.
I'm sure all of us have heard this. See, it's not my job to educate you, or whatever. That type of thing. The homework argument, basically.
Yeah, it's like a cop out for your actual argument. You can't actually support it.
Yeah.
So you're like, well, I did it once, so surely I shouldn't have to do it again.
Except
Yeah,
more
you're
importantly, he
supposed
did
to
watch his
be-
content. He did.
Yeah, this is supposed.
Precisely. How else
supposed-
would you make a video?
How do
Yeah,
you
this
think
is
he
supposed to
made
be
it?
a rebuttal. If anything, you should be able to very quick, and you do dedicate your entire channel to this, at least in part. You should be able to succinctly give a brief explanation with specific examples that are go-to and the easiest, most obvious examples. And it should only take you a couple minutes, but you can't even do that because you didn't. OC doesn't do the homework. His idea of debunking is I said that was wrong.
Pretty much.
Honestly, like I feel a lot of this would get resolved if more of the trolls and people like Alistair, rather than just parroting stuff that Rags and Mauler tell them about me, actually just watched mine or Dane or
Did
Blah
watch your
blah. How about you tell
content.
us?
We
Blah
have
blah. Why don't you just tell
did.
us now?
we
actual
have
fandom.
entire recordings of us watching your content. We
Bitch.
also
Now
watched
what?
your content off stream.
I don't know.
Okay, maybe you tell us why. Yeah, just tell us
Eric
why you
debunks
think
Turf
Nardrodic
Nation,
is a racist
Pillar of
homophobe
Garbage.
right now.
Also,
Yeah, and
all
even
the
with
people he's
EFAP
mentioning
for
make
when they
shit
covered
content.
Even when EFAP covered Organized Chaos, they had like several hours of unedited, like them just watching the video and responding to it. So even that's a bit disingenuous to act like they cherry pick things.
Just watch some good fucking content.
Well, that rules you out, OC.
Not
That
from
rules
you.
that rules out everyone you just mentioned. Turf Nation, Pillar of Garbage, Actual Fandom, Eric Debunks. That rules out everybody he just mentioned.
Stop watching these guys who are just full of shit and pushing narratives. Those other buzzwords. I'm
The fucking
What are you
irony
doing?
of this claim.
sure.
Funnily enough, Rags himself is openly bisexual, and Nerdrotic has been on EFAP with Rags at least 8 times. Also,
Yep, can't be a bigot. If so, Rags can't be a bigot because he's bisexual. And
Not what he said.
Oh no,
What the
no!
fuck?
He probably doesn't dislike the gays if he is himself at least some flavor of homosexual or gay or LGBT or whatever you want to call it. Like I said, this is the thing. Unless you're gonna call him a self-hating gay, and in that case, I'd have
He
to
needs
ask
evidence.
You. Yeah, you have
His
to
evidence is
substantiate
that he doesn't have the same opinions that he thinks he should. So
Oh,
there you go.
yeah,
Got him.
because he's been on
Got
with
him.
Rags.
Evidence
He
is
He
for
might have even
nerds.
he
Right?
might have
Blows
even
up my
voted
argument.
for a Republican at some point.
How dare you?
He's
Oh, the
got 5
humanity.
friends.
he's been on with Fringy, who's
God
not
wept.
white. He's green. And finally, Nerdrotic has done a live stream with Lauren Chin, who is not only a woman, but part
Also,
Asian.
I dropped
All of
the
this was-
stream link into the Discord.
Yep, not
just
the
in
argument
case
you think it
anyone
is,
wants
bro.
to watch.
Not the argument you think it is.
Why isn't
Easily
it?
debunkable with a search on YouTube.
Yeah.
Robert then says that Rags nitpicks all the elements of Obi-Wan Kenobi at
I still like that is such a shockingly bad argument. The essentially I have black friends argument. It's like, okay, real quick, if you're being called racist,
Oh, this is where the clip is coming up. Also, if you remember when he was up against when he was doing the back and forth with Rags, he went, Rags is racist. Rags went, yeah, I don't really appreciate that. You saying that when one of my best friends growing up was black or something like that. And he says, oh, yeah, only a racist would say that. Pretty much.
No.
That was the exchange.
I hate
This
that
is the
stupid
funny
fucking.
thing. Okay, yeah, sure. There are racists who have had black friends. This is a true statement. What's that one guy who basically convinced a bunch of KKK people to
Larry Elder, I think.
Daryl.
No,
Oh,
Daryl.
Daryl.
Daryl
Larry
Davis.
Elder's a different guy. Sorry.
Yeah,
Daryl
Larry
Davis.
Elder.
That's his name.
Larry Elder is the blackface of white supremacy guy.
Yeah.
Yeah.
People like to, yeah.
What?
It was like it was like a headline for a smear piece about the guy, but
I think
I
it was
don't
the
know.
LA
Yeah, when he was
Times or
running for
something.
governor.
He ran in your state, right?
Uh,
I think it was.
Yes, he
Yeah,
did.
not my city. I didn't vote in that election. I don't think. No, wait, I did. It's been a while.
Yeah.
But yeah. But I don't know anything about Larry Elder. But Daryl Davis is the guy who I think he was like a jazz musician, and he for somehow or another ended up like interacting with and interviewing a KKK guy, and he started like getting involved in their like circles and talking to them, and eventually convinced like 100 dudes to leave the organization. But like, first off, you don't, even if you believe people are racist, you don't want to dissuade them from having black friends, because those black friends, for example, might be on the way to convincing them to not be racist anymore.
Yeah, what
But
you do is you guarantee like more like fractionalization, essentially people like separating and kind of making echo chambers.
Well, so it's just entrenchment as well, right?
But also, the Black Friends argument is also something any normal person would say. If you call somebody, say to somebody, you hate black people, and that person's immediate response will probably be, well, no, because I know Joe's black. I'm really good friends with Joe. Like it's
Did
just
actual
natural,
fandom use that defense?
I think everyone's used a defense at some point because eventually
Yeah,
it's gonna go like someone's gonna call you out for something. You're like, well, no, my life is like my actions prove that I'm not what you say about me. That's kind of where it originated.
So
that
Organized
is
Chaos
literally the thing.
is going to try and talk about how bad people are defending racism. So coming up, we're going to see how he fares defending his friend from racism here.
And your response
Oh,
is,
boy.
I have black friends. And that's the best you got? Means you're probably racist.
Well, wait.
I'm just saying.
Wait
What?
Wait a minute. No, wait. He didn't go through the actual argument either. He didn't explain why that's a bad argument. He just said that's the best you got. You're probably racist. No, explain why it's a bad argument, OC.
Nope, we're moving
Do
on.
your fucking work. Show me your work.
Black man chunky monkey, for instance, is a cool thing to say.
I will say maybe that wasn't the best phrasing, but
or Uncle Tom.
Oh.
Well, I don't know.
You realize how many videos you would have made if
It only gets worse. Way worse.
It gets worse in this?
Way worse.
like
Keep in mind also at the same time, so we have actively seen somebody in chat
it's happened more than once.
imply
channel.
that Alastor is Uncle Ruckus.
Oh yeah. And I think
Even
somebody straight
Uncle
up used. I
Ruckus
think
wasn't
no. Somebody straight up. I'm pretty sure used the word with Eric July. I think he straight up just called him that,
Yeah, I think so.
and he didn't say anything.
I would say calling a black man an Uncle Tom is super bigoted.
I mean,
I know you don't agree with it, but it's not something I would ever feel comfortable saying.
You are aware there's a movie titled Uncle Tom. I mean, if it's so bad, why would there be a movie named after that?
Well,
It's a book, not a movie.
Also, I think I spoiled this argument, but OC, do you know there was a movie that came out last year called The American Society of Magical and
Words. Wait, you don't even have to go there.
You can
Just
say the title.
no, don't.
No, I'm not. But
so you're defending it.
But
you're defending
does
it.
that make the N? Yeah, my point is, does that make the N word good to say now? Do all I have to do is get a black guy to make a movie titled with the N word with the hard R, and I can say it?
There already is
also
Tarantino, you know, it's just that simple.
Oh, you're about to get to the worst part.
Also, people who use Uncle Tom don't understand that he was actually the good guy in the book, saving slaves.
So she goes nerd.
I don't know how that term became what it is, but
this is
I don't either.
The context of he's debating Nerdette's newsstand, and she now goes, "So you're defending it," in reference to what he said in the last clip, and he says this.
I mean, it's not inaccurate. No.
Oh.
Oh my Jesus Christ!
Jesus, dude.
Oh, no.
It's not.
I have a question, OC. If I had a black friend who really liked fried chicken and watermelon, is it inaccurate?
This sure is hypothetical.
Oh, yeah, this is real bad.
No.
And then he said, "That's not a good response."
No, it's not a good response.
Nauseum, seemingly a dig at Mauler.
Rags then proceeds to do what many YouTubers do and nitpick every single element of Obi-Wan Kenobi ad nauseum. To the point of
Based.
ridiculousness.
Look, whether you want to admit it or not, a mistake is a mistake. A flaw is a flaw. Whether the flaw hinders your enjoyment of the media is a personal issue that you can decide on your own time. An example of this is in Bumblebee, when Charlie chases down her mom with her bike for driving B without letting her know. She takes over the driving and leaves her bike in the street, but it somehow returns to her home later in the movie. Is this a continuity?
I just assumed it was a moment we hadn't seen. But it doesn't really matter. So, yeah, you're bringing up a good point.
Oh, fuck.
You cut him. You fucking
What
cut
the
him off.
fuck?
So, part of the reason why nitpicking can get frustrating is because you can actually do it for everything. All
Yeah.
movies have
Well,
continuity
yes.
errors.
Yes.
Okay, and
I mean,
Yeah.
sure.
Okay.
Now you,
Yeah, that doesn't mean
you have to
that
explain
I
what
see
Rex
the
Doesn't
viewers.
mean I shouldn't do it.
All
Yeah,
movies have
well,
little mistakes.
and people do this all the time. What do you mean? People have done this since the beginning of like nerddom and fandom.
It's the nature of the
nitpicking and
beast.
I'd say it
discussing
probably
and-
goes back
a
further
good
than that.
movie
Yeah,
gets you.
yeah.
So-
There were people nitpicking like I know there were people nitpicking like Sherlock Holmes novels at least.
Nitpicking is great for like improving as a writer, because like if you're like if someone's like proofreading your stuff and they write down every mistake you made, it's pretty good to like figure out what you actually need to correct.
Yeah.
Yeah, but also
I mean, of course, the
different
fact that
people
the
are- Well, wait. So with the nitpicking argument, then OC, I have a question. Do you believe quality is objective or subjective? Because I view quality is for the most part subjective. The level of issues and how much they affect somebody is going to affect their opinion on a movie. But you sound like you believe there's some kind of objective quality to film and stuff, and that these issues are non-issues that don't matter.
Captured.
What if they matter to them?
So he's explaining why what he thinks make movies good.
Gets you absorbed in the story, so you don't notice things like that.
So good
But-
movies get you
but
captured
people
and make
do.
sure you don't notice that.
Okay, but Mahler does notice
Fact.
these things. The Unity.
I mean,
yeah,
even
you-
good movies, I notice a lot of problems.
A good movie
Yeah,
does.
well, Unity,
Yeah.
you and I have had this discussion where you're a lot more critical of, like, realism stuff and also
Mhm.
adaptation stuff than I am. I'm pretty sure you and I have had
Yeah.
this discussion.
Um,
This is one of those things where it's like, okay, but the way OC is saying it, do you believe then that his view is invalid because you don't agree with it? That sounds like a take that's pro objective quality. What are your qualifiers for what is a good and bad movie, OC then?
He is
I have
explaining.
no idea. To be honest, it's like, yeah. Let's see.
So if you want to nitpick,
Just saying, you can
anything,
find good things.
you can. You can nitpick most anything, except Shawshank Redemption, that movie.
So he said earlier.
Okay.
Wait,
I actually watched that movie yesterday.
wait, you just undermined your own point.
Oh. Yep.
Anything
Mm-hmm.
else you can nitpick to
Uh,
death.
I mean, and also the fact I actually watched Shawshank Redemption yesterday. I mean, it's like I still noticed like one or two things, because I'm not gonna say it, but it's like it's like one or two things I would be like, I'm not sure, but
Yeah.
mostly it's fine. But yeah.
This is the thing. I don't get this. Why did you then put is this supposed to be bait point? Like, are you trying to like throw this out as a
No.
kind of gotcha so you
No.
can then? No,
He's
he's
not.
not. I don't
Want to put a
believe he's
microscope
that
to it
conniving.
and poke out all the flaws. So,
To be honest,
there's-
I'll probably just ask him why does he like Shawshank Redemption. He can't even tell me anything. The character
can't.
work, like how it
Money in it.
influenced Red, bro.
He'd give you a very like generic answer. I
for
think.
you to say grift on a
I like
piece
the
of
Spark
media
Notes of
because
it.
lots of people will be making negative content on it, and you can bring in some good, sweet ad revenue.
Remember last time when he said he wasn't directly saying that people were grifters? Remember that? And then he just said it. And then not only did he say it multiple times after that in the last one, he's saying it just straight up here.
You can do it for anything if you really need to.
Error? Yes. Does it hinder my enjoyment of the movie? No. Now, as a preview to my Age of Extinction video, here's a criticism that does bother me. In Age of
Oh yeah, that just released,
also,
by the way. His
just
video.
Yeah,
released
this
Well-
just released. I still need to watch it. Have any of us watched it? I feel happy to plug Alastor for a minute.
I'm not
Oh,
too
yeah.
invested in Transformers, so I didn't like watch it personally.
I only see like 4 hours of the video, so yeah.
How
that's
is it?
The extent for me. I mean, it's good. I mean, I wish he added more because most of the time it's just his avatar, and sometimes it did hinder my understanding of some scenes. I was like, wait, can you show me proof of that? But mostly it's good. I just wish that he showed a bit more evidence sometimes.
Fair.
Extinction,
fair
Ratchet is
enough.
hiding from Cemetery Wind in
Oh,
robot
oh my
mode
god, why are
in
there
a
blue
boat,
blue squares
when
in
he
this
is literally
movie?
a robot that transforms into a car that can hide in plain sight. Is this a nonsensical writing issue? Yes. Does it hinder
Yeah.
my enjoyment of the movie? Also yes. Breaking down a movie's flaws is not nitpicking. That's like saying taking a
I didn't say breaking down a movie's flaws was nitpicking. Nitpicking is
Yes,
looking for
all
the
you
little
do.
details.
That the way you're assessing it, it sounds like you are, yes. The way you're criticizing Mueller makes it sound like you are.
And blowing them up to be something big.
Also,
You plugged
for anyone in
Alastor, or-
chat, that I plugged Alastor's Age of Extinction
bigger than they are.
video.
part of
Except that's not what you do. You just get on them for anything. Let's see.
a machine to see how it works and figure out the flaws is
And yeah, a Grand Theft Auto bot has a good point too. Bayformers are quite bad.
So what?
Wait,
the writing
no,
is a big
no,
part
tell
of the
me.
problem.
Wait,
Yeah.
no,
A huge
OC,
part of it.
What is bad about it? Tell
If
me.
not the
Because
writing,
not-
then what is what?
No, because all you say is it's bad, and I'm like, okay, well, why is it bad? What is bad about it?
Even in the
'Cause
example,
I might have a different view of why it's
Yeah.
bad than
even in the example Alistair provided, Cemetery wins hunting down Ratchet and he's running around in robot mode and not just hiding as a car. Like what?
Yeah. You are
I mean-
100% correct on that one.
nitpicking. He then engages in
Yeah.
more whataboutism when Rags points out that the lightsaber doesn't slice people like it should, feeling more like a glowing baseball
fucking
bat.
coward.
So- 'cause
Tell
he,
me
like, he
why
hits
it's
him like a
bad.
baseball
Nope,
bat. It's
we
like
have
he's
to
hitting
move
him
on.
with a
Don't
plastic
quite
pole.
sync.
This is a
I'm
super
running out of
heated,
time, guys.
mega. Like this thing will slice through bodies
That's
and
true.
doors.
He
and
only
just, like, hits
has,
them like he's got a.
Unlimited amount of
I'm saying
time
like a
live
lot, but I think
streaming
for-
this.
Oh, that's
Got unlimited
funny.
time
So
on this earth to
later
do
on the
anything.
video, he talks about basically his, I guess his streaming limit, his streaming endurance limit, pretty much.
But
He
he
gets to
doesn't
that.
talk at all. Well, it's funny
It's
too.
so
'cause
much white noise. Like,
Oh, you should
Okay,
have seen the other
as-
one. Jesus Christ, the other one was so
it's
much
funny
worse.
too, because as somebody that does streams regularly myself now, and look, OC does get more viewers than me at this point. I'm a new channel, obviously, but I go out of my way usually to like try to engage in my streams, to try and talk, especially with the review streams and stuff like that I do. But OC doesn't seem to do that. He doesn't put any effort in. Because, yeah, there is a streaming endurance thing. That does exist. Because a lot of it is you're not just playing the game. You are also talking and you're also chatting and you're paying attention. And it does take a lot more attention and energy than a normal gaming session. This is a true thing. This is actually a true thing, and it's hard to explain to somebody who's never tried to do it and never tried to do it well. But OC doesn't do that. Half of his stream is him sitting there quietly watching the damn video.
For the most part, I am comparing two things.
Yeah, it's
hitting them with
weird
the
because
prop, which
when
is
you
a
have
plastic
comments, you
stick.
better actually engage them, or else people will be like, "So why the fuck while leaving comment on them if you don't
Yeah.
even notice me?"
Yeah, not that too, but also even outside of that, you have to realize if you're on stream, every moment I'm not talking is a moment where it's potentially silent, especially not as much. You can get away with that a bit with gaming streams, obviously, because there's gameplay. But when you are, for example, doing a review like Unity, you do review streams. I've done them. Other people we know have done them. Kuro is fine not to join.
What's up, Kuro?
Kuro's fine not to join. I think
Yeah.
they're hesitant because of their voice, and they're hesitant because not everyone can be on stream. Because this is the thing. Being on stream and reviewing something, it does take a lot of energy, because you have to realize that anytime you're not talking or engaging or doing whatever, that's dead air. That is time where your viewers are going to be bored.
Yeah, it sucks.
Yeah, exactly. And OC is like the lowest form of content creator when it comes to his streams. At least with the coverage of people like Alastor and EFAP and whatever in that regard, because he will sit there quietly for multiple minutes and just watch the video. Honestly, that's super frustrating, at least to me as a viewer. I don't know about the rest of you.
Yeah, it's pretty annoying.
No, it irks me when there's nothing happening in a video.
Yep.
Yeah, I mean, I can talk for like 5 hours when it comes to like just one show with a friend. And it's like, okay, let's talk about why I hate Tomb Raider, which, to be honest, is like the most successful video I made. Oh
Yeah,
wow.
I really liked your Tomb Raider stream, and I really liked your Terminator Zero stream. You had a really great guest on that one.
Yeah, I wonder who that is.
The plugs per minute on this video on the stream are pretty crazy.
I'm a capitalist.
You're being consistently written.
That's lit up.
You should sell hats.
And you don't get the feeling that this is actually a
sell
lightsaber.
hats.
Sell some hunting hats. There's a market.
Buy a hat for your hat.
Easily, that lightsaber slashes through robots.
Buy a hat
and
for your
droids,
hat,
how it just
chat.
cuts them to pieces and it goes.
No, this is before the prequel movies.
He doesn't
This
get
is
it.
a movie that set the stage.
Appeal the meta is like his favorite argument.
Goes right through him.
Yep.
How it
I'm gonna step
melts
away for a
doors.
minute. Just gotta
And
take
then
my
you
dog
watch-
out.
Should we keep going or?
Yes.
I mean,
Oh,
is your
Keep going. I can hear.
Yeah.
I
somehow
set
the
up my
prequels
headset.
are more Star Wars than Return of the fucking Jedi?
No. Rags is
Wait, what
saying
did he
if
say?
you look at the lightsaber in the prequels and then you bring up a clip from Return of the Jedi, this isn't
Which is
hard.
not a prequel, in case you're
I-
wondering out there.
is,
That is not
what?
a prequel.
Yeah, that's
In Organized
such an
Chaos,
obvious
somehow
point.
he somehow extrapolates. He's saying the prequels are more Star Wars than Return of the Jedi.
Such a moron.
It's such a sanitized kind of version of what the lightsaber is and
I
what
like
it's supposed
high-pitched
to be
drags.
doing.
The whataboutism comes in when
I'm not even sure how he did that. He explained it in the last stream, and it doesn't make any sense. It almost sounds like he put effort into fucking it up some. Like, you almost have to try to fuck it up the way he did.
Robert adds
It
footage
doesn't
from
sound like
Return of the
1.5
Jedi into the
speed.
corner
Like he definitely was messing with it.
He sped it up and pitched it up, I guess, and it pitched it up. So then he sped it back down, and it stayed pitched up, I guess. And he didn't
Honestly,
just,
knowing him,
Yeah.
he just genuinely fucked up and made that.
and
of
he
all
didn't
things.
just re-download the video and put the new clip in again. Like, I don't get it.
No.
showing the lightsaber doing the same thing. I can tell you what Rags would say here. That's a problem
Yeah, because you're a parrot, and Rags says respond to that directly.
too. But that's besides the point. We're not talking about Return of the Jedi.
And that was pretty much his response. It was like, well, that sucks too. Yeah, okay.
Well, then he wasn't parroting it then, was he?
That pretty much does not mean parrot, because parrot is
No.
like mimic it, like
Good,
perfectly,
good
without
lord.
any like
It's like
semblance of.
Or I guess by his logic,
Original
it would be
thought.
parroting, except I guess he doesn't pick up on
To
that.
be
So I'm
honest.
guessing he just doesn't actually know what the word means.
We're talking about
Yeah,
Obi-Wan.
yeah.
Also, Rags was comparing the lightsabers in Obi-Wan to the lightsabers in the prequels. What would have at least made your whataboutism stronger would be an example of the lightsabers in the prequel trilogy behaving like baseball bats, not using footage from a trilogy Rags wasn't referring to. What comes next is honestly the most...
Yes, I'm using footage from a trilogy that set up the prequel trilogy. My God, bro. Yeah,
Okay, that's
it's
not
just
what I thought he would say.
essentially Rags' whole
Right,
argument was
that's
that
not-
lightsabers were acting like in Obi-Wan Kenobi like they've never acted before. It's like they've
Like, I thought
never
he was going to
acted.
peel the OT.
Wasn't
like, oh, it's
even
in the
what
That
it
is-
OT,
was.
so it should be
If you
that
want to
way.
be semantic
That's-
about it, that's not even it.
Yeah.
That's not what he said. He said that's how the lightsabers worked in the prequels. You pay attention to what people say.
It wasn't even
I
that.
don't
It was
know.
that it was behaving in a sanitized way that didn't make sense.
Yeah.
So you just showed it also behaving in that same way that Rag said didn't make sense.
Most of like the baseball batism of the OT is like backed up by like the way characters would act in a scene. That the swinging would be less refined, essentially.
It was
I
more
don't
so
even know
also
because it's like
it was mainly the intro of Return of the Jedi.
Yeah, that's like the
Pretty
one
much.
scene that's kind of hard to back up. But like
That's the big
the one
offender.
lots of people point to, which is terrible, is Luke like battering down his father. Like he's not focusing on actually like swinging the lightsaber properly. He's just striking Vader. That's all he cares about. Like it's not going to look good.
Well, in OC's defense, the beginning of Return of the Jedi is never criticized by any. Oh wait,
Oh
Oh
shit.
wait,
No.
like the part no one
Yeah.
likes. It's like
No one likes the beginning of Return of the Jedi.
Acted like this. They
There
never
are
act like this.
2 and a
And my
third
whole point
good
was
Star
saying,
Wars
hey,
movies, and that is a tragedy.
here's where they've done that before.
And then
Yep.
there's Revenge of the Sith, which is
Just
fun.
saying.
I
Lightsabers
love
are a
Revenge of the
fictional
Sith, it's such a
device.
bad
Oh fuck,
fucking
he's
movie.
doing this shit again.
I
to
watched that movie so many times.
Lightsabers are a
it's
be
fictional
used
device.
at the whim of the
Revenge of I
director
probably
or the
shouldn't say this on
writer,
stream, but
however they see
Revenge of the Sith's the first cam rip I ever watched.
fit. Now you can
That's
disagree with
fine.
how
The
they
statute
use
of
it, sure,
limitations on
but they're a
watching a
fictional
cam rip is
device.
probably
And
over
my
by
whole
now.
point was saying, hey,
That's
Yeah.
true.
That was like what 2011.
here's where they've done that before.
2005.
What? Yeah,
Okay.
2005. What?
Just saying.
Oh shit, that was almost 20 years ago. Holy fuck.
Yeah.
right. Oh,
Kuro's
no.
gooning in chat over slave. Kuro's in chat gooning over Slave Leia.
That's fair.
Lightsabers are a fictional
Yeah,
device.
that's fair.
I love Slave
Ah.
Leia. Oh, I want to see her again.
Now he wants to
I
fuck
prefer the
Slave
green
Leia.
chick, to be
He said
honest.
he wants
I
to
mean,
fuck.
what?
Kuro's horny again.
First party prefers the aliens.
Also, now Organized Chaos is saying lightsabers are fictional device.
To be used at the whim
What?
of the director or the writer, however they see fit. Now you can disagree
No,
with how
you
they use
moron.
it, sure, but saying that they've never done it before, they
Which
have.
isn't what he said.
most annoying
I'm gonna
tactic
be
that
honest here.
Robert
Listening
used.
to LC's talk is like watching a recent Marvel show. I just watched Agatha episode 6,
Oh,
so every
no.
single line I was
My
like,
condolences.
yeah.
Yeah, I
So
was
every
gonna
single
say.
scene I would be, yeah. So every single scene I was like, I have to pause just to think about what the fuck did they just told me, and I need to stop and process it.
I like
It's like
how
this is
I
the
like
same
how
vibe.
I like how Burger tries to shame Kuro for gooning, and then the entire chat, the entire panel goons.
I didn't goon. What are you talking about?
Uses. This is the
You
tactic
gooned in your head,
Probably.
Burger.
Exactly.
its mildest, least
You,
intense form.
but he was thinking of his persona instead.
I'll just say I didn't say anything on the topic of Princess Leia, so
You
I think
also-
I avoid the
you-
allegations.
You also gooned in your head.
Citation.
Robert
Alright,
Yes.
I'm gonna.
Here we go. He's going to.
flabbergasted and shocked that Rags would assume that Obi-Wan wanted to push Luke to kill his
No.
father, Darth
No,
Vader.
it's not.
Oh, no.
Some anonymous source just confirmed in the chat that you gooned in your head.
That's you. Art.
Shut
It's
up,
really
Burger.
You can't prove that's art just because they have the same username.
weird that he
Here we go.
Yeah. I don't know why you're saying act. No, I
most annoying tactic that Robert uses. This is the tactic in its mildest, least intense form. Robert acts flabbergasted
Also, I'm
and
on my last drink for the night.
Nice.
shocked that Rags would assume that Obi-Wan wanted to push Luke to kill his father, Darth Vader. It's really weird that he
yeah. I don't know why you're saying act. No, I was actually kind of shocked when I heard that.
Yes, you acted shocked. You were shocked, and you acted that way.
No,
Yes.
no, wait. I can believe he was shocked because I can believe he never thought about it ever.
No, I'm saying
He
he's trying
doesn't-
to make it
He doesn't
sound like
express
that
emotions
Robert's
very
faking
well
it
either.
when Robert's not faking it. He's saying because Alistair said he acted shocked, and he's pushing back against that as if he didn't act like he did act shocked. That's what happened. Yes.
Yeah, if you are shocked, you are still acting shocked. But
Yeah, because it
I
depends on
assume,
if you want to get
God.
semantical about what acted
Yeah.
means. Like,
yeah, I was gonna say, I assume what Alistair means is
you need to be
Alistair
a little
assuming.
bad faith to assume that Alistair meant he was faking it.
Theory from
Yeah.
Rags.
Well, no,
It's
no.
really
I
weird
can
that he-
believe Alistair believes that OC is
Oh, yeah.
smart enough to have considered this possible angle of the movie before, and OC just isn't. That's my interpretation.
Yeah, fair enough.
But also, with OC, it is a thing of like, well, what do you think Obi-Wan wanted to happen involving Vader? Did you think Obi-Wan thought that Luke and Vader would have a reunite and sing Kumbaya?
We're going to find that out later.
Yeah.
Yeah, they have a
I
big
don't
musical number. That was in
know
the
why
OG
you're saying
script.
act. No, I was actually
Yeah,
kind
I'm
of
saying it sucks that got cut.
shocked when I heard that
But, you know.
theory from Rags.
It is what it is.
Rags's whole
Lyrics
theory
weren't good enough.
was that Obi-Wan
Yeah,
allowed
and then
himself
Luke
to be
and Vader
killed
sing "Yup
in
Yup"
front of
together
Luke
in
to
the burning
motivate
ruins of the Death Star, and they hug.
It's like poetry, it rhymes.
All right, guys, we have to lock in.
Luke to kill Vader later. And I find that absolutely fucking bizarre. Without a doubt, in the first movie, it is set up that Luke is going to go over and save Obi-Wan when he sees him. But there's no way he can save Obi-Wan and escape. It's a death
What?
sentence. So Obi-Wan, knowing he can't beat Vader in time and get over there and save himself, sacrifices himself so Luke can get away and save himself. It's that fucking simple.
Actually, you fucking idiot. People can have more than one motivation. Amazing.
Yeah.
deadass shows
Wild
the clip of
concept,
Obi-Wan
believe
looking
it or
at
not.
Sorry,
Luke
I've
and
done like 4 streams of fucking OC now. I'm done with it.
smirking before
I
sacrificing.
I
It
went
only
down.
gets worse.
Yeah,
He
wait.
keeps doubling down.
I have a real life thing to reference here. I went downstairs because I had to go to the bathroom, but I also used that time to get a drink and eat something. Shocking. I know.
Clearly, you're
Um,
lying because people only have one motivation, according to
himself.
OC.
Oh, well, I mean, the smirk was to also show that Obi-Wan understood that he is not the last hope. Luke is the last hope to bring peace to the galaxy. Not
Not
Obi-Wan.
anymore.
There's another though.
No, that's Ray, you fucker.
It shows that
I
Obi-Wan's
know,
kind
what
of,
big
he's
get,
got
just
this streak in him at this point in
erasing
the
Rey.
OT, where he's
Can't
willing
believe
to
you forgot
kind
about
of
Rey. She's all the
stretch the
Jedi.
truth to get Luke to kill
Is that a
Vader.
real line, or am I
That's why
misremembering?
Obi-Wan allows himself to die. In a
Wow,
sense.
no,
I
that is
think
there,
when
that's
he looks
true.
over to Luke before he dies.
That's real? Oh my
I think there's an
gosh,
aspect
oh.
of Obi-Wan who allows himself to be killed by Vader so that it further motivates Luke to kill Vader himself.
Wow, I did not think Obi-Wan was doing that in the hope that it would get Luke to kill his father. I don't think
Also, yeah, he's in a standstill with him there, and he looks and basically gives up.
he
Bruh.
knew that far ahead that would be asked of him.
Bruh.
Jesus
He
Christ.
didn't. Wait, I'm sorry. He didn't know that far ahead that would be asked of him. I'm pretty sure that's the whole reason Obi-Wan brought him with him, isn't it? Or one of them.
Wait. I'm sorry. The reason that Obi-Wan looked after Luke because he's the last hope, so he will defeat Darth Vader and save the galaxy.
Yeah,
I'm
exactly.
sorry.
Yeah,
Mr.
that's
Chaos,
in the
Mr.
prequels.
Chaos
It's in the
thinks
OT.
otherwise.
It's in everything.
Mr. Chaos thinks otherwise.
Yeah, but
Like, I don't think Obi-Wan wanted to die, but I think he expected that it could happen when he knew that Vader was on the ship.
I personally agree with Kuro's theory. It's because OC's brain is smooth.
True.
His brain's the size of a green pea. Like,
The
come
chicken
on.
I cooked the other day was
I
actually
assumed he
more-
was doing it because he saw
when it was
The
raw,
shit
it
I
was
took
more
half an hour
textured.
before this stream is smarter than OC.
no way for him to get back to
I
them.
think it was smarter than him when it was cooked, to be honest.
And the best way to give them a chance would be to die,
I think my
and then
brain
they
says
can go
of
off
dying.
on their own on the space adventure.
It gets worse.
This is the second time Robert has debunked himself. Let's go for a hat trick. But more importantly,
how did I debunk myself?
Patrick.
How did what? Man, dude, I like you didn't even form your own fucking argument. You
He did.
Oh my god.
He did.
That was like a stun lock. You
It
really
gets.
got
This keeps going. As this comes up again later.
just played it and assumed that'd be enough, bro.
I could hear the gears turning.
God damn. You know, Rags doesn't need you to run defense for him. Rags has got like 200,000 subs. He's fine.
Robert uses
I hate
arguments
his
of
fucking-
emotional appeal to seem
He's such a smug prick in this video sometimes.
like the
Are
bigger
you gonna
and
go
more
Wojak
righteous
with this
person.
thing?
I should
He's a
make a
How could you
microcephalic
think
gremlin.
Obi-Wan would be so bloodthirsty? Jeez, how could you?
I
It
chose
gets
to
so
insult
much
the
worse.
Precambrian era.
Yeah, it's
I
like
don't know what to call him,
you're
but-
it's a weird take. Obi-Wan literally lets Vader kill
Cro-Magnon.
himself with the goal of
Yeah, that works.
just so Luke would see and Luke would want to kill Vader. Like that is some insane manipulation, like emotional manipulation from Obi-Wan Kenobi. That's really fucked up,
Yeah.
frankly.
Yeah, he has a goal. He needs to make
has
sure
such
it's
a silly
achieved for the
response.
fate of
Yeah,
the
they-
galaxy.
Yeah,
They are-
Obi-Wan is
they-
a flawed character, believe it or not.
Yeah, and they are in the middle of a fucking war.
Like, he
And
does a
killing
very
Vader
pragmatic thing.
is a
It's
huge
in that
part
war.
of
It's
defending the
such a
war.
crazy thing.
A war for the
To
fate
wrap-
of the galaxy, by the way. This isn't even a country. This isn't even a planet. This is the fate of the entire fucking galaxy.
Rags not liking Obi-Wan
Trillions of
Kenobi.
people.
No, it's not perfect. It's a series with a lot of problems, but in my opinion, it works well enough. I don't have any problem with it.
Oh.
Yes.
OC,
Yes,
what's a
Do I not
par
mention any
movie
problems
for
in this
you?
video? It's been a while. I could have sworn I mentioned some problems. Anyone dislikes Obi-Wan
About
No, except
what?
you said there were a lot of problems, and you mentioned very few because I've
alluded.
watched a good chunk of the video. Yes.
Kenobi? I mean, I
Yeah,
don't care enough to go
this-
back.
He doesn't
but-
actually.
Oh,
he
you don't
didn't
care
actually
enough to
remember
go
the shell
back?
Enough. Yeah, the
Oh, he said he
care.
doesn't care enough to go back.
I mean,
Yeah,
we've
so
already seen this is a pretty
question I
disarm. Like,
always ask
I could have sworn I
people,
mentioned some
and
problems.
This is kind of what I'd want to
Anyone
ask.
dislikes
OC.
Obi-Wan Kenobi?
What's
I mean,
your par movie? What's your What's your par movie? What's your 5 out of 10? I'm gonna step away because I hear the doorbell ring.
I don't care enough to go back, but I mean,
Oh wow.
we've already seen this is a pretty
Hard for
disarm.
him to
Like,
probably say what he thinks
you're
the 5
more
out
than
of 10
willing
is.
to edit stuff out. So
You haven't proved that at all.
what I have a problem
Wait.
with
Are you saying OC doesn't prove things that he says? Come on
No
now,
way.
Burger.
is people who purposely
Come on,
nitpick
that's a little
art
crazy, right?
for views.
Surely.
This whole for views argument is so stupid. Why else are you putting content on YouTube? Are you
Yeah.
uploading?
The issue is not going for views.
Newts!
That's what you said, you moron.
God!
I'll be right back. I'm gonna bang my head against the wall 20 or 30 times.
Do it for as
The
many
issue
know,
is
I'm
being
not-
as
going
Steelers
for
made a bad
dishonest
argument.
views.
Oh, no, I don't want
No.
to die.
What dishonest views? What do you even mean dishonest views? What do you mean by that?
I love how
Views
it's the
are
same.
I
neutral
probably
as an
just-
entity. Like, getting them can
Yeah.
be dishonest, but the view
Well,
itself is a view.
Yeah,
I'd rather watch the next.
I was gonna say, does he mean that the people viewing Alastor's video or people who already dislike him? Is he
No, he's
railing
referring
against
to
the
EFAP and Mueller with that,
Oh.
with the dishonest views thing.
Oh, so he means full on like views as in opinions because
No, he means views as in view count on a video.
Oh, okay. Wait,
Yeah.
are you?
He's
Hold
saying
on.
no. He's saying the view that they're getting views.
Yeah. The view itself
getting
is
views
dishonest.
by being dishonest,
That's what
except he
he's
phrased it
implying.
badly.
Wait. What does that mean? Is he accusing them of view botting?
I have
No,
no
he's
idea.
No,
Well,
he's
that would be
saying
the only way a view
he's
could be
saying
dishonest, is that if it was fake, like
Yeah,
the account didn't
that's
so
exist.
no.
That's why I asked that.
No,
He's
he definitely
doing.
implied
The problem
that,
is
but
he
it's
phrased
just
his point
bad.
very badly. He's meaning to say that they're being dishonest to get views, and he phrased it as they're going for dishonest views.
But how do you?
No, that's what it is.
How do you know they? What?
No, yeah, that's what he said.
Yeah, what makes you think they don't believe what they're saying? Because you're calling them fraudsters, basically. How do you know they don't believe what they're saying?
Because
He doesn't care enough to actually know what they want. He just
Same
like
thing with the
True.
whataboutism. Well, you did whataboutism too. The issue isn't whataboutism, although I would say whataboutism can be a weak argument. The issue isn't whataboutism.
it is a fallacious argument, yes.
One
It
that you
is
engage in quite
inherently-
often.
It is inherently a weak argument, yes.
he gets called out on it so much. Like you think he'd pick
The
up
issue
on
is
that, though.
defending racism.
He's hung up on a different point that he's not even talking about anymore. He's like totally lost.
Burger, I'm not gonna name
I'm totally lost about this.
I'm not going to say the name of the show, but that just made me think. You said I'm being dishonest, but what about you and what you say that's dishonest?
And just like
That's
this,
lost when it
the
comes to
issue
watching
isn't getting
Agatha.
views.
You said
Was that meant to be Ralph? Because that was spot on itself.
No, that was PPP's
impression of Ralph, yeah.
impression of Ralph. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
The issue
that's
is
a good impression.
lying
Except you didn't say that.
and exploiting something to get views.
That's not what you
There's a
said.
difference. There's a difference.
Videos so no one sees them? What a silly statement. What do you make videos for, Robert? The culture? Robert's next point is that he criticizes Rags for not recalling.
So, I mean, again, Alastor, you're making the argument right there that doing anything for views is justified right there.
That's
No.
Okay, I
that's
do think
not
so.
what-
I'm confused as well. So what?
He's saying that you make content to get views, you fucking idiot.
Yes.
hell,
Yes.
how is this?
Believe it or
He's
not,
so,
Rags.
like, got
Rags
lost.
He's so fucking
Yeah.
stupid.
OC,
What the hell?
OC, if you knew that nobody would ever watch your video, if you knew every video you ever put out would have 0 views, would you still record?
Honestly, I would say he probably would.
Well, no,
Wait,
no,
we
no.
got to
He's
start.
delusional.
We've got to start simpler than that, Rangi. OC, how would you feel if you didn't have breakfast this morning?
The whole point of on YouTube is to get views. Then you should be willing to say anything for views, right?
What?
So you're right. Maybe I should start my Brie Larson anthology, fucking cringing over every fucking facial
I mean, you do your best by just talking about Nerdrotic as much as you can.
expression
so-
she does.
I was gonna say,
And,
isn't that
Nerdrotic is his Captain Marvel. Like
This white whale.
his white whale.
and whatever else will get me views. I'll
Split
I
your
need an
life.
Ahab. I need an
But
Ahab
ironically,
on
he should
this
try
thing.
something because his viewer, he gets
I
fuck all
have
views.
a question.
Yeah.
I have a question. If Gary is his white whale, does that make Eric July his black whale?
Yes.
Oh, no.
I'll do a breakdown of the Acolyte where I complain about every fucking nitpickery thing wrong with it. Because yeah, there's plenty of things wrong with the Acolyte, just like Obi-Wan Kenobi.
Cite
Oh
them,
yeah,
please.
except you didn't point out those things in Kenobi, now did you?
Even though I
Wait, he's
overall
just fucked himself then. So then
The Acolyte is bad, confirmed. You heard it here first.
he just basically said that there's things to complain about and criticize in Obi-Wan. So then what's your fucking problem?
overall
Well, to
like
him,
those
Rex is
series.
complaining
We
too
can,
much,
you
and
know,
he's ruining
I
it.
can figure out the
Mistake.
YouTube
Yeah.
algorithm and just
No, you can't figure out the YouTube algorithm because you had it for a bit and then you lost it. You had it when you were making your Marvel and DC videos, and then once you stopped doing those, your views dried up.
Also,
now
you're not
you-
very bright.
No, he's
Well, this is the thing. So Shadiversity has made a video complaining about him losing views in the YouTube algorithm. If all these people who we associate with have the YouTube algorithm down, then why didn't he just ask them and them tell him how to get the views up in the YouTube algorithm?
Figure out the exact thing I can say, and
He
go
wouldn't be
ahead and
able to
sprinkle
tell you.
some coded racism and stuff like that. Or get some dog whistles in there so I can get those racists to really love me. Send me some super chats.
Does anyone else think it's ironic that the only people who can hear
there's
these
all
dog
types of things
whistles are the people who don't like racism?
I can do
But they're the only ones who
reviews,
can hear the
money.
dog whistles.
Oh, you know who
But
else
I
can
choose-
hear dog whistles is the dog. So.
Oh wait.
Dogs are racist, so we all know that.
Dogs are
Yeah.
racist. God damn it! I like
get a load of
dogs.
this part. Get a load of this part.
Well, that's the whole point. The idea of dog whistling is you're saying something that normal people won't interpret, but the racists will. So, OC, how do you understand these?
That's the thing. Only the
You got that
so-called
dog,
anti-racist, only the so-called anti-racists are able to hear these racist dog whistles. I'm just saying.
Maybe there's like two sides of the same coin or something. That would be weird.
I have to wonder if you kidnapped Nick Fuentes and you forced him
like
to
that.
watch he would. Well, no.
True.
You'd only do that if you made him wear the cat ears when you did it. But yeah, if you kidnap someone like that, a confirmed alt-writer who is a self-reported alt-writer, and then you force them to watch a Rags video, would they come up with the same view on it as, say, Organized Chaos? This would be a cool experiment to do.
Well, it depends on their opinion on media criticism, how they perceive that. Like,
yeah.
If they're racist dog whistles, then why does he
I
wear
think a lot
cat
of
ears?
where OC's arguments come from is like he just has like this. I watch it and it'll be cool, and like I just accept what I get. That's kind of
literally what it is.
It's supposed to do with his like
dog-
ideological takes.
Yeah, he's one of those. It had to
dog
happen this way because that's the way it happened.
Yeah,
guys.
that's why he appeals to meta
We
like
need to-
almost all the
He
time because he's
does.
just like, it's what I got, so it obviously means that's the correct take. Like,
he can't understand anything outside of his own view.
You know, this reminds me of the phenomenon of people, and maybe some of them are in the call with us. I don't know, who like have a hard
Love me.
time imagining 3D objects or complex objects in any capacity versus like a vague mirage of a shape or something. Because the meme is like Hank Green was like he found the meme image of like the 5 levels of being able to imagine things or whatever. And it's like the crude drawing of an apple all the way to like a literal 3D image or something. And he was like, "Wait, people can see number 5?" It's like, what? How do you think engineers like 3,000 years ago, like like they had to? What do you? Did that really surprise you? Like,
Well, it's like there's the people who don't have an internal monologue,
yeah,
which
I was
they
just
don't
about to say that.
understand.
yeah, there's there's just some people who aren't good at this, and they don't usually make content, and that's fine.
But one of them
OC,
broke containment.
but like, I'm proud you're trying to overcome your limitations,
His
but
3D
you could
issue.
do better. Your 3D issue.
Also, I don't want to rush us too much, although I would like to point out that we've been doing this for about hour and a half, and we're 20 minutes through.
I feel
Just
like we
like
haven't
that.
stopped too much.
No, I mean it is long. It's 2 hours.
Send me some super chats.
Or 30 minutes in, it's a good clip.
There's all types of things I can do for views and money, but I
choose not to.
Oh, okay.
He changed the thumbnail, to be fair, so I was apprehensive about putting this in the video. It's just,
Oh my
Yeah,
God.
but that title is amazing. Matt Walsh's racist part 1, sexism. Wait, so which is it?
And then the thumbnail, it's a
Oh yeah, the thumbnail
circle
implies the PDF.
Oh,
joke.
yes.
PDF file. So which is it?
Who's not to?
And he didn't change the thumbnail for this one.
Oh my God.
Yeah, well,
Because
also,
I have-
also when it comes to like, with this, grooms his audience against unions. Is it he's grooming his audience? Because when you say grooming their audience, it implies that it's like So, well, the implication automatically is usually that they have a younger audience. I don't think Gary appeals to young people.
I mean, it's just
This
stupid. Anyway. He's
grooming
just he's giving his
thing-
opinions. That's grooming. So therefore, OC is grooming his audience against rags.
Well, yeah.
This little thing called ethics.
That's true.
Yeah.
In
Organized
fact,
Chaos
he's
has
also
ethics,
grooming
guys.
he's also grooming his audience against conservatives and Christians and
Logic.
whatever else.
Yeah, exactly. He's grooming them
Organized-
against having brain cells.
Organized
Yeah, like,
Chaos has ethics, guys. He just said he has ethics.
He just takes a bunch of sandpaper.
I
and
don't
he
feel like
smooths
breaking
out
them
his
for
whole
money.
audience's brains, and that's just what happens.
Wait,
You
does
barely
he wait,
get any
hold on.
money.
He has an audience?
Apparently.
Oh shit, you got me there.
He says, I have ethics and I don't feel like breaking them for money. You barely get money from your YouTube channel. Fuck off.
Calling who Joel Edgerton is.
He also doesn't know who Joel Egerton is. They didn't give Joel Egerton
Maybe
that
pay
much
me
to
to
do,
figure
but
out
what
what
he
OC's
did have
ethics
to
are.
do,
Like, I have no
did a great
clue.
job.
Let me look up Joel Egerton.
Actually, a reminder. I recently saw a clip of Hassan where it was shilling steak.
Wait, what was he
Oh.
shilling for? I didn't hear you.
Steak.
Oh.
The company that owns Kicks, but also like it's a gambling website.
No, yeah, I saw that. Yeah, that's.
Yeah.
Ugh.
So OC, how do I know if you had the viewers wouldn't do similar? Because you talk all this talk about you not taking sponsorships, but is it really that you have like this ethical concern, or is it that you're not getting like good sponsorship deals right now? How many zeros would it cost? Would your principals cost? That's what I want to know.
$5. If anyone wants to make.
Is he?
So, real quick, listen, if you're the average person and you don't know who Joel Egerton is, that's fine. But if you like want to present yourself as some sort of media expert and you review this stuff regularly, you should probably know who he is. It's not like he's the most famous guy ever, but he's pretty well known. He's done lots of Academy Award nominated stuff.
Hold on.
So he's going back and forth on this. First he said he's well known.
that's
Then he said he shows up
contradiction.
every year or two in a few projects, and now he's back to saying he's well known.
Yeah,
And look, not everyone's super autistic like me and just remembers the names of everyone they've ever seen in any movie ever, right?
And you don't
even
need
know
to
what
know
he's talking
specific people to critique a movie. Like you can just
No.
like you can come to that conclusion yourself.
I was gonna say, why do I need to know a famous actor to critique their performance? I don't need to know a helicopter pilot's name to know if
You can
they're.
just say, I think.
I can just look at whether or not they can fly the fucking.
Be like, I think the actors that played Ray did a bad job or something. That's what you could say.
He's gone into directing and done pretty well
Exactly.
there. He's a known
Well,
name.
just an
He's not a
appeal to
nobody.
authority to try to
So
discredit
it shows a lack
Yeah,
of
I'm
interest
gonna
or a
do the
lack
same
of
thing back to OC. He didn't
knowledge
go into
there.
directing later. Actually, he's been directing for his entire career. You don't know enough about Joel Egerton to comment on this, OC.
He's a known name. He's not a nobody.
Gotta know Chris Stuckman
so
is to critique film. It's just factual.
it shows a lack of interest
also,
or a lack.
wait, hold on, because this is also the same argument. He tried use on Eric July about Amazing Fantasy. Was it 15?
Yep, that comes up here as well.
Can I just point out, this is going to be hilarious when it gets to the part of the video, if it gets there, where he doesn't remember someone's name. What's he going to do
He does
then?
get there. He does get there, actually. I won't
You know
spoil it.
what? You know what? I just remembered the
That's gonna be
the
embarrassing.
video where the video where he couldn't remember, where he didn't bother looking up the trans person.
Oh, the synthetic man one.
And then synthetic man was the dude they were trans and he didn't.
He had
I
to
forgot
issue
he
a
tried to
correction.
fight Synthetic Man, the easiest target, and lost.
Oh yeah, somehow.
Well, I always say this. It's like he found the racist, and he didn't know what the fuck to do with it.
Yeah. He finds the one person who actually proves him right, and he fucks it.
Actual Don Quixote moment.
Yeah.
Lack of actual knowledge to have no idea who he is and be presenting yourself as an expert on this stuff on YouTube. It's not. I will give you this. It's not as bad as.
I don't think Rags ever set him up as an expert on knowing every actor's name. Actually,
presenting yourself as a competent.
No. I don't think Rags or Mahler or any of them ever called themselves an expert. At least for the EFAP people specifically, maybe Gary or whoever. I don't
think Gary's ever said that before. I haven't seen much of his videos, but I don't think he said that.
The only thing that Gary ever claims expertise in is like specifically, I think maybe Marvel comics, maybe, and not even current stuff, like the stuff he used to read, which
Also,
other than
I
that,
think he's also claimed expertise on being a former drug addict.
Yeah, I mean,
true.
Yeah, I've never heard that appeal before from like any of them. And
it's one thing to claim that you have knowledge on a subject, and then it's another to say you're an expert. I think that's what OC's getting caught on, is these people claim to have knowledge. They claim to have some experience and some awareness, but they're not necessarily saying they're an expert. But if you don't like someone and that you hear them say that they have knowledge, you will feel like, what are you saying? You're some kind of expert or something? It's like, no, calm down.
And what OC has to prove is that their knowledge is maybe like flawed or misplaced or like used for the wrong purposes. But he can't do it.
I have knowledge on animation. I'm not an expert. I know. In fact, I know people, and I know specifically other YouTubers that I talk to that are very much better knowledge, even specifically just about like the weeb stuff than I am. That doesn't mean I don't have knowledge about it, and that doesn't mean I can't talk about it. It just means that I'm not as much of an expert as those people, and my channel is also more meant to be like an average Joe, an average weeb, an average Joe's perspective anyway. It's like an average enthusiast.
Book expert not knowing Amazing
Yeah.
Fantasy 15.
He did know it, you moron.
Oh,
I will give Rags that.
No.
He's Uncle Owen. Oh,
does
yeah.
he know that
Yeah, he's got some good moments.
That's like being upset with someone for not remembering every video game
He
developer
doesn't even
ever.
realize that Eric July proved that he knew what it was whilst he was in a conversation with him.
Yeah.
Appeals to
Well, Rags
That's how
is
short-term his
scripting that.
memory is.
He could. Well, I guess I don't know how well scripted it is. He presented it like he's not scripting it, but who knows? Behind that fucking dog animation he does.
No, he did explain how he does his videos.
But like I said, like even if he was like, "Oh yeah, I don't remember him," like I just find it bizarre. He wants to present himself as an expert and has no idea who someone fairly famous is.
As an expert.
trivial knowledge
Also,
that automatically boosts
he did know who he was. He just didn't know his name.
Yeah.
your position, but they make you look
the
goofy.
name doesn't matter to the overall point that's being made.
Oh, yeah.
This is one of those things where it's like, no, I can recognize a good performance while not knowing the person's name, even if it's like a particularly influential person. In fact, I would say it's a credit to the actor if I don't realize who it is.
Yeah,
I
well,
mean, I can say
yeah.
this from experience from watching movies with a lot of people, but most people don't pay attention to the credits at the beginning of a movie. They just don't read
Yeah,
them
I
at
didn't know
all.
who actors and actresses were until I was like mid-teens. Like I just didn't care about that
There's
stuff.
very few actors
Just
I
like reading
bother to
amazing
remember the names of.
And I
Fantasy
just
15 doesn't
can't
all-
help it. I just know the name of anyone I've seen in a movie.
Oh,
That's a
Autism
funny thing.
powers activate.
he brought
no,
up,
That's the thing.
yes.
My
Make
family
you a
call me
comic
the
book
human
fan.
IMDb. They don't IMDb stuff. They just ask me like, "Who's this guy? What's he in?"
Oh,
I
yeah.
do the same thing. I just ask Art if there's something. Hey, is this actor the same? Actually, Art, I'm pretty sure I actually have done this. Where I've
I
been
think
like, "Hey,
so.
is this actor the same as this actor?" And it was like, you were like, "Yeah, that is the same guy." And I was like, "Oh shit."
Fucking when we were watching
Sano,
Alien, I was just fucking.
Sano's coming in
When we,
soon.
oh nice. When we were
Hell
watching
yeah.
Alien, I couldn't remember the names of any of the characters, so I was just referring to everybody by their real name.
Yeah.
And I don't even know if Rangi even knew who I was talking about a lot of the time. I was
Yes.
like, "Oh yeah,
So-
Xeffect Kotto in this scene does this." It's like, yeah.
I kind of got what you meant for a lot of them because I obviously I know who Sigourney Weaver is, and then I could like infer other things because I'm not like a
You're not
sci-fi
OC.
like OC.
You can't imagine being him. Like your brain can't even like get
Yeah,
in that
no.
headspace.
No, that's the
There's
funny
there's a
thing,
lot of
it's like-
space in his head actually, but
That's kind of why half of the time I'm not sure if he's just playing dumb or not because I can't imagine being this stupid.
No, I legitimately can't. I'm still baffled.
It's amazing.
I know.
I'm like, oh
you
yeah,
think
this
this
is
guy's
a
a
real
straw man. You wouldn't think he's
person.
real if you told him to someone
Yeah.
else.
Either way, we should probably continue.
Yeah.
I've gone
yeah,
over this
it's a
before.
big
No,
tangent.
go over it again. I was just shocked that Eric July didn't know what Amazing Fan.
No, you weren't. You specifically said
He just didn't
he
play into it.
specifically admitted it was a gotcha in the video because Eric went, "That's not a gotcha, you dumbass," and then he goes, "What kind of fucking is?"
Fantasy 15 was, and I'm using the term fan when I should have used expert because the issue
Eric
is
July
with Amazing Fantasy 15.
had a review of this, and he says that in the stream.
No, you don't have to
prior
read it.
to you doing your little gotcha moment.
You don't have to be familiar with it. Be comic book fan, but if you're Eric July,
Oh, so you're just being bad faith then? Okay.
you're gonna present yourself as a
Yeah.
comic book expert.
I mean, he
And
admitted
one
that
of your
once, right?
arguments, literally one of his arguments, is that Miles Morales. Miles
Because he
Morales.
doesn't actually know what the argument
His origin
was.
doesn't make sense if you know Peter's origin. Peter's origin is too unique, and you can't have that replicated in the multiverse. It just doesn't make sense. That's one of his arguments. Now, Eric, you want to make that argument. What issue features Peter Parker's Spider-Man origin?
That doesn't matter.
And he knew what it was.
He knew what it was, and it doesn't matter anyway. He can say what his point was regardless.
I mean, I can just because I haven't read Amazing Spider-Man 15, and I know what Spider-Man's origin is.
Yeah.
This actively doesn't
I feel like
matter.
75% of humanity knows what Spider-Man's origins is.
Yeah, it's they've done it like what 3 times at least.
So not only is he a
yeah, that's not counting the comics.
Yeah, not counting the comics, obviously.
Or any shows.
Eric's point was that Miles Morales was created to be a black Spider-Man. That is what he was created to be, or at least a half-black Spider-Man.
I was about to say
exactly.
He's half black,
Yeah,
half Mexican.
I think he's technically mixed race.
He is.
No, isn't he like half? Was it half Cuban? I don't know.
I'm saying
he was Puerto Rican, wasn't it?
Yeah, I thought he was Puerto Rican.
It's been like I was like a kid when I watched the first movie. I hardly remember it.
some other nation.
Comic book
I'm
expert.
I'm an expert in these comics.
You were not
Hey,
expert.
Sano.
Yeah,
What the
that's
hell?
why I'm preempting it. But I've seen this stream, and Eric July's whole point is just this character was created to just be Spider-Man, but this ethnicity, and he hasn't refuted that.
Comic book expert and doesn't know about one of the most famous comic books of all time. He's actually arguing points made in that comic book and doesn't fucking know what it is. It's kind of fucking devastating.
He did know what it was.
This next point is the funniest, saddest, and most outrageous part
Oh, this part is insane.
of this video. Robert says that Rags is partaking in racism by calling Riva a clown person.
It's not.
Oh, not this.
What is the issue is that throughout his video reaction, he engages in mild racism himself, calling Riva a clown person. Something I'd be shocked if he said if Riva was being played by a white man.
What's a bigger problem than Moses?
Oh god. So
there's like evidence of Rags calling other people clown people. Like I think,
Ever since I watched this Alastor video, I've been watching the old EFAPs, and Rag says that a lot about a lot of people.
Yeah.
I mean, he said that to like the villain of John Wick 4 or something. Yeah, it's like that guy played by was it Bill Skarsgård?
Here we go. Here we go.
If Riva was played by a white man, I don't think Rags would be calling her a clown person.
And you're going to remember, if you have a keen memory...
Oh, see, you're a clown person.
He tried to say that... He once backhandedly tried to say, yeah, it was a bit stupid of me to say this. And that's going to come up in this video, so let's play a guessing game here. We're going to hit that point where he sees him saying it was silly to say that. So, take a guess. Is Organized Chaos going to A, say something stupid, or B, say nothing and move past it?
Oh.
Oh, fuck.
That's
hard. You can't give us something that hard. Okay.
I'm
going to say he says nothing. I think his brain will break and he'll say nothing. That's what I think is going to happen.
I think he's going to try and do both, and the universe is going to implode.
It's like dividing by zero.
Party, Rangi, Unity, Sano, what do you guys think?
I think he's not gonna say anything. He just nothing.
I think. Look, I'm on to you, sir. I think it's a trick question. The answer is C. He's gonna have a well-reasoned position on the matter. I'm on to your trick, sir.
Who are you watching right now, Sano?
Sano, you're drunk. Go to bed.
He's actually watching Little Platoon on accident and kind of mix them up.
You know what?
Well,
I think that.
I mean,
hold on. Am I not allowed to give my opinion? I think it's gonna be C. I think he's going to make a nothing point stupidly.
That was A. A was just he says something dumb.
No, A was he says something dumb, and B he says
nothing.
Say anything. Yeah, so I'm saying
he plays Riva. Riva's a horrifically poorly written character that makes no sense whatsoever, and she's a clown person who does very unintentionally funny things, and she yells silly.
And I mean, we've already brought up the clip, and if need be, I'll bring it up again this stream because it's a hell of a clip. Listen, if you want to say that's not racist, fine, sure, whatever. We could just dig up all the clips of Rags doing overt fucking racism on EFAP.
Okay.
Or just on his own streams.
Do it.
It's not fucking hard.
You said it's not hard. Okay, bitch. Then do it right now.
So, here's
the point is also because you're retroactively applying these other clips you know about. Let's good faith assume all these clips you're talking about are genuine. Okay, but he is talking about this specific instance in this specific time.
Yeah.
This is a done issue.
Remember,
it's not a done issue. You're responding to it right now.
He says racist shit.
One of Alastor's points that Bob tends to assume that you've watched all of his other content and just agree with other parts of his opinion. So I think that this is like an instance where you can apply it in reverse almost, where he has seen all of those clips of Rags, come to a conclusion, and then just applies it here where it wouldn't even like close to apply, and be like, well, yeah, I mean, maybe I was a little overzealous, but I'm still right. Right?
Whoa. I didn't know
The
he was in the call with us.
time.
Since when is calling someone a clown person a racial slur?
When did I say it's a racial slur?
Racial slur, a
God.
derogatory or insulting term applied to a particular group of people. He's implying it's a racial slur.
You said it was mild racism, you fucking...
Yes,
Jesus
call.
Christ.
The other option here is that when he said that, he was conveying the idea that like any sort of mockery to someone who's a different race than you, regardless of the nature of the mockery, is racist, which is a untenable position to have.
Yeah, because at that point, then any interaction that isn't positive with anyone of another race, whether it's like,
well, not even that.
I...
Any time that you make a comment that is not like just complete and utter positivity and praise, has some level of racism attached because it's negative. It's an untenable position. It's like criticizing the South Carolina dude who's like called himself a black Nazi, criticizing him for saying that is racist because he's another race than me. Like, I don't know, man. That seems pretty silly.
I have a more identifiable thing. It's literally a case of that Joker that fucked up my order at the drive-thru is an idiot, and then that guy happens to be like, I don't know, Hispanic or something.
Oh yeah, actually, no. I'm overcomplicating it. We can actually just point out the fact that OC criticized Eric July in any way, therefore making him racist. I assume that's not the position he holds. I assume
it's going to come up that he criticized.
Wait. Did you consider that Eric July is basically Uncle Ruckus?
No, I did not. Well, good thing
Sano.
that
So, Sano...
But you can't even say that under OC's view, because that would be racist, because
No,
it's a negative connotation.
Wait.
So.
Both of you came in late. One of OC's chatters implied that Alastor was that forbidden character from Boondock. Was what they...
I see.
So, they literally... His chat is literally calling Alastor Uncle Ruckus.
I see.
Can't even say that because Jabba's theme wasn't playing when he was on screen. So
yeah, but you know we're the racists, obviously.
Sir, all I said is he calls her a clown person, something I doubt he would say if she was played by a white man.
Okay, man.
You can argue it's not the strongest argument, and we've got stronger arguments against Bragg since then.
Like, it's one thing to say that without evidence, but like he could have at least like substantiated why he thinks.
I would stand by that. I don't think he would call her a clown.
Except you didn't stand by it.
He doesn't bother. He just says it.
You said it was You said it was goofy at some point, and we're going to get to that.
Person, she was played by a white
man.
It
really is a moment of like where he's
it's funny because
conclusion.
Get a load of this.
It's circular. It's just
get a load of this.
He's reached the conclusion and is like finding evidence to back his assumption. And it's like, well, sure, that piece of evidence wasn't the best argument, but I have others that I didn't present.
I wonder why he didn't present those.
Oh yeah, man, sure.
Yeah, look.
This man would get destroyed if he had to write a high school essay and cite his sources. Like, god damn.
Real. Oh my god.
You know what this reminds me of? It's the
my AP Lit teacher would hate him.
It would be very close to plagiarism, is what it would be.
I was gonna say, so it reminds me a lot of what a certain YouTube lawyer has been saying, Nick Rekieta. I don't know if how familiar you guys are, but he's been like, oh yeah, the government is setting me up. I have proof, but the court is railroading me. But he hasn't presented any of this supposed evidence. because he's
You think as a
obviously
lawyer he would know that you have to present things in court.
okay. But well, the funny thing about it is, Nick has never won a case.
That's that is kind of
That's
funny.
really funny.
I mean, wait, has he done any cases, or do you like just like a paralegal or something, or?
I don't know
he
about
did a
that,
couple in the past. I don't remember.
He
Okay.
probably did. I know he interned for a law firm, but the thing about Nick Rekieta is he barely worked as a lawyer, and the truth of the matter is he is a trust fund kid whose parents struck oil. That's how he's made his living in actuality.
Yeah, that's fair.
Yeah.
My
Nick is basically a larper.
On Twitter called Black.
I feel the need to bring up these examples because OC won't refute them because I'm talking about people who are specifically right wing.
So he's about
I
to.
feel like that's gonna. If he ever saw this, it would break his brain. And it would be really funny.
So he's about to bring up this guy calling Eric July a clown.
Black man, a clown, and you didn't say anything. And Rags explains why Riva is a clown person in the very.
Yeah, it's almost like context is different, and Eric is kind of a clown,
honestly.
Clip he shared.
Oh, so now context
that makes no sense
matters.
whatsoever.
Wow.
And she's a clown person who does very unintentionally funny things,
funny
and she yells silly.
It's not because of her race, it's because she does unintentionally silly things.
Organized Chaos isn't the same person he was 1 minute ago. Come on.
Okay. You want to get picky about...
You gotta be fair to that. You gotta respect it.
What he's saying is getting
a
picky.
different argument.
He's saying it's getting picky to say this.
Silly.
It's not because of her race, it's because she does unintentionally silly things.
Here. Okay. You want to get picky.
It's not getting picky about it, like
the
at all.
The words were on screen.
About
they were
like
on
specifics.
Screen.
That's not specifics. What?
What?
I want to see OC get picky about something.
What specific things does Riva do
probably.
that are clown-like? Because here's the thing, Eric July.
Obi-Wan.
Oh, wait.
Eric July. There's probably like a
he
whole
acts
compilation
ridiculous
on YouTube about it. It wouldn't be that hard
all
to
the
find.
fucking time. It's a joke. If Riva acted like that in Obi-Wan Kenobi, I'd be like, okay, you got a point. You got a fucking point.
So because you don't think it's silly, that means it's not okay to say it. Is that what I'm getting at here? You don't think Riva's silly. And he does, so that makes him bad.
Because, and you know what? OC, okay. I think most of the people, at least in this call, think Riva was a pretty silly character.
Yeah.
But she doesn't.
She's numerous clips that support
it's a fairly
that
serious
argument.
and dark character.
I have the unique position of like initially thinking she was like a very good character to the point of like being the best character in the show, and then I got like a very rude awakening in episode 5 that the direction I thought they were going with her character wasn't even like remotely close to the direction they were going with her character.
So what in the series indicates that she is clown-like in any way? I'm just wondering.
Oh, hey, Kuro. What's up?
Her underlying motivation.
Speak to us, Kuro.
Why did you flourish like that?
Oh, your bro is here.
What are you doing? Stop it.
Such a clown.
Again, why is that a clown? She's taunting Obi-Wan.
Because it's
goofy.
What the fuck, man? This is
okay,
not
here's
making
the
your
thing.
point.
Why the
It
fuck is
is.
she taunting Obi-Wan?
So the way I thought they were going with her character, because I got sucked in episode 5, right? So I thought that what they were doing was like just her like reveling in the fact that she was like about to get a promotion that she's worked for through her entire career. Like I thought she was ruthlessly ambitious and very, very cruel. So I thought this was her kind of just like reveling in that for a little bit, since she doesn't see a way out for him. the problem is that given all of her total motivations, that doesn't make any fucking sense. And there is genuinely no reason for her to be doing this.
I mean, the other thing is, why don't she just send him with the Force instead of just playing hide and seek or some shit? I was like, just send him. That's all you need to do.
I assumed that she already had and was like just genuinely just fucking with him.
Yeah, like playing with your food,
yeah.
but then she
Yeah,
loses
exactly.
it.
Bingo.
So silly.
And it was the
He does
the
admit
what's
in
his
a
face,
recent
the
video
Inquisitor
that
who
Oh,
fucked things
here
up.
it is.
Yeah.
Here it
The
is.
Grand Inquisitor, whatever his name is.
this was a bit egregious.
That was fucking
That's
dumb.
just the moment we've been betting on. This is it.
Yep, here it is. Here it is.
So credit where credit is due. Robert says that Disney is still awful, but at least they fixed the one minor thing.
I guess credit isn't due anymore, Alastor. I'm sorry, man. I guess credit isn't due anymore. He undid one of his only slight W's.
Yeah,
We can't give credit.
He couldn't resist taking the poisoned apple that is the cringe, there's no ethical consumption under capitalism argument.
I mean, like, bless his heart. But, like, then... Yeah, I don't know how he's gonna wiggle his way around there.
He doesn't.
I mean, it really is a moment of, like, if you believe there's no ethical consumption under capitalism, then why are you going out of your way to not only praise things, but defend them?
Exactly.
And then buy merch from them.
You have to live your principles. Like,
you can't do that.
But have you
they did
considered
wrong.
So they only cared about shitting on Disney when it was a profitable thing to do. Disney actually stopped shrinking Finn on the posters after the
Even the cat is fucking bored. Look at this cat here behind him.
Force
Yeah,
Awakens.
that's the best character in this whole saga.
They fixed that
Yeah,
behavior.
the cat is
Disney is
hurt
still
this
awful,
used
but
to
at least
it.
they fixed that
Cat
one
was an
minor thing
audience
they
surrogate.
did wrong.
Hey, it's editing room Alistair here. I find it quite peculiar that Robert seems to find any and every reason to excuse Disney for all of his actions just so he can...
That's fine, but
Not
there's no ethical
really. So
consumption.
listen, this is one of those things I've made it clear, even with the grifters.
Oh, what was that?
Change your behavior, fix your behavior, and I'll stop criticizing it.
Well, you know,
It's that
this
simple.
This
If you
sounds
like,
an
if you don't,
like a lot like what I said when he brought up the no ethical consumption. Yeah, you can live by your principles. You fuck.
The best faith interpretation of this is him tone policing criticism of an unethical company and trying to set the record straight on what you ought to criticize rather than just being happy that general criticisms are being levied, which is but like given all of everything, I don't know, I don't think that's gonna stand up when it actually like especially against all of
it won't
his
be called
opinions,
racist.
this one.
Stop with racist rhetoric.
I'm a step away.
It's that simple. Yeah, Disney's awful. But hey, like I was saying, hey, there's this one thing on the Finn poster. You want to complain about that? Well, on The Last Jedi, they stopped doing that. So there's one thing.
They still did
They
it.
fixed that behavior. Good for them. Not saying they don't do other awful things. They definitely fucking do.
So the base stance would be if OC had like Googled the production process of the poster,
Not too
had
much
shown
work.
that the people who had done the poster had been like fired or punished in some way, and
No.
that Disney had actually stepped back from that. If the people who made that poster are still in positions to make posters, then you saying like, boy, they've stepped back from that and they don't do that anymore, really rings very hollow, right?
Not too much work. You can't too much time. What are you talking about? Saying
Yeah, and even the case of the Last Jedi posters, like Finn had the bigger perspective in the American.
But hey, at least they fixed that.
Force Awakens one, and then it was like consistently.
I guess justify in his head why it's
on.
okay to consume their products,
If you want
even though they...
You want to compare, do you remember like the Black Panther poster? They actually cover T'Challa's face in the Chinese poster with his mask.
Oh yeah.
So it's like, yeah,
They
that's
didn't
like
fix
that
it.
movie came after the last. That movie came after the Last Jedi, so it's clear they didn't learn a single thing.
No.
Keep doing unethical shit. So
I just love how he keeps on, consume their products. Dude, like you are such a consumer, except you consume fucking brain rot on the internet.
It's bad.
Fucking.
What if they're brain rot? What the fuck does he make then? If they're brain rot, what does he make?
It's
Brainless.
like post-brain rot. It's like when the brain's already disintegrated and it like the dust itself.
It's trying
like
to reform a brain out of the goop, and it's just the first evolutionary step of trying to create a brain.
It's
not
more like
garbage content on
antimatter.
the internet.
It's like the thing's already destroyed, so it's like
I would much
further,
rather
like,
consume a piece of media and judge
ceasing
it for
to, like,
myself
be
than consume
eventually what it once was, essentially.
So listen to this here. I would much rather.
fucking 20 hours of fucking EFAP and.
Is he just assuming that all the people who watch EFAP don't actually watch the shows they cover? Because I sort of do it where I try to watch the stuff first, unless I just don't care, and then watch their coverage of it.
Pretend like
And I
that's
will
some sort
say
of
that
intellectual.
the EFAPs that if you watch an EFAP that covers a piece of media and you haven't seen the piece of media, the EFAP is just like far less entertaining in the first place, which kind of by default incentivizes you to at least go see what they're talking about.
Full discussion when it's fucking garbage.
The cat left. It couldn't take it anymore.
That's pretty interesting.
I know, I was excited.
Oh yeah, sure. Disney is an evil, awful, no good corporation that filmed portions of Mulan in Chinese concentration camps and worked with evil authoritarian governments like the CCP. But
I believe I looked it up and they didn't actually film in the concentration.
Okay, well, tell us about it right now then. Also, they filmed near the concentration camps, and they still thank them, so that doesn't matter.
Yeah.
Camps. They were just outside the concentration camps, and the Chinese government required that they essentially give credit.
It makes no difference then. That's pretty semantic. Oh, they didn't film in the Chinese concentration camps. They just filmed right next to them. It's no biggie.
As I recall, it was one of those things where it sounds really bad, but when you look it up, it's like, listen, it's not great. It's definitely not a great look.
It's like, so...
No kidding.
What?
It's like filming like next to Auschwitz, while
But
it's happening.
of all the,
like
it's
dude,
a weird thing. Like,
you know,
Disney is like, if we really want to dive into the evils of Disney, I'm sure we can.
Oh fuck! His hairline is so bad. Jesus Christ.
So this
I
is
just
like
saw that. Holy fuck!
Organized chaos needs to like get off this point right now because it's a self-destructive point to also hold.
It's going
no
to make him
ethical
look bad.
consumption.
We could hold, yeah.
No ethical consumption under capitalism.
Find
like,
stuff,
but
like
be like, well, I'm
you
sure
could find
find
stuff. Yeah,
things
you
to
could.
criticize Disney on, but I
the stuff
can't
they
be
go after is so
to.
mild.
That's just he always
my
says
dude!
I have the information, but we can't be. I can't be
concentration camp. Disney thinking concentration camps is mild, I guess.
At best.
No ethical consumption under capitalism, but
I'm
I can't
still
be
going
fucked
to
to find
give
out
them
what they
my
did
money
wrong,
and
if
buy
there's
their
anything
popcorn
they did
buckets
wrong
and
is
toys
small.
and candy dispensers.
Yeah, just like fucking Gary does.
The foreshadowing.
We're not talking about Gary. We're talking about you, you prick. God.
Going for a later point. Do you know how much money I've spent on Disney in the past year? 0. Do you know why? Because I have morals and values.
So how do you know I'm not? How do you know I'm wrong about Obi-Wan Kenobi? Have you watched it?
What?
Oh no!
Yeah.
Does he know?
We know you.
He gave up. He's given up. He's given up.
You haven't, because you're just a fucking parrot. You
So,
are defending
my God.
rags,
Oh my
and you haven't even
God.
seen the piece of media we're talking about. It's possible you
I don't
would
think
watch
this
it
guy
and
knows how to
enjoy
use
it.
Pirate Bay.
Although honestly, your
What does
brain's
he
been
know?
conditioned at this point to automatically hate it.
He just gave
or
up.
maybe he just.
If organized chaos
Or
had taken the
maybe-
position of like, well, so if you consider it right, if you've talked about the media yourself, then perhaps you have engaged in piracy to do so if you've been paying Disney, which we can have an ethical conversation, and that would be a slight W of like, yeah, he does pirate. So the question is if that's an ethical position to do.
Yes,
like,
except
an ethical thing
OC
to
also
do.
pirated. He admitted that before, so that doesn't work. Because he tried
Yeah, I mean,
chastising
here's the
someone for
other thing.
pirating,
Oh wait,
and then admitted
Oh,
that he
he-
pirated himself like 2 seconds later.
oh my fucking god! So the
Well-
counter wouldn't even. Oh my god!
Yeah. He has
I mean,
just
here's
nothing.
the other
so
thing.
He
Oh
already
my
took an L on this
God.
once.
He just holds any
I mean, here's the
position.
other
That's, like,
Exactly,
based on a W in
Jeremy.
the short term.
Jeremy in the chat, he's dead
I
on.
mean, here's the thing. You don't even need to pirate. You just have to ask your friend, just like, hey, do you have a Disney Plus account? Can I just use it?
Yes,
Or
and then
just
Alastor
ask your
gets
friend
Yeah.
to
involved with
remember.
that, right?
Yeah.
But, like, yeah.
But the problem with Alastor
how-
is that he's framing it as if you pay money to Disney, then you have no ethics or principles, or at least his perspective is that, right?
No, he's saying that specifically because of to OC because of what he's
Yeah.
trying to say
but
because
he
he's saying
explains like
Disney.
why
Yes.
he doesn't do it, and his
We
well,
It's like
Yeah, it's a little muddy.
I'm just saying, how does this thought never came to his mind? Was like, oh, maybe he just used his friend's Disney Plus account, his family's Disney Plus account. Maybe it's like that's
he's just
never
assuming he
come to
didn't
his
watch
mind, I
it.
guess.
He just assumes he hasn't seen it.
Like, holy,
But
that's like
odds
yeah.
are you
Like,
might
like,
enjoy it if you
piracy
went
within the
into it
mind
like
is like a
cold
method of
without
even,
any like setup for
viewing
it at
through
all.
another means. Like,
Robert finishes off his video with possibly the worst point ever, an argumentum ad populum, or an appeal to widespread belief.
Really not that hard. I am sure some people get called those things and it's unjustified. Having random people accuse you of things usually isn't a big thing. But when a mass crowd of people accuse you of something, there's usually some evidence.
This shit argument.
that's a horrific argument.
Why
I
does
think
he sound like Chris Chan to me?
We pointed out that he sounds like Chris Chan before. We've
Oh,
said
fuck
that.
you.
He's one sonotube
I
medallion
want to
shy
be
of Christian.
special. I want to be special. Screw you.
I mean, he has a right to a degree because I've been targeted of a harassment campaign and plenty of harassment campaigns, and yeah, there's lots of bullshit that people push out there.
What harassment
So
campaign?
yeah, I guess that's not true.
So if that's
but
true, wouldn't you agree that
I would
like
still
when a
say
lot
the
of
argument
people come
stands
after
that
you
like
for something that's
if you're being
necessarily
accused
the
of
right,
racism,
like
Correct.
Yeah.
you know,
Yeah.
I'm not saying you're
wait,
definitely
wait.
guilty of racism, but like maybe self-reflect, especially if you're someone like Rags,
No,
who will definitely just randomly drop the N-word on VFAP.
Oh yeah, can you pull up a clip of that, buddy?
Hold on, I agree. If you're accused of racism, maybe let's self-reflect. So, let's see. You have been tolerant so far. We know at least of 2 cases of just accepting and even excusing racism not only with your friend group but with your chat. So, can you really refute that, given what your stated stance
The other
is?
problem is also that he's the kind of guy who will go and say he seems to think that you're responsible for your audience. So if you apply that logic back at his face, then he should be responsible for his chat saying racial slurs. And he should do something about it.
Implying, for example, that black
Yep.
men who don't agree with him are Uncle Ruckus.
You don't even have to go there because it's literally just straight up been racial slurs. Like I think someone used that word just straight up once and he didn't say anything.
Who will definitely
someone called
say
somebody an Uncle Tom in his
No,
chat?
that and I.
Oh.
No, it was the one you
wait,
said now.
wait.
It was the one you said before that.
What I said before that.
Ruckus.
Yeah,
Oh,
genuinely.
Uncle Ruckus.
That happened.
Okay.
Like just the full word in his chat. Didn't say anything.
Yeah, I'm sure OC's argument is something like you're fostering an environment where that sort of behavior is tolerated, which unfortunately means that when you hold a mirror, that 110% applies directly to him.
Especially because he seems to think you're responsible for your audience.
That's his greatest enemy. Is himself.
Actively support all of that behavior.
extremely racist stuff and a rant about BLM.
All aspects of his life.
Yes, he will be very, very racist.
Then show me the clips.
Yeah, and a lot of people believed in eugenics back then, yet here we are. And even then, you can't...
That's irrelevant. What the fuck you talk about?
What? No, it's not.
Prove this is something even 50% of EFAP viewers believe.
Yeah, because you said if a lot of people think you're racist, then you're racist.
Then it's true.
Implied that
a lot of people believe something that is true.
Lobotomies. A lot of people agreed lobotomies could cure certain mental issues. And
I mean, a lot of people
rolling right into.
Yeah,
dude. I don't know what you believe in. I'm not gonna pretend like it, but you.
He's about to pretend like it.
Here,
yeah,
regurgitating the exact same shit Rags and EFAP say, kind of proves they have an influence over their audience.
It proves.
I don't think anybody would say that they don't have an influence over their audience. I would say that they're not sheep, and they don't send.
Yeah.
So congratulations.
Yeah, EFAP doesn't.
Your existence is proving me right.
I mean, the argument that like a
Robert's
content creator
response
has an
to
influence
Rags's
on their audience, that's probably a good thing. It means they're producing
response to
content
Robert's
that at least in
review
some
of
way will
Obi-Wan
affect people,
Yeah, it
right?
gets
That's
really fucking Inception. It really does.
Oh,
It's
Rangi,
intense.
Trent, I hope you're
No,
okay.
Jesus, that was a mouth. Robert's next video
I'm
starts
fine.
with
It
him
was the
saying that
bottom
he
of
doesn't
the
really
stairs.
care that much
Oh,
about.
that's
Well,
good.
wait until you get
It
to
was
Rags'
somebody put the
response, to
dog,
my response,
the
to
dog
his
gate,
response, to
at the stairs,
my review.
even though the
I
dog
think
was
it's my review at that
upstairs,
point.
and I didn't see it because it was dark.
This drama.
So I'll go ahead and be blunt. I don't care that much about this.
And Rags puts it perfectly, so I'll let him say it.
Pretty sure literally nobody
cat is
believes
back.
you. It's okay to care. You do care. It's fine. It's fine to care. I care. I have your attention. You have my attention. That's okay. That's kind of the point. I sit down, I make these videos, I clearly care.
Well, I mean, I skipped through that video. It's weird. So, like, I was getting the second wave
Wow,
of
didn't
Rags
even watch
harassment
the
campaign
damn
against
thing.
me.
That's
No,
actually
he
like
did.
a
He just
horrible.
skipped through it.
Yeah.
Well, to prove that I don't care. Actually, I have a rebuttal here. I didn't actually watch all of your content before I tried to rebut it. Oh,
Shut up.
thanks.
And that was
Yeah,
kind of
and
it.
he
Like, if
already
Rags just released a
did
video, I
that to himself
would
a
have
while
ignored it.
ago.
But I was
He,
getting the second wave of
he would
Rags
skip through
harassment, so it
Mahler's,
was
MOM
it was kind of
video
annoying
to try
me.
and find
I kind of
specific
there was a
things
couple
to
points in
critique.
that video
No,
I
he-
wanted to
he
check
doesn't
out.
have
If
the
Rags
the
just released a
mental
video, I
capacity
would
to
have
watch
ignored it.
through
But I was
all
getting
the
the second wave of
all
Rags
the
harassment, so it was
Wait, we
it was
only
kind of
like
annoying
40
me.
minutes in.
There was a couple
Fuck.
points in that video I wanted to check out. Let's see if Alastor goes over those.
And it's not like I get a point or something if you care. It's fine.
Robert is insistent that Rags address the actions of others by saying that
Essentially, when you say, hey, somebody did this racism and that's bad, but other bigger people do this racism and that's worse, it's a way of defending racism. It's just what it is. Yes. So it's racism is just bad. Your defense, when accused of when
why
somebody
don't
points
you
out
not
something
fear on
specific
this
and says,
channel?
hey, this
Holy
might be
God.
racist, your response should be, but
You
look
know-
at this racist.
Wait, racism is bad? I didn't know that. Thanks, OC.
No shit.
That's not a
I'll
good
learn
response.
something
Both are
today.
bad.
I'm gonna be real with you.
I never
His
heard
childlike
this before. I need to go back, go away and like self-reflect for a while.
You need to go home and rethink your life.
language is really beginning to piss me
You're
off.
as philosophical
This
as the
person did a
Watchmen
racism.
show. Oh
You
my
know,
god.
Yeah.
I haven't heard something so insightful since somebody told me doing 6 lines of cocaine a day was bad.
I have
That's
heard
not
more
bad.
subtle things in the movie that I just finished, Trainwreck by Amy Schumer.
Oh.
You know,
Hey,
you're bad.
I've
when
I've
you
just
need
seen
to
Much
be
more
more
subtlety and
insightful than you are.
This person did a bigger racism.
Also, yeah, Alastor has a good point here. Organized Chaos does use a lot of childlike language in his videos, including with the racism
Very-
thing. He said this
very-
person did a racism.
My hypothesis is that
My childlike language, Alistair. I'm not the one that every couple minutes calls somebody a consumer. That's not me,
Okay.
bro.
You did
Yeah,
call
but
Gary a
you call
consumer, though.
Other
My
insults.
favorite childhood insult was consumer.
No,
I was like,
no,
I'm
you
gonna
tell-
throw
you
that
call
out
them-
there.
I mean, you call everyone a lot of things, you dipshit.
Yeah,
Yeah.
you call them
Like, you
judge.
call everyone
juvenile.
racist, sexist,
Entirely different.
hypocrite,
calls them
homophobic. What
grifters.
the fuck?
language that, while almost definitely subconscious, is supposed to portray Robert as a toothless, inoffensive, and pitiable entity that can easily
What the fuck are you talking about?
He's accurately describing you.
Oh, get a load of this.
I don't
yeah,
like
hello.
at this
How
point. It's
about
like
you
what the
fuck- how about
like,
you- how about
you're
you
trying to
fucking look at
Oh,
the
here,
mirror.
guys.
tell me like I'm some giant fucking idiot.
Well, well.
Do we want to go there?
All right. Well, the thing is, if we like really break it down, it's a very complicated topic. I mean, you can go with the short W of yeah, you are, but like the question
Insanely
is,
so.
If trying to understand the like underlying psyche of someone is calling them an idiot, no, not really. Like most of us have these
But like
ticks. They how we run as
also
humans,
like
right?
like I'm paying like 8D chess.
That's not no. What?
It's not.
No.
Like you
No,
know, I'm setting up.
No, he's saying that Alastor can't decide if he's saying it like, oh, Alastor can't decide if I'm a dumbass or if I'm playing 8D chess. It's like, no, he's
No.
saying that you're using childlike language to seem like you're some kind of you're innocent or something.
So
Nothing about that is particularly hard to figure out.
My voice and all
Because
that
doesn't
to
want
perfectly
to.
manipulate everything.
That's not even what he said. He didn't even mention your voice. He just said you talk in a way that's meant to make you sound like pitiable.
And that's something
is
Rags said.
probably
So, and normally you're saying, oh, you're just copying Rags. But in this case, Alastor is not copying Rags, and he can't pick up on that.
I think you should probably pick a lane. Am I like a super genius, or am I an idiot?
No. You're an
Okay,
idiot.
so I
Maybe
want to
go
be clear here, right? Alastor said that this is probably subconscious. Whatever your subconscious is tends to not be like whatever you're
With one and
for.
stick
It's
with that.
literally not conscious.
No.
That through your video.
So he's not even countering. Not even countering the point Alastor actually made.
Yeah.
Easily garner sympathy from an audience.
Oh, this is really, really funny.
It's really funny because he's laying traps, and then Bob misses the sidesteps the traps to fall into the obvious quicksand next to the trap.
And then his arm falls in the trap when he was getting into quicksand.
Yeah, trying to flail his way out. Yeah.
It's beneath you. But we'll see in the climax.
So, do you know what Transformers movie that's from? Just by the way.
Sorry, I didn't want to watch any of those because I thought they looked bad.
That clip. So, did it look like that was two Autobots there? If you had to just guess.
Looks like Decepticon, if I had to guess.
So real quick, you played that clip from the first Michael Bay Transformers. I'm pretty sure it's the first one.
Nope.
I mean,
real quick, in that scene, that's the villain saying that to Bumblebee. So
yeah, you know Megatron. He's usually blue and he looks like a samurai.
Are you saying you identify with the villain in that scene? Because if so, that's interesting. Tells me a bit about you.
No, he's saying the samurai guy is a villain. He's saying even so. Does he not know that Megatron's the villain? Jesus Christ!
I have no
Max
How would you look at that and say that looks anything like Megatron at all?
Of our video, what happens when this tactic doesn't work? How would
Ooh, I'm interested to see what he says about the debate. I am really interested to see this.
I rephrase Robert's word salad of a sentence? Deflecting from smaller forms of racism by pointing at larger instances of racist behavior is defending racism. And if we were to address that, it makes...
So, okay. Honestly, Alastor mildly missed this. Like, he didn't attack the best form of Bob's argument. He attacked what Bob was saying, which is dumb as fuck. Right?
Yeah.
The best form is trying to deflect from criticism of smaller parts of racism to attack, saying we ought to focus on the larger instances of racism. Isn't the best tactic to attacking racism, because it's still going out of your way to divert criticism from smaller racism. That's the best version of the point, and Alastor is attacking that position. But Bob didn't make that point either. Bob was just small racism, but big racism, right?
Yeah, Bob would think he would be making the actually sane point, and
I don't know if I would consider.
How would I rephrase Robert's word salad of a sentence? Deflecting from...
It's so stupid what he says here. Get a load of this.
Deflecting from smaller forms of racism. So, Alastor, real quick, I'm glad we can get an agreement that these guys are doing racism.
Oh my fucking god!
I'm glad we can get to agreement on that one. We might disagree on the degree. I'm glad we can agree they're doing racism.
Yeah.
Thank you.
No, wait, what did he say there? Hold on.
On that one. We might disagree on the degree. I'm glad we can agree they're doing racism.
He fails even harder. He goes. No. This isn't it. This isn't it. There's more.
Thank you. So, I don't know if I'd necessarily call it smaller, because here's the deal with the Disney stuff. As I was pointing out the Last Jedi poster, they were called out and
move the fuck on, man.
Fix their behavior. I'm not. Listen, Disney if you want to
This
look at
isn't-
the evil stuff Disney does, you got to look at like how they pay their
Focus.
employees. Like,
Focus.
we just
Focus.
had big Hollywood
He
strikes.
got tied up
Who's
in
the
his
biggest
own line of
Hollywood
logic.
studio out there?
Yeah, no,
It's
this
fucking
isn't like
Disney.
not
Disney
even
has a
close to a
whopping
rebuttal at
share
this
of the
point.
market share.
He has a
He's
rebuttal
just
eventually.
wandered.
Just let him get
Whopping
there.
share of the
He
market.
wandered off.
Let him get
Yeah,
back.
You're
He's
supposed,
gonna
you're
get
supposed
back.
to
Disney
tangent
has
in a
more power than any other
casual
studio.
setting, not like
Give him a
Disney-
minute.
debunk a point.
Honestly, could have ended that strike on day one. They said, you know what, we'll make a deal with you, and then everybody else would have to follow suit immediately.
Oh yeah, no.
Of course,
Disney
people like
could have
Rags,
ended that
Neurotic Critical
strike on
Drinker,
day
were
one
against the
by
strikes.
saying, "Oh yeah,
It's so
we'll give you
weird.
whatever you want." Why would
When it's
Disney
like
fucking
little
do
shit,
that? Because that's not how
like, you know, when it's
negotiations
like
fucking work.
when it's like casting a character,
Bob is
a
making like a moral
minority or a
point,
woman of
not a
color, these guys would get
tactical.
outraged over it
Yeah,
Get back
you
on
know
track,
what?
and
buddy.
be
No,
enraged,
no,
and all of a sudden they're anti-corporate. But when
fuck
it comes
those
to a
people
strike,
who
a union
think
effort,
that.
something that is actually fucking anti-corporate, something that is so anti-corporate that corporations fight tooth and nail to get laws passed to make it illegal.
Okay, you can be anti-union and also be anti-corporate. It's
This
possible
is a
to not like
brand.
either position.
Exactly.
And also,
This is
this
a
is
brand
unrelated.
position. That like
Yeah,
at least he's tabling a new one that soft counters an earlier point that has nothing to do with the topic of discussion right now. Like
The Alistair
was
doesn't
gonna
even
say-
bring this
fucking
up.
hanging there.
Alistair doesn't bring
You
this
know.
up.
Legal.
There are
This is-
there's several things to like address with this too, because you have first of all you have what Alistair actually said. And the
Just
whole,
trust
like,
me. He'll get back
you know,
eventually.
soft
Oh, he will.
racism
Okay.
hard racism. Okay, well,
And it'll make it
Okay.
worse.
They don't.
Yeah, I'm
Disney
glad to hear
hates
it.
unions more than anything else in the world. I guarantee you that. When it comes to something like that,
Why are you talking about this?
the guys you're defending, they don't
So you just,
support
like-
that. All of a sudden, they're corporate shows like you won't believe.
Okay.
Sure, prove it.
Isn't that interesting? Isn't
No.
that really fucking interesting?
I don't fucking care. Get back on track.
So yeah, I don't know if I would call it smaller racism,
Oh, here we go.
especially when we're critiquing Disney for stuff that they fix later, and it's at the when you actually research this stuff, it's not a huge deal.
No,
It's
he's
not like
just missing-
great by any
Oh my
means,
God,
but
he's
like
doing the behavior that
if
he
you if
criticized
these guys were
earlier.
genuine about fucking being anti-Disney and anti-corporate,
It's only going to get worse.
No, how? We are already so bad that he's engaging in the behavior directly that he
they could
criticized
really
them
go for it. But
for
like
doing.
they always go for the arguments that are essentially
No, we
criticizing
have
him
these
for fucking
fucking,
casting minorities
fucking
and
engaging
women
in
in
the
roles, and
behavior he
it's
criticized.
so
Get back on track, man.
fucking weak. Anyways,
Yeah,
Um,
I'm waiting for him to get back on.
so I
track
guess if
so
you
he can
actually want to
fully respond, 'cause I have a
rephrase what
lot
I was
to
saying.
say to
Okay,
that.
here we go. He's going to try rephrasing what he says.
deflecting
All right.
deflecting from racism by pointing out racism is defending racism. Yes.
Okay.
That's not what it
And
says.
elaborate further, please.
No, I
Yes,
don't.
it's a form of
You're-
defending racism. Absolutely.
What?
Alastor
That would be the
Alastor
accurate
asked
rephrasing
why.
of what I said.
Smaller
Art, I'm tasking you with the duty of reading out anything X says in chat.
Who?
Xeffect is in the call now.
forms of racism
Yeah,
by
but who
pointing
did you
at
say
larger
should read his
instances
stuff out?
You.
Oh, okay.
of racist behavior is
Wait,
defending
hold
racism.
on.
And if we were to
I think we need to, because I don't think we should let him slip by with this whole tangent. Because if we wait until the whole tangent is through, we're gonna miss a lot of the like specific points of stupid.
I think he's
Well-
over.
I mean, I think that we can already point out that Bob is like an utter and complete hypocrite on the position of like an ethical way to conduct a conversation on moral topics, because he just
Yeah.
engaged in the same behavior he criticized them for. He's
Well, he
Like I
is
said-
literally excused like his like people he associates with and his chat of racism. Yeah, he's already engaged in that. And we
well,
have
yes,
that.
but like again, it means that he's like losing more and more points to criticize people on. Right? It's the best form of what he's trying to say is that like deflecting criticism from smaller instances of racism to talk about bigger instances of racism does kind of let the small instances of racism just hang there unaddressed. And
Yeah, but
his counter argument is, and so we should not discuss the bigger forms of racism, and we should in fact discuss an entirely different subject, which is leaving the big things hanging too. It's the same fucking thing.
If anything, too, if your goal is to try to attack and reduce racism, obviously what your target should be is the bigger form of racism, because, well, that's an institution doing it versus an individual, and dealing with the institutions is, well, and establishing
Sort of.
that standard is kind of the way to, like, okay, wait, the now that we have dealt with the institution, and he's saying that they dealt with it, I feel like you could argue the opposite. There are definitely things you could point to, like Mulan came out after this as an example with the whole concentration thing.
Yeah, so exactly. The pretty good example is the argument you should be making is that Disney has reformed itself such that it no longer tolerates instances of persecution of this sort of nature, right?
Yeah.
And the evidence would be from the Finn poster on. However, past the Finn poster, we have a new instance of the same sort of behavior of being willing to work with the Chinese government and with like the concentration camp to engage in the filming and crediting the concentration camp in your movie. Like, that's the same thing. They haven't improved the institution. So to claim that they have requires further evidence that he is not provided.
And even assuming they have, okay, then you should say, yeah, okay, this has been addressed by this, and this. So what has been addressed to deal with this, and this case of
address
racism?
that? It makes very little sense because racist would point out neither and would be fine with all.
Sorry, I
was
didn't
gonna say,
remember saying anything.
We have the whole we have the whole tangent to also that he went on about the unions and stuff to also kind of address.
I mean, I don't see any need to address it. He didn't. It's not related to anything Alastor brought up.
Yeah, no, this is an entirely new position he's introducing to the table that doesn't counter anything Alastor said. It's just
I guess we can just move on from that because I think there's a lot of retarded stuff in that, but we can move on.
Yeah, it's bad, but it's best to just gloss over it when it doesn't really contribute to anything.
That's true.
And I think I
just
kind
boil
of
down to bashing OC as opposed.
I think I just sort of buried it where it stood and just said, I mean, you can be anti-union and anti-corporate at the same time. You can think both are bad.
Yes, you can, absolutely.
Behavior.
Unions are not the only way to oppose a corporation.
Is defending racism, and if we were to address that,
then Bob would have to level why he believes that that's not the case, and he has done little to nothing to do so. So we're just stuck at the. But you can have both positions.
He's done none of the homework on this, so why should we?
It makes very little sense because
this is I think this is a good counter as well. What Alastor says here.
Racist would point out neither and would be fine with all forms of racism.
They would
sort of.
Okay, so maybe, but that's assuming we're dealing with genuine actors.
Oh my!
That's assuming people like Nerdrotic and Critical Drinker are genuine fucking actors.
Oh, he busted out the
they are
mind-reading device.
They're playing the role of bigot for their audience.
Armchair
what the fuck?
Pretty fucking clearly.
No.
And maybe when I cut this into a video, I'll add some clips here.
Yes, please. Mr. C.
That one didn't age quite so well.
Because I know you whine about clips. I don't feel like
yeah, you paywalled the stream, you bitch. Fuck you.
Digging through it right now.
Oh my
but
gosh.
Yes, they play the role. And we have past
They
evidence.
play the
I
role.
can dig up one piece of evidence real
screams when he
fast.
has, like, a very
You guys have seen it a
small
million
audience.
times, but it plays really well.
It means he just doesn't want anyone to see
Fucking
it.
Gary showing.
Someone in chat
at that
here
point-
proposed the idea that he did it so that he'd make it harder for Alastor to respond because he figured out that he was responding. Because after the first video, Alastor did a community post saying, "Good news, guys, you're getting a second OC video." After the first one came out.
He wants to have his cake and eat it too, or he wants to make his videos and feel like he's like making content, but also he just wants people to respond to it.
I think that's legitimately. I think that's actually a distinct possibility that he's trying to hide it so that Alastor doesn't respond to it.
I mean,
And
the
well, there
law.
was another response video, but we shouldn't say who's doing it. We should because of specific reasons that we all know, and this came up.
His
God.
stance on inclusion.
I mean, just saying, if you don't want anyone to respond to it, don't do it. It's the fucking internet. Everyone's gonna have an opinion about it.
Here we go.
You're doing this in public.
This is the public forum.
I mean,
okay, because you know, I really dislike the fake geek thing and the poser nerd thing. That's not what we're about. We're about inclusiveness, and we want new people in. And if new people, you know, spout off and make mistakes, hey, don't we all?
And also, if you want some evidence of Gary,
okay,
obviously being dishonest and just doing things for clicks.
What was wrong with what Gary said?
This month, I've made $1,000 on Twitter.
Okay.
$1,000. And I know there's
he
people
can make
out there
money on
stealing
his
content like Ian
that's
Miles
allowed.
Strong,
That's
making
always
a lot
allowed.
more. But I'm making $1,000
What's wrong
off
with
of
him
Miles
making
Morales.
money on his work?
Shit, I would
Oh, because he made $1,000 off of Miles Morales tweets.
do for free.
Wait,
That-
but OC, you have this stream specifically paywall.
Yeah, but that's
There's
for moral
no-
reasons. Moral is that because he did it, it's right.
Yeah, but there's no ethical
I mean,
consumption under capitalism, so it's fine.
Oh, true.
Right.
There's no ethical stream paywall under capitalism.
It's fucking hilarious.
Jeff Bezos just
and you can do it too.
just said
You can do it too. You can do Miles Morales tweets
Does that excuse him of
because they're like
anything
engagement
Amazon does? I'm
gold.
curious.
They're engagement crack.
No, it would not.
Yeah, so I think it's safe to say these guys are dishonest actors.
Yeah, so he's making money
Yeah,
doing off something that he finds funny. That's like fun for him. So what?
I mean,
don't get me wrong.
I mean, I don't even like
What he said in
Nerdrotic,
the tweet is
honestly.
I don't even like that. I mean,
No.
I've seen the tweet.
Gary
It's
kind
so
of
fucking
has
brain dead,
taken
but
it,
it's like he did make money off it, so I can't even say anything. I
It's-
just stopped posting it.
Burger, I'm
Don't
gonna
you-
send you a I think I know it's gonna be terrible and pain to watch, but a Destiny stream after this, with a political. It's two political people, right, discussing The Last Jedi, and one of them is using The Last Jedi as like a cover to talk, just take shots at the other person, and isn't actually interested in discussing the movie. I think that's what OC is trying to claim about everyone, like Mahler, Gary, all of them. I think he's trying to claim that they're basically the equivalent of just like using media criticism as just a cover to spread their
No, that's explicitly what it
message
is.
primarily, and
Yeah.
also make money if they can. When it's pretty clear that the vast majority of people here all care about the media that they're criticizing, and are even willing to, like, if something's good and they politically disagree with it, they'll say, I didn't politically agree with this, but it was good. I mean, that's a pretty clear message right there, I'd say, right? It's
No,
pretty hard to
because-
argue that their politics first if they're
No,
willing
because
to,
he can see through that. He sees through it.
true. He is
Well,
literally Superman with his X-ray vision of morality or whatever.
I was gonna say, do you question OC's mind reading device?
I question that OC isn't just a troll, and that he's actually that this isn't even the real person behind the act. This guy's just an actor.
He then says something that I cannot decipher.
Oh man, this is one of the funniest parts of the stream coming up soon.
There's
And
another
I'm sure Rags will probably
possible
reply to this video
sus
too, so I'm
comment
sure he'll.
in OC's chat.
It's the one I'm thinking
Also
of.
wonder if Alastor benefited from or Guess failed at affirmative action.
Oh, wait.
Guh.
So, hold on. It's fine. It's not right to insinuate somebody's a DEI hire, but it is fine to insinuate somebody's critical of affirmative action might have had that as something they benefited from.
You can benefit from policies you disagree with, and not even know it in some cases. And as it's a moot point either way. It's really just a very big gotcha that doesn't matter and is irrelevant.
Get to repeat that one.
Also, just one of those things. It's just I'm curious. I'm noticing something. You know.
We also have a comment from X in the chat. You said you want me to read them out. He's streaming with a paywall so he can soapbox to people that only agree with him. He just wants those 1 or 2 people to jerk him off.
And I'm sure his response will be,
well, most of it. Look at his chat. Most of his chat are mods or channel members. There's one guy here out of these comments that's just not a channel member or a mod.
Aren't there like 4 people here total? So that's 2 mods, 1 channel member, and 1 viewer. So there's 4 people.
Oh, they said it's no.
Well, remember,
I don't know if we can really establish a trend with the size, with the sample size of his channel. I don't think we can establish a trend.
Also, is it clear what he's
concurrent viewers was also Burger? So
true. So? Can you tell me what he said here? What do you think he said here?
And I'm sure Rags will probably reply to this video too. So I'm sure he'll get
this part
to repeat that one. And I'm sure his response will be, "Whoa, they said it's no."
I think he was misspeaking, and he's trying to say, "Oh, they said it so."
Sounds like he said snow, right?
It does sound
like snow, but he could have misspoken.
Yeah, it sounds like
he
no.
Totally misspoke and said and said it so something else.
Rags and Alastor both pointed out that they're just like, "What the fuck are you saying?"
Whoa, they said it's no.
No, it's not.
They said it's no. They said it's no.
No.
I wanted to avoid it.
Oh, this is hilarious.
It could be they said it's no, or they said it's now. That could be like the.
I thought it was they said it's so. Fuck, man. Yeah.
Or
but it's officially detracting from my.
Whatever it is, I think is a misspeak.
Yeah, said it's so. I guess would be what I'm trying to say. Yeah, I mispronounced the word.
I'd hope.
Also,
if you're at the point where people can't understand what you're saying, you should probably fix something, do something about it.
Yes,
but even the line as he clarifies it doesn't make sense in what he's saying.
No,
I think he's
shit
saying
happens in my report.
To say that Rags is going to engage in the same behavior he is, where he's just like projecting onto Rags and be like, Rags is going to go, he said things, so therefore it's a gotcha. When actually I have reasoning behind my positions, but he just like engages in gotchas all the time, right?
Yeah,
that would be my
ability to understand his content. Robert has a terrible speaking voice. There are several instances where he failed.
Whoa, that is so original. Nobody's ever told me about my speaking voice before, bro.
Your speaking voice is horrible. So many people point it out because it's really bad, and it gets to the point sometimes where I can't understand what you're trying to say.
Yeah.
Wants people to self-reflect on the criticism he gives them, refuses to self-reflect on criticisms given to him.
Yeah, OC is literally
here's
assuming that this is like a playground bully moment of like they just insulted me. So, I've never heard that insult before, bro. But no, it's just a criticism of your how you use your content and how you make content. I don't know, man.
Burn.
It's not a burn. It's legitimately a criticism. If you can't understand what you're saying, then yeah, you should probably fix that.
Something I can really control too.
Literally only sees it as a burn. Yep.
Yeah.
It's something I can really control too. Yes, you can control it.
He's literally about to fucking show him a bunch of apps you can download to improve your speaking voice.
He proves that you can change your speaking voice.
Yeah,
you're saying you can improve yourself.
Yeah.
I prefer start with trying different takes if you say something utterly like uncomprehensible to everyone. Maybe just start there, then move on.
He said this stream was
scripted. The whole point here is you are functionally a broadcaster when you're doing your videos, and so if your videos you can't be understood or you aren't speaking clearly, then that is a problem, and that's a problem you should probably work on. And I don't have the best voice either.
You can talk intelligibly.
Yeah, I try to make myself understandable on stream, though.
I mean, here's the thing. There are actually people who are actually assholes who just criticize your voice because you have a different accent or you're not from, like, you don't have an American UK accent. But at the same time, there are actually legit people that will tell you that you said too fast. you are too soft. I can't hear what you say. Those are legitimate criticisms. You should actually improve yourself. Especially you are trying to make money off YouTube.
I think he
This is
is.
like one of the most basic. Yeah.
You know
This
how
is like
you
one of
just
the most basic shit ever.
control
If
your
you have
speaking voice?
monetization,
You know
have
how you
to
just
speak
control
with
your speaking
pride.
voice? Yes. You can do that.
Just
Yeah,
naturally?
you have
All the time?
monetization, and you have to
Yeah.
apply for
That's
that.
a
So I
realistic
assume
thing
he
to
wants
ask
to
of
make
me.
money on YouTube.
Well, he sounds
Oh,
upset
it's really
that he.
like here's his voice.
Yes.
Just
Thing is, I
natural.
was like, when I was a
Listen to
kid, I
when he
used to
says
like
this.
slur over my words because I was like really young, like 4 or 5. And so
All this
my parents took me like a speech therapy class, and they would actually like teach you pronunciations and stuff. Like it's doable.
Yeah.
Listen to the
Like,
way he
I
says
had
this, by the way.
occupational therapy because I had some speech issues too. It's something you have to work on if you have that type of problem.
All right, guys,
And
I have to ask: does Organized Chaos know what gender reaffirming vocal therapy is?
I would hope he does.
If he's going to
I
be
mean, I know that
preaching
there's
that kind
lessons
of
You'd
thing,
you want-
expect him to know, but at the same time, he seems like someone who wouldn't know.
Oh
Yeah,
no!
it didn't
no!
appear in his Twitter timeline, so he wouldn't know about it, right?
Yeah, exactly.
also
It's not
listen
in
to
the
the way
zeitgeist enough.
listen to the way he says this.
time. Yeah. That's a realistic thing to ask of me.
Well,
He sounds like
Yes,
he's
it
about to
is.
cry.
I mean,
I
you
think
brought
we know.
I
you
think-
you brought up
I
what you
fully
brought
heard
about
all.
Burger, but is he aware of like voice acting? People changing their voice quite often to play different roles.
I think
That's
it's
so
for-
sad.
he's probably extremely insecure about his voice.
This is so funny. I'm telling you.
And
it's really like
yeah.
Here's the deal.
It's kind of just sad
If
to see
you
him this upset about
want to
it.
debunk me, and one of your
Yeah, he's super insecure. Come on.
key points.
It's not a key point.
This is the most angry I've heard him like before.
Oh my
It's
Again,
not even that.
Jesus.
Would you call this like a key point?
No.
I would call it some. No. To him,
No,
I think
not
it
at all.
is.
Is that I have
think
a
it is
poor
very
speaking
key.
voice?
Well, if your poor speaking
It was like
voice
incidental to the video.
makes
Yes,
it
it
so
really
that I
Yeah,
can't
it's an
understand
aside.
your content, then I would say yes, it is a serious problem you need to fix. If I can't understand what you're
Or-
saying.
Or at
Yeah,
least
it's like,
be willing to try and work around your speaking voice if you're not going to change it. Try
Just
and
correct
at
it.
least
Just
work
literally
make
say, "Oh, I meant to say this and it came out wrong."
that,
Kind
or
of
you can
tells
do a
me
different take.
you don't have much of a fucking argument to go against.
Yeah, he's
Yeah.
seething right now.
I'm
He's
just
really-
saying.
Yeah.
Maybe
I feel
debunk me
kinda
on my
bad for
points
OC right
and
now,
not
I
my
really do.
voice.
It gets even worse.
Oh no.
Wait,
He'll
yeah.
I feel so bad for him.
I don't.
Yeah, I empathize.
to
But
articulate
like,
what
you have
he's
to put in the
saying,
work,
and his
or
words
else
just
it's
come
gonna
out in
keep
a slur.
happening.
If the word comes out wrong, just do another take. It's
You have
that
to put in
simple.
the work.
Here's
Otherwise, I don't care.
Live recording. I didn't know it came out wrong.
Except, didn't he say in this video that he
Edit.
scripted it?
Wait, live
Wasn't
recording.
that was a video he made for Rags as a response? So it's
Didn't
not
he say?
live.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure he said he scripted it.
Yeah.
Yeah, he
This
scripted the
wasn't
video.
a live stream,
Sorry.
was it?
No, he
not
scripted
the
this.
video.
No, this is an edited
Wait,
video
What are
he
we talking
made.
about?
The
Hang on.
Rags, the Rags video that's on screen here, this one here that Alastor's talking about was scripted. Pretty sure it was.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And I think that OC is saying that his original video was a live video. He couldn't do anything about it. I think he scripted the live video, like with like a bullet point talking list, but didn't go back and edit it. Is what I'm. And I think the excuse he's using for this is,
He
but it was
edited
a
it in, like,
live
the loosest
video. I
sense.
didn't know it happened. When you can
Yeah,
just go and
so-
edit and look at your
Oh
content a
wait,
second.
earlier.
So he
Remember
edited
earlier?
it to like get the beginning and the ending, and he didn't touch the rest of it. That's all. That's what
Except,
he's saying.
remember earlier,
Yeah.
he said he sped up Rags. So yeah, he did edit that.
Well, no, that was in the. Wait, what? Oh, fuck! You're right. Shit.
But
Yeah.
Oh, God.
so then he
Wait,
edited that specific spot, but didn't touch anything else. So he had to make Rags
But his-
faster.
Yeah, you're correct.
His argument here is that when he says it's a live video, his argument is essentially just he recorded the video live and didn't bother to even like review it to make sure it was fine. How do you
Yes.
what would you do if your mic ended up being muted?
Well, then he'd do. That's an good
Yeah, he'd
question.
delete the
Probably
whole
He'd
video
up-
and re-upload it.
I'd hope he'd upload it.
Well, I mean,
Yeah,
he
he'd
was
re-upload
able.
it, I assume.
He allowed himself to misgender an actor for an entire video, and then had to add a correction afterwards. And he said he
Well,
couldn't
but
look it
he
up.
did that as that was a snippet of a live stream though. That's
Yeah.
at least
Yeah.
understandable that
That's
that
a little
happened.
understandable.
Yeah,
I know. I'm just saying.
I can understand how that happens. This is a recorded video. You
A
have
couple
no
of
excuse.
bloopers from this recording session and how we can fix it seems to be the first video. Verse, nigga, what? Robert states that everyone has a narrative, even he does. Well, I was about to burp. And I know my voice isn't perfect. I'm trying to keep my voice level because I do not want to disturb my neighbors. My real voice sounds like this. But you've got to take some speech classes or download a speech improvement app like Vocal Image. I'm not sponsored. I personally use this thing and do vocal exercises before every recording session.
Okay. So listen, I will happily admit I do not have the best speaking voice.
No, you have a horrid speaking voice, and you need to do something about it badly.
Well, look, if you're going to today, because look, sometimes being online and being recorded can fuck with your voice. Well, I don't have a great voice either, but
yeah, definitely most recorded playbacks, your voice will be different from what you're used to hearing. For sure.
That's I have the same thing.
Yeah, but
I mean, here's the thing.
If you get this as a regular thing, maybe you should put in the effort to like improve it a bit.
He
like,
will explain.
You want to do this YouTube thing at least as a hobby, right?
Organized Chaos will explain.
I'm hoping that the explanation is that sounds like a great app, and I will try it. Thank you for the recommendation. Because that's the correct response, and it'd be very civil of him.
Nope.
Oh, right.
Now I want the polite organized chaos like edits where it's like someone dubs him over and like makes him
that
be
would be
very
really
chill.
fun.
Just like YouTube poop style. Clip stuff around.
Me and you, Alastor, seems to be
Oh my God, guys.
Not even like sentence mixing. Like someone dubs his voiceover and like sounds really polite about it. Like it's like a different voice.
And they have to make sure it's like a bad dub. Like it's clearly not synced to.
Yeah.
We need to
like
get
the voice sounds
guys.
awesome. It's like Mahler quality voice work, and then but the dubbing's terrible.
Yeah.
He's about to seethe.
I'm comfortable with that. This is my voice. I will live with it, and I'll subject my fans to it whenever I'm on a video.
Okay.
This is the world I live in. This is the world that I will subject them to. I'm comfortable.
Stop coding. With that. Stop it.
I think it's interesting. You don't.
It sounds
He's
like
projecting his insecurities onto Alastor.
Seem comfortable with your voice because a little bit you said there in your normal voice sounded fine as well. But
with all due respect to Alastor, I will say that his regular voice sounded like louder and a bit more aggressive. And I think for the sort of more laid back tone he's going for in the video, for the most part, I think the tone he went with works.
Yep.
I think
he could have boosted the audio a bit. It sounds a little quiet in some places, but
but I mean, as he explained, he's doing that voice because he doesn't want to disturb his neighbors, so it makes sense.
Well, yeah, you can still go in editing and boost the values. Like,
I'm saying the reason he went from his real voice to that. But what I'm saying is the reason he went from his normal voice to that voice was because he didn't want to disturb his neighbors. Obviously, he could have boosted it later on.
Also, Burger X is gooning again in the live chat.
Over OC? Oh my God.
X, bro, get a grip.
Come on, X. Gotta be
my
better.
voice, frankly.
In the Discord chat specifically.
I think it's weird to get so. Listen, I think everybody hates their voice. It's natural.
This is one of OC's only one good takes here.
No, I actually have reason to hate my voice. Most people hate their voice, and it's unjustified.
Yeah, you have a reason to hate your voice because you sound like a goblin.
It's something where I feel like he probably has gone to like therapy with it, and like the coping strategy was to like just accept it, and that's the strategy that's worked for him for a very long time. So when people like criticize him for it and say you should change it, that like contradicts his like therapy coping strategy. Yeah, that's my only like defense of this position is that like if this is the way you've coped with it for a very long time, it can be a very hard.
Oh, he's coping right now. He's
A lot of
coping real
people,
hard right now.
he is. But like, if that's your coping strategy to deal with like criticism and like genuine bullying and name calling and stuff, right? Then I can understand being hesitant to actually want to take action to change it once you learn that you can.
Yeah, and look,
He
having
goes
a
against
cringe
that
voice
though.
is rough.
Oh, he does. Oh my god.
Having a cringe voice is rough, though. I understand kind of wanting to cope about it, but like, my voice, other people tell me it's not that bad. I think it's horrid, but.
And it's a self-conscious thing. And and if you want to go after somebody and go for a low blow, you can absolutely criticize their voice, and they'll be like, "Oh shit, they got me. My voice sucks." Because
Here's the
everybody hates
thing:
their voice.
he's not criticizing
But
you
I think
for
it's
your
interesting
accent,
that
how
you're
you
making.
sound like.
He's not even making a huge deal out of it.
He's-
He's acting like chat is just as ridiculous as he is. Same bad faith and ignorance in his chat is. Yep.
I mean,
it really is like, again, he's considering it a burn rather than a criticism.
Such a big deal about like
so you gotta take that angle with how he's receiving this.
I take care of my voice to make sure I have the best speaking voice when I'm recording. I'll be honest. In my old videos,
His chat is just masked off OC.
You're making such a big deal about like I take care of my voice to make sure I have the best speaking voice when I'm recording.
Oh, here we go. Here's what disproves your theory, Sano.
I'll be honest. In my old videos, I used to do that. I used to try to temper my voice and kind of keep it a bit more even.
He used to temper his voice, and he stopped tempering his voice.
And you know what? I found it was much more boring.
I mean, you're right. It is more boring than hearing Goblin Man. I'll give you that.
And flatter.
So if you think it's boring, how do you correct that? You make it more interesting.
Oh yeah, his chat is basically just brainwashed clowns who eat up his slop because they're depressed for Chud. Desperate for Chud hate. That's pretty much. Jeremy's spot on.
Did that. Yeah. So I said, "Fuck it." You know what?
Like misery loves company.
Like genuinely level 1 criticism against like people like
to share my voice to the world.
That
Oh my god!
Let the cards lay where they
his
will.
His chat's accusing Alastor of grifting by trying to sell this product. It's like what?
And I'm fine with that, honestly. I got myself in a fuck it. You know what? I'm just going to share my voice to the world.
Bad faith.
Let the cards lay where they will.
Yeah.
He's just going to let the cards lay where they will and talk like a Goblin Man. And then he has to cope even further.
I didn't choose the Goblin voice. The Goblin voice chose me. I can't even do a good OC.
Yeah, honestly, man, Organized Chaos does make me lose faith in humanity every time I hear him talk. Oh, he's going to cope even harder right here.
And I'm fine with that, honestly. I got myself an audience. You guys, my fans, you guys are great. I love you guys watching right now. You're wonderful.
All 12 of you.
He's clearly upset. Like, come on.
I probably oversold that number.
Make sure to like and subscribe.
What the fuck are you doing, man?
Why do you spend more time defending this than anything else?
Why do you have to
do out of a molehill? Holy cow!
It's just important to be comfortable with your own voice. It's comfortable to be.
You're clearly not. Shut the fuck up.
It's important to be comfortable with who you are, Alastor.
Explains how he isn't comfortable with
it. Is. That's an important way to get through life. And part,
Jesus Christ, get through life.
Part of the problem might be that I'm willing to bet I probably got about 10 years on you, Alastor. I'm willing to bet.
Probably you have 2 decades on him, I'd imagine.
That when you reach a certain age, you kind of stop giving a fuck about shit like that.
You stop caring about what other people think and just keep making. Yeah, you do get into lolcow territory where you just stop caring about what people say and do what you do to rail against everyone.
Yeah. It's like,
there are certain things that you just won't be able to change.
Get closed-minded.
You can't change your. You can change your voice.
He's in his boomer era.
Move on.
Yes.
You can absolutely.
I'm just saying you can try that.
An old man,
okay. Let's return back to the video.
Good.
Robert continues to state that he doesn't care about any of this. It's odd because he should have just ignored Rags' video if he didn't care.
Yeah.
And I don't care. I do not. Well, like I said, I did get like several hundreds to thousands of commenters.
Did you have the
bombard.
No, he did. Alastor did that.
Okay.
my
'cause
channel
editing
about it,
on
which
him
gets
directly
really
is so
fucking
more
obnoxious
funny.
very quickly.
Just, like,
I've had to
superimposing it
learn
on
to
the
deal with that
screen.
stuff better, but like this was the second harassment campaign against me, and the second from Rags as well.
Oh, actually, go fuck
Oh.
yourself.
Oh, he considers Alastor stuff like a harassment campaign. I'm like, oh.
No,
Yeah, so
he's still saying that Rags sent a harassment campaign against him. Like, actually, go
Oh,
fuck yourself.
I thought he said it was
we
the
are
second one,
currently
including
harassment
what
campaigning.
Rag sent. That's what I interpreted
No.
that as.
No, I interpreted it as like criticism of me as an attempt at harassment. Like, I don't know, man. Look at his sub count; it's less than yours. What? I don't know, man.
What does he have to gain from this?
Uh,
And also,
trust me,
he uploaded those to his second channel until the third one that he put on his main channel. Why
Can I
would
just
he
point
be?
out, a lot of people in this chat have been saying that they've been going at Alastor on Twitter. So does that mean OC sent a harassment campaign against Alastor by his own logic?
Well,
Uh-oh.
not
Oops.
permitted it to happen via like silent acknowledgement of it. I guess maybe. Like,
I mean,
he should
by
be
his-
combating
By
this.
his logic, yeah.
Because by
Yeah,
his
like the
own logic,
plausible
if
deniability.
people
Yeah.
commenting at him and talking to him and interacting with him after Rag's video is harassment, then people doing it after the first OC stream on this video would also be him sending people to harass by his
Correct.
own logic.
No,
It
except this is. Can we just? This is
Oh my
honestly a pretty
gosh.
shitty thing to say. That he like. This is pretty shitty what he's doing right now.
Correct.
Like, organized chaos. You can actually go fuck yourself. Like, seriously. This is scummy.
Yep.
It was fun. It was fun. Good times for everybody.
Fuck off.
But like I also said, there was a couple points in the video I wanted to look at because I wanted to see what Rags' response was to the tweets. Because in the video I bring up the like Nerdrotic does the
Hunting for gotchas.
Sam Wilson, like the Steve, he does the tweet where he says Miles essentially is Peter Parker is Spider-Man, Miles Morales is Miles Morales, Steve
don't think that,
Rogers
like,
is
That's not how. What?
Captain America. Sam Wilson is
OC understands
Falcon.
the idea that, like, if you
Something
only
like that.
respond to
And
certain parts of a video, the parts you leave out are implied that you agree with. Right. Like, that's just kind of how it works. If you don't reply to something and explain why you disagree, the implication is that those unmentioned parts you agree with and think are valid.
There's quite a lot of things he doesn't
Or
get.
you didn't find them like objectionable
yeah.
to mention, essentially.
There's a lot of things he doesn't get. Let's not beat around the bush here. There's a lot of things he doesn't understand.
pretty
Yeah.
overtly racist, but again, it's also dog whistly. It's
What
not directly
is?
racist, but
Saying that
racist?
Sam Wilson isn't Captain
Captain
America,
America.
that Steve Rogers is.
No, I think he's saying I don't.
Think?
Well, that's what he was.
I
Yeah,
don't
we could just
support
roll it
that.
back.
Yeah,
It's
we're going
like-
to roll this back. I think
We could-
we-
Yeah,
we could
I
roll
can't.
like the Steve,
Kinda
he
get
does the tweet where he says Miles essentially is Peter Parker is Spider-Man, Miles Morales is Miles Morales, Steve Rogers is Captain America, Sam Wilson is Falcon. It's something like that.
He's
It's
getting
pretty
off track.
overtly racist, but again, it's also dog whistly. It's
yeah,
not directly
actually, this
racist,
is not
but
actually relevant to the
you know, it's one of
topic
those things
anymore.
where it's
That's a good point. Yeah,
technically he's not saying anything wrong, but we all know why all of a sudden
just wanders
he is
off
not.
and, like,
Yeah.
starts
He
talking
is
about
not
things and stuff.
identifying
He makes
and
then
the
he makes a
characters of
pitfall
color
on his
under their
own-
proper moniker.
in his own tangent because he'll mess up the point.
It's pretty obvious to anybody looking. And Chris
Yeah,
Evans
and
even
he's just,
takes
like,
a moment to
declaring
say
victory here too on this topic.
Sam
He's just
Wilson
like,
is.
yeah, we all know
Does
what's
that a
going
lot.
on.
Yep, he does
He
that.
like made up a straw
Yeah.
man, attempted to slay it, failed, and he doesn't know that, and then he declares victory.
Right.
He's funny like that. He loses against his own straw man all the time.
Captain America.
Well,
He does.
Well, I might not know. I might not have proof of what I'm saying, but we all know what I'm saying.
I actually don't know why you're saying it, OC. This is completely unrelated to what's being said in the video right now.
And the
And
fact
Nerdrotic.
that I don't think Nerdrotic ever tweeted that anymore. He just kind of gave up because I think he thinks that it gets old.
Like, of course, yeah. No, he's not. This is what it actually is, because Nerdrotic is a dude who courts bigots into his audience. And I'm not saying all his audience is bigots, but I'm saying he
Define
definitely
bigot, please.
accepts bigots into his audience.
We go by the Nerdette stream. He believes bigot just means asshole.
Oh,
That's the definition him and
he actually
Nerdette.
thinks
That's the
that?
definition him and Nerdette agreed with. Yes.
Oh
Yeah,
my god.
Okay,
I
in that
believe.
case, so OC is a bigot then. All right.
It's atrocious if that's what he actually thinks. Like,
He says a
What
lot
a
of
fucking
atrocious
asshole.
things, and
what
oh,
fucking
you're
idiot
awake.
again.
I was
Yeah, I just
wondering.
didn't have much to say. You guys were nailing it.
You didn't like my organized Ralph impression.
Exactly,
thought that
Jennifer.
was good.
Subtextual racism. Not care.
Stop the cap.
You've already brought this up, bro.
Yeah, he's still bringing it up. He hasn't stopped bringing it
You
up.
got so lost you forgot what his point was.
Yeah.
The true way to establish that you don't care about something is to not talk about it. Like, that is such a cognitively dissonant statement. I don't care about this thing, so I'm going to make a...
Well, I'll go ahead and say, like, I didn't want to go over the whole thing, but, like, there were definitely elements where I wanted to see his reaction. So I did care about those elements. So I guess you got me there.
Gotcha.
But I didn't care
so you
about
did
watching
care.
the whole thing.
Yeah, you did care.
Say you care.
45-minute video about it.
But he can't
Then
lose.
he says he does care that Rags acts like a self-important dickhead. So which is it?
If he
Well-
says, well, yes, you're right, but I was right too, then he doesn't lose. He still
Not
wins. He
caring
stays on
about
top.
the video
OC stays
and
winning.
caring.
Yeah, that's like kind of the cringe
I
thing.
can't stop
No,
winning.
Just say you care. I hate this. Like, oh, well, I don't really care. I don't really care about it, but I do care
It's
about.
cool
these
to be aloof and not
He
give a
said,
shit
"I
about what
wanted to
Ralph
care.
says.
I don't care. I just wanted to look for clips of Rags saying certain things, basically."
About Rags being a self-important dickhead
It's
are
also a
not
big
the same
self-reporter.
thing. Context matters.
I didn't care.
That's
why
not
I
a
put it in
context
there.
matters thing. That's fuck it. I
Do
don't.
not
I
care
can't.
or do you care? And you care enough about Rags being a dickhead that you made a 45-minute video about it?
I do care that you act like a self-important dickhead. I do care about
so
that.
You did care then.
And Robert then
Why? What
does he mean by self-important dickhead? Just curious.
I have to give a justification as to why I care if
Yes.
somebody's
Yes.
sending a harassment
No,
campaign against me.
That's not what he brought up the wife for. He said brought up the wife because he wants proof of why Rags is a self-important dickhead, not why you care.
The whole
Hold on.
Rags
I
harassed
think
me.
You guys missed that there. Yeah, that's the thing. It's a harassment campaign. No, he made a video making fun of you because of your public statements that you made on your YouTube channel.
And then you responded to him and he responded back, and that's how it went. Like, that's not how harassment campaigns work.
No, when you make fun of me, it's harassment. When I make fun of you, I'm based and cool, and I'm super strong internet
Cool,
man.
take a Chad, anti-Chud gamer. That's who he is.
If you want a harassment campaign, look at a lot of what, for example, Ethan Ralph does, where he will dox people, he will tell people to flag people, he will swat people. That's harassment. What Rags did is he made fun of.
Yeah, no.
So to be fair, right? Like
that's a crime, honestly.
No, this is actually pissing me off.
Yeah, harassment can be more than like going after someone's business means. It can like be going after someone like trying to just like dunk on them over and over, like and sending your audience after them to like just like dislike bomb them to oblivion, make them feel like shit over and over again. Right? That's also harassment.
And he's
I
doing
would
this like
say.
active, this very active sort of thing. That's like
Yes, it is. It is active.
But Rag's sitting down every like week or so to make a video and a response.
Rags is like, oh boy, time to make another video. Like, I'm sorry, man, I don't know about
that. Rags hasn't talked
about
it's 3 EFAP coverage of OC. I think.
I think EFAP stopped talking about him. They're like, we just shouldn't.
Yes.
We should leave him alone.
They mentioned him one time.
That was 2 years ago. And they never talked about him again.
They explained
They
why in the
even
super chat.
went out of their way to say their policy is now to not even like talk about him or to him ever again because he's just wanting attention. Which is
I mean, he did tweet.
not an actor.
Mueller did tweet at Organized Chaos once, and that was after he got Twitter noted. And he's like, "Yo, wait, isn't this the guy who tried to find a clip of me saying I hated lesbians? That's crazy."
That's not even Rags. That's Mueller. That's a
No.
different person.
And acting like a self-important dickhead. I have to justify that.
Oh, he's
You
responding.
do have to justify that because he didn't harass you.
Apparently. Okay. Cool.
That was so fucking funny. Wait, let's
Introduces
find
us
the
to his
lesbians.
next fatal
Oh,
flaw.
Yeah,
it doesn't say
obviously,
anything.
Alastor cares a lot
Oh.
about me too, so there's something to be said for that.
Darn,
He's
he
not
doesn't hate
pretending to
lesbians.
care.
Yeah, he didn't claim that he didn't care. You fucking.
In fact, he went out of
Jesus
his way to say
Christ.
that he did.
Yeah, his exact words were, "I care. You care.
Yeah.
It's fine."
Rag said it
Zachary
best.
Williams
You're
points
allowed to
out
care
that he's
about
just going to
things.
deflect. And yes, I'm 100% sure he will. That's why I'm not going to watch all 2.5 hours. I don't need 2.5 hours of him yakking on, repeating crap.
Then why
He doesn't
respond
watch the
to it
videos
if
he's
you weren't
responding
willing
to.
watch it?
This is an especially strange
Just
choice because
ignore
to
him.
jump ahead a bit.
Okay, here's the thing. If you don't like something, you can ignore it. You don't have to make a 45-minute video. You script it, edit it, and then you just probably just rewatch your entire edited video and just take notes again. Probably, I'm not
Hold on.
sure. Because
Unity, I'm going to correct you here. Because you said if you don't like something. That's not because Rax doesn't like Obi-Wan. You and I did not like Terminator Zero. We didn't do that. The correct thing is if you don't care about something, why are you responding?
Yeah, I'm not going to watch the whole thing because it's way too long. True.
Oh.
I just wanted to see certain clips. This is
That's
true.
why I watch half a
Because,
movie and
fun
give a
fact,
point
when
on it.
I did my first video,
Too long.
there were certain things I actually
True.
kind of wanted to see Rags' response to. So I went to when he did a response.
Game of Thrones, I just watched like the first 4 episodes. No, not even the first 4 episodes. I'll just select 4 episodes randomly out of the whole show, and that's what I'll criticize.
I went to those clips to see what his response was, and it was unbelievably weak. And I want to see if he goes over them.
He criticizes Eric July for covering media that he hasn't watched, and even that.
Yeah, you kind of can't criticize
Whoa,
that.
that is a fucking banger point, actually. Holy shit.
Yeah.
Yes, that is actually.
Except the difference is that
That's a
Eric
fucking-
July mainly covers news articles, and you can engage with that without watching or consuming the media.
Oh, I mean, even presuming that that Eric July has no knowledge on the subject, criticizing him for that is still a W for Alastor to bring up, right?
Yeah, it's a huge.
Well, this is the funny thing, Sano, too. The thing he's talking about specifically is the Amazing Fantasy 15 thing, and Eric July has a review of that predates his interaction with OC.
Yeah.
So, obviously, there's documented proof that he was familiar with it. But Eric July's whole point was just, it doesn't fucking matter. Because that's not what we were talking about.
Yeah. But as a point against Bob, he does care whether or not you've seen something to be able to criticize it. The idea that he goes out of his way to not see things in order to criticize them is again another element where he's just a fucking blatant, glaring hypocrite.
He has also covered reviews of things that he hasn't watched.
Like the Ahsoka episode 5, remember?
Yes.
Ahsoka.
Yes, that was fucking hilarious.
Well, she could. Well, Sano, she could be tired.
This is actually probably one of the most major points against him.
Yeah, it really is
huge.
So that episode that was being discussed, right? The point is that there's really no firm understanding of what lesson she was supposed to learn or really what happened to her over the course of the episode. One of the major it's just a bunch of different people theorizing things that can't actually be substantiated in the works itself, right? So it's very funny to see him come up with replicate one of the things that I've got on my list, come up with that theory as to what was happening without having seen the fucking episode, and then try and defend that theory of what happened in the episode to Mahler as a counter argument. Fucking hilarious.
That's mental gymnastics.
She could be tired though, Sano. Did you think about that?
Impressive. I did think about that. It's a fucking stupid argument.
Tired of what exactly?
That is a misrepresentation of what Eric does.
It's a good question. I'd say lack of.
Hey,
I'd be
editor,
tired if
room
I was in
editor,
Ahsoka. It
Alice.
just sounds like
Eric has
drag.
publicly said he
It
doesn't.
is very
want
fucking
it,
tiring. Very
so I
boring.
don't know how that's misrepresented.
Exactly.
Because Eric
Yeah,
July
I
mainly
forgot
covers
Ahsoka
like
existed.
news articles, doesn't he?
How
Is it-
boring.
I
How
thought
could
he
you
did.
say it's boring? Didn't you see the color
Presentation.
red?
If it's a misrepresentation of me,
Vader,
and it's also a misrepresentation.
It's
Then
red.
Eric's also misrepresenting himself.
What? What the fuck?
Yeah, it's 3 a.m. my time, so I'm gonna have to hop off.
Oh, all right.
Oh,
See
you get to
ya.
miss organized chaos
Nighty
cope
night,
about his
alright.
life.
Nice
Goodbye.
talking
Yeah.
to you,
Oh,
though. Goodbye.
bye.
See you on Friday.
See ya.
Friday.
Sure.
Friday.
Again, whatever. I'm watching over this video again, and I noticed something interesting here. Take a look at this clip right here.
And then we got Isaac, who actually gave 2 really long ones, but I thought he made some good points. Good Lord, how much hatred for a show do you have to make a response video that responds to his insults of you liking a show? That sounds pretty convoluted as I say it. But seriously, if you hate a show that much, go talk about something else. Like, is there nothing else to talk about? That's a good point. On the actual video he
No, it's
posted.
a shit point.
Oh, you said it's not a good point?
Yeah.
Why? Why? Can I flash a why? Why?
Yeah, I guess. All right.
wait.
So, should we go around the table?
I'm just gonna point out the fact that you made like 3 videos responding to Rex about like, and one of them it's like called what? Rex is like the worst person to ever exist. What the fuck? It's like you.
So yeah, there's
So
the hypocrisy angle, I guess. Yeah,
Yeah, I'm on the take of you should just let people hate things sometimes. Like,
that's
yeah.
also fair. I would say that as a point of criticism, most of us would be willing to criticize someone if they like make a piece of content about something they don't give a fuck about, and just like don't want to put in the legwork of putting in work because they just don't give a shit. That I think is generally understood to be a negative.
yeah, I would
If
really
someone
not like
dislikes
that
something,
person.
if someone hates something so passionately that they want to talk about it, then intrinsically that means that they don't not care about the subject, right?
Yeah.
They do care, and so it's it's hard to push the idea that they like will be lazy in constructing their work about something that they strongly dislike.
Hate and love are both require a level of engagement with something.
Yes.
Indifference,
Yeah.
the real like. It's indifference that's the real like separator between, or it's the real opposite.
It's a triangle, I would say.
Yeah, I think they kind of
Exactly.
originate from similar places psychologically.
Yeah.
Like I'm indifferent to a lot of like romance dramas and whatever. I've also got like romance anime and stuff I'm indifferent to, for example. And then I've romance anime I hate, and then I have romance anime that I think is really good and I actually like. Those are all true things. But I don't comment on the ones I'm indifferent on at all because I don't care about.
I think it's just one of those things where it's like a triangle almost. Or like if you kind of don't like something but don't really care about it, like me with Amy Schumer's train wreck that I saw. I didn't like it, but like I don't really care about it, so I'm not gonna like make any piece of content. I'm probably not even gonna have a discussion about it unless it comes up and I find the discussion interesting.
Exactly. I don't
like
care about going
Hard
back
to make Amy Schumer interesting, unfortunately.
Yeah,
Which
then
Amy Schumer train wreck are you talking about?
The Bill Hader
the
one?
movie, the comedy one.
Yeah, Bill Hader.
Oh, okay.
Is that the
I
one?
don't care about most isekai anime. I'm
Oh, I
never,
love that genre.
I'm unlikely
I'm
to
sure
ever
you do.
cover isekai
Like
anime
Narnia.
unless it's something I have like
Narnia, fucking,
specific
I love
feelings
Narnia.
on my
Love that isekai.
channel because of that. Because I just don't care enough to like. Because when I cover something, I have to like view it multiple times so that I have like an informed opinion on it.
Mm-hmm.
And if I don't care about it and I just find it like, oh, I was reincarnated as a vending machine. I don't really care about that. I'm not going to cover it because I don't care about it, and especially because when I cover something, generally the way my channel works and the way I want my channel to work is I have to ask somebody else to watch it too. So if I can't be bothered to watch it, I can't ask somebody else to watch it and have an informed opinion, you know?
Mhm.
And the difference is then I just don't cover it. Like, I'm never going to do a review of, reincarnated as a vending machine, as the example. Because I'm not informed on it, but I also don't care about it.
If we go by that logic, then Organized Chaos can never cover anything because he's not informed on almost anything.
That's it would be my position, actually, genuinely. I would substantially agree with that. Make the ethical claim he ought not to be making any content.
I mean,
However, he's
it would
funny,
be
so.
that's the problem though, is we lose a ton of comedy if he stopped making content. It's the downside. Although
The
I guess
benefit derived from OC's content is not as a result of they already put in. It's like death of the author, kind of, right? Like he intends to be making serious content with a good point and a good argument, but his utter failure to do so makes the content enjoyable to the audience, right?
Wait, X, what is this clip you tagged me about?
X is tagging you to porn again?
No, he's tagging me to a
Porn.
Hasanabi clip. So I'm.
Oh my god, I don't give a. I do give a
X
fuck.
not on the
I'll be
stream.
ethical
X not on the stream, buddy. Not on the stream, man. Later.
I was gonna say, if you want to make a point about this, you have to hop on mic. I'm sorry.
Oh god.
I don't have chat open, or it was didn't read it, so you have to get on mic, man. I'm sorry.
Why?
That's actually kind of funny.
Thank you, Organized Chaos. Very cool.
Oh,
the
you're
idea
in the editing dungeon. Okay.
You hear that? Quote unquote, on the actual video he posted.
Yeah.
On the actual video he posts. What?
Uh-huh.
The goblin
He's
noise
about to
is
get
always...
why.
Or do you care? And
oh my god.
X, let me know.
And then
about
we
the
got
meme
Isaac,
later,
who actually
then.
gave two
If
really
you're
long
done
ones,
by
but I
the
thought he
time
made
we're
some
done
good
with
points.
the stream, maybe
Good
I'll
lord,
go
how
for
much
some
hatred for a show do you have to make
And
a
yeah, like,
response
if
video that
you
responds
eat
to
something you want to
his
talk about it.
insults of you liking his show? That sounds pretty convoluted as I say
discussing, like,
it.
principles
But seriously,
that
if
you
you hate a
hold,
show
right?
that much, go talk
And how
about
the show might
something
violate your
else.
principles.
Like, is there nothing else to talk about? That's a good point. On the actual video he posted.
did you hear that? Quote unquote, on the actual video he posted. Right? You know what that means? Robert went to Rags's video and looked at comments.
Oh. Yeah, no, that was me misspeaking.
Oh, okay.
This
Gotcha.
is an additional comment he had on my channel. That was.
Oh,
That's
okay.
a pretty major misspeaking there.
That is.
So he
that
meant to
conveys
say.
something entirely.
Bye,
That's
Falcon.
Goodbye, Falcon.
So it means that, like, the point is a moot one from Alastor, but that the fault is not on Alastor for making it moot. It is entirely on us. He just not saying what happened.
It's literally his fault for saying the exact opposite thing he meant to say.
Yes, exactly. The opposite.
Do you double check your videos? Do you double check your own videos? You fuck.
Well, especially
No, he doesn't give a shit.
Yeah.
This is back when he didn't do like live streamed content, as far as I know. Maybe he was doing it.
No, he did a little bit, not as much as he does now. Not like all the time like he does now. I don't think.
Okay, but wait, was this content live or was this content
I
uploaded?
think it was live. No, wait. Oh, the Rags video? No, that was scripted.
That was me misspeaking.
No, the comments.
I do that quite often, especially when we're.
I do that quite often. I misspeak quite often. Yes, you do. Yes, you do.
Recording live.
I misspeak quite often.
Everybody does.
Yes, except not everybody misspeaks to that level.
I've misspoke.
If they do, they'll correct it.
I've misspoke on live stream before. I've misspoke on Burger's channel on live stream before. I try to correct it when
that
I
we're
realize
critical
I
of
did
Rags. Not
Dude,
only
I
on just
literally
his own.
misspoke it just a few moments ago when I said, "Oh, if you think it's bad," it's like, "Oh fuck!" Until you pointed out for me, I was like, "Oh fuck." Even now, I was like, everyone misspoke sometimes, but you know,
It happens, yeah.
It's just one of those things.
I
Like
mean-
if you misspeak on a live stream, there's way more grace if you don't like address the misspeak than in a video where you have the power to go back and check.
Oh,
if
yeah.
you upload a video that's not a stream highlights, right, and you say
Yeah.
something you didn't intend to, then that's still you like endorsing the statement of what you made by presenting it to the
Video,
world as
but
a completed
Rags' video
piece
as well.
and indicative of what you want to say on the subject.
very
So
much, but you know, so yeah, if it's a live stream, it's like fine, you misspoke it, but you know, you edited it. It's like just go back and check your video again. That's all you need, or
Bingo.
just find someone just check your video.
Yep.
Hmm.
Just put in effort,
For
I
someone
guess.
that doesn't seem to really care about this controversy too much, you seem to be investing a lot of time and effort into finding detractors of.
It is pretty uncharitable to go into Rag's comment section and look for people that are talking shit on him. Or no,
It
his
is,
comment
that's
section.
that's why OC was trying to clarify that's not what happened.
Not that it helps much.
It was just a comment on his own video, basically.
Not that it helps too much.
No, not
this guy
really.
was
It just
posting
means
on
that,
my channel.
it goes all the way back
Like I
to
said,
the
I
maybe you
misspoke,
should
bro.
edit your fucking video.
You know, this comment's
point.
probably still on my channel. I'm sure you could.
Wait, no, he
Sure.
had to edit it.
Yeah, he did.
Find it if you actually like.
had to-
You're
he-
willing to
he-
spend the time to rewind
he
this
showed the
and
comments
nitpick
in the
everything I
video.
say.
He
You could
edited that
actually
part.
This isn't nitpicking what you're saying. What?
research this
God.
and verify.
Shut the fuck up. He said he's like you should research this.
By this point, just saying, you could do some due diligence.
Oh fuck
Oh,
off.
Wait.
Actually,
off.
fuck off.
No, actually, fuck off. Hold on.
No,
You put
seriously.
zero effort into your fucking stream. You
Most
put
of your
zero
content
effort
now
into
is just
research.
stream highlights. You barely do
So-
any videos anymore.
For the record,
In those streams, you don't pre-prep. You don't put like effort into like having sources and stuff pre-prepared so that you can talk about the thing in an informed
So
manner.
for the record, if someone wants to bad faith this, like if Mr. OC decided to watch the stream, for example, just so we're clear, the oh fuck off part is not that you should do due diligence. We are not saying that you should not do due diligence.
There you are, Ficus.
Yeah, OC is just the person who does not do due diligence, moral grandstanding about doing due diligence. Like he's the person who does the least possible due diligence. He's one of the like genuinely worst people about doing due diligence. To the point where I think he actively and intentionally, maliciously shirks doing due diligence often.
Yeah, he has literally covered people covering media without having like watched the.
Like I said, cognitive dissonance. You know,
He
doesn't
goes
match
out of
up.
his way in discussions to like go with the most bad faith interpretation of every event and every statement someone's ever made or done, in order
Which
to
is
like
something
just gotcha them.
He admits.
Actions
too.
don't
And
match
it's
up with
just
what you're
a
saying,
point
bro.
where like
Robert
you've seen it, Burger, right? Where if he can't gotcha someone, he genuinely just stun locks in a conversation.
He's stunned. No, first what? Because if you look at the Eric July debate, he keeps just asking him the same question over and over and over again,
He's
hoping to
trying
gotcha him. Yeah, and it doesn't work.
So he's just like stun locks and trying to do that, and then like when he comes across someone like Synthetic Man, who's just openly and blatantly racist, trying to gotcha him for being racist and dog whistling when he's just saying blatant, like actual straight up racism. You can't gotcha a dog whistle when he says, "Yeah, I'm racist." Just a heads up, like so he's just stunned and can't actually have a discussion.
Yeah,
It's funny you mentioned due diligence. OC is so bad at due diligence. he got himself into a situation where Synthetic Man was more accurate about a trans person's status than him. That's how little due diligence he does.
Yeah.
Which is
Also,
just
I think it's
hilarious.
worth noting that he hadn't seen. Oh no, wait, he hadn't played the Fallout game. Never mind, sorry. I was thinking
Didn't
of
play
something
Fallout
else.
games.
Ignore
Yeah,
it.
Okay,
he
but
likes the show.
Well, true.
So on the Synthetic Man topic, yeah, the active transphobe who believes that all gay people are the result of child molestation was more accurate in it about a trans person's sexuality and more respectful of their pronouns than actively unforgivable. You at the moment they said it was a trans person, you should have looked it up.
Yes.
Like,
No, except apparently the date of World War II is more important than trans people, I guess.
Yeah.
It really is just he wanted to gotcha him on being wrong about something so bad that he didn't care to look up if someone was trans or not, and was just willing to misgender them because he wanted to assume that Synthetic Man was wrong on something.
Yeah,
If there's
well,
one thing Synthetic Man knows, it's trans people.
I was gonna say, and I would assume that organized chaos, maybe I'm wrong, cares about the feelings and the validation of trans people. You know, I personally believe trans people are fine. I don't mind them living as they choose. I don't mind referring to them as their preferred pronouns as long as they are living that way. I don't care. It doesn't affect me. But OC didn't even bother to fucking check when he believes this is that I assume he believes misgendering is a very, very bad thing to do. Maybe he doesn't.
But Rangi, you see, the problem here is that you assume that OC cares, but you see, there have been many statements indicating that in fact he does not care. You see, so you've been checkmated by the fact that OC doesn't care. Oh, absolutely destroyed.
You know,
to the
I
quote-unquote
agree. OC might not care about trans people. We have to get an official statement.
Yeah, it's true. I feel like he might just not care.
Wow, he's really focusing on this. Like, my God, we've spent more time on this than possibly anything else at this point.
So?
Listen, I didn't care to cover the whole video, but there were certain points I wanted to look at. That was it. That's it.
It's not it.
Okay, then that's pretty
You
bad
got
form.
an actual point to bring up?
That is a point.
ulterior motive Rags has for making videos about him.
Like I said, we're going to get to why he's doing this. There is one possibility that I thought of, but I don't think this is the main reason. But I'm going to go ahead and bring it up now. So he has his second channel, Dog Bites. His main channel has 325,000 subs, but this is his second channel that he posts this on. And if you look at his video counts, his response to me was his second most successful video I think on here. No, not quite. But it's the second most successful that he's done since, I want to say, Boba Fett.
Okay.
Yeah, since Boba Fett.
Put a pin in that. Robert will come back to it. Robert then engages in what has to be his most slimy, disgusting behavior yet. He searches and skims through Rags' video, not to gain an understanding of Rags' point.
Oh, this is crazy as well.
Which is literally just defended himself on.
Because I'm not
okay.
Oh, wait. Listen to this. This is insane.
Interested in knowing exactly who Rags is. I already understand Rags is a dickhead.
I'm sure.
I already understand that. But I am interested to see what specific there are specific points in that video that I made that he responded to, and I want to see what his reactions were.
Why?
Ammunition.
Oh, I thought it was here. Never mind.
To
It's a bit
use against
further.
Rags to paint him as an istophobe of some kind. Just like many of the previous instances, this is in its smallest form, and there is a much more foul instance of this behavior later on.
Oh yeah, God, fucking my Doctor. Did you guys know my video covering Mahler's Doctor Strange review is the worst video in the existence of mankind?
I mean, it's probably one of, if not the worst videos I've ever seen EFAP cover, just straight up.
I mean, I don't
It has virtually
I don't
no
even
redeeming
know.
qualities at all.
I mean, I'm just listening, watching EFAP, just watching you just getting bored without any comments. Literally just let minutes and minutes of video just play by, and then you skip to a part just like to hopefully find the fact that Mueller is sexist or something. I was like, holy shit. I mean, at the very least, just sit through 5 hours or actually say something.
My God. Who cares about Rags and his overt racism that Mahler platforms nonstop?
Oh, but
who cares about all
Wait a second, hang on.
the bigots?
So he just said he did care.
Mahler regularly streams with, or the casual bigotry Mahler will throw out there by himself.
So you do care then?
So is he going to substantiate any of this?
I mean, I don't even like. He's saying specifically and intimately that he does care a great deal.
Yeah.
Like, because he believes it's going on, whether it is or isn't. I don't think it is, but
No.
presuming like Iron Manning him to the point of, like, I don't know, becoming the Tin Woodsman, right? Like, assuming that he's like correct on all of those things, this proves that he does care, and he's going so far as to say it's an he considers it unethical to not care.
Yeah.
Like, that's just fucking atrocious for his earlier positions. Wow, isn't it crazy? It's almost like he's like only makes positions based on like the point in front of him and can't remember his own stances.
Nope. He can't remember what he says in a span of 2 seconds. It's kind of crazy.
Who cares about that? Because I skipped around during Mahler's Doctor Strange 2 review.
That wasn't what people took issue with. It was the fact that you were clearly doing it just to dunk on him, just to find the specific like dirt on him. It's obvious.
I mean, I still take an issue with like that behavior in general, but like the reason why like feels like really nasty that we have to like even debate it with this sort of set of premises of like, well, I mean, even if people didn't care about the fact that you are engaging in horrifically unethical debate practice and refusing to like be in any way like willing to talk to people and come to an understanding, even setting all of that aside, right? Like, this is a horrific set of premises we have to debate under because of them.
Yeah.
So the issue with the big one is that he didn't skip straight to that right off the bat. He tried to debunk and argue and talk about how bad the video was, but he kept failing over and over and over again. And then he skipped to a scene so that he could just write off the entire video as garbage, but that didn't work.
Yeah,
so that's what the whole issue is.
I mean,
he completely ran out of any sort of arguments, and so he was trying to find a gotcha. So he was trying to find a way to call him sexist or
also, do you remember? Do you know what he said
victory and leave.
as he was skimming through the video? Do you know what he said? This looks
the
promising.
live stream part. Yeah, this looks promising. Yeah. On live streams, people mess up when they say things on live streams. I find
also,
maybe they'll have a gotcha in here.
The famous clip is coming up. Not that one.
I remember that clip a while ago.
Truly the worst thing a human being could ever fucking do.
It's one of the worst debate tactics you can do, yeah.
It's one, like,
Truly
engage in intellectual thought and understand the other side is, like, to me, one of the worst things you can do.
Disgusting behavior.
It is disgusting behavior, yes. You're right.
My God.
It is genuine.
Here's what he says.
Oh, bad faith.
But
and I'll be blunt, I'm going into this with bad faith, because these guys are assholes.
My God, the way these guys freak.
Does he remember he even said that? Do you think he remembers?
No.
I am going to hang that over his head anytime he tries to joke about being bad faith. I am going to pull that up. I am not letting him forget he said that.
He did say in a
honest to God, I don't think he knows what bad faith means.
I don't.
Like, I am.
No.
I'm at least 40% sure that Bob thinks that bad faith means you go in to disagree.
No,
Like,
I don't think.
I'm
No,
pretty sure that's what he thinks it means, because
I don't think so.
anytime he references bad faith, it doesn't work. It's
I
not
think
what
he
it actually means.
assumes it means like bad foundation of beliefs, which means like just I disagree with you, and so your position is bad. Bad faith.
It's hard to know.
Out over that. It's so bizarre. Yes, I skipped
can't be
around
bad faith 'cause I'm
during
good.
a 6-hour
Do you know what Mueller said when you said that you weren't watching the whole video? He said, "That's fine. No one does."
video. I think it's because these guys get brain rot from fucking EFAP. They think it's normal for guys to sit around and stream for fucking 12 hours or some shit. It's not. Nobody does.
Nobody does that, huh? No one? Seriously?
Oh.
No one does that? Not even the biggest Twitch streamer?
Well, he's the biggest Twitch streamer.
I literally Googled it and this is what came up. Yeah, this guy.
Jesus.
Is that? Nobody. I know
Nobody? Seriously? No one?
Eric DJ.
Nobody.
Hassan does it.
He does like doesn't he do Fire Day streams?
He gets burned out after about 2 hours of
Pokemon,
streaming.
2
every
hours?
shitty
Your
streamer
buddy-
does that.
His buddy streamed for 2 hours and he's out? What a bitch. That's it.
By the way, we're not even mad that you skip around. We're mad that you're literally just trying to find dirt on people.
It's
like
yeah, it's
live.
just transparent what he's doing. It's
For me, it's closer to about 3.
Then wow, what a bitch! You can't even stream for more than 3 hours.
In fact, yeah, I'm over my limit right now. Well,
For real.
I kind of want to get a bit further into this video, but like, people have streaming limits, and Mahler's is apparently fucking forever. And
What's
I
wrong with
know,
that?
like, I've heard fucking Gary Nerdrotic complain about how long he has to stream when he's with Mahler.
He doesn't have to be there. He can just leave. People do that. People will
Gary
leave
leaves,
mid
like, all the
EFAP stream.
times.
Right? They will do that. That's a thing you
Yeah.
can do. You're not being forced into doing anything. They're allowed to leave.
It's like, Jesus Christ, those streams take too fucking long.
don't
I don't
even
know. I could
watch
probably find
them.
that clip somewhere if I was really diligent. It's not that big of a deal, but like,
You're not even diligent. What do you mean really
it's
diligent?
noteworthy because nobody streams as long as Mahler.
Sure.
It's ridiculous. It's a joke. I'm not gonna watch this whole thing, but there's a couple of things I think I want to see.
All right, everyone.
God, I am not gonna sit through it. Let's see. I want to see what he says about Neurotic's tweets. All those other. Yeah, I definitely do. Buzzwords, I'm sure.
This is the
What a worthless pause.
definition of listening to respond, not to understand. Then he just calls Nerdrotic.
Oh, wait.
I don't care, dude.
Oh.
Shut up.
This
you
is
always
it. This is
definitely
it.
care.
No. This is the part I was. This is
Declaring I don't
insane.
care and leaving.
No.
Are you under the impression I care about understanding
Sorry,
rags?
just want to point out
I'm-
that like he just held the position that it's not only that I care and I should care, but that I would consider it almost unethical to care and that I ought to care about this subject.
Respond, not to understand. Then he just calls Nerdrotic.
Right.
I don't care, dude. Are you
But he
under the
doesn't
impression
care.
I care about understanding rags? I'm not interested in fucking. Number one, I have a pretty good understanding of the dude at this point. He's a piece of shit. I don't need to know much more. Yeah, I'm listening to respond. Yeah, I want to know what his
Fucking
reaction
Twitter
is to these
arguments.
tweets. It's that fucking simple.
Wow. Like, just mask off. Total mask off, right?
It's like
You
I'm
just-
watching like people argue on Twitter. It was like some people just like, oh, I'm gonna say that this guy is a bad guy. Why? It was like, no, he's just bad. Absolutely insane.
This piece of shit just openly admitted that he listens to respond to rags and he doesn't care. He just wants to hear what he says so he can.
Like, do you think I
mean,
listen, when I go into videos, when I go into reactions, I give everybody the benefit of the doubt as much as possible.
And I'll be blunt, I'm going into this with bad faith because these guys are assholes.
plays perfectly. That plays perfectly.
I go into videos, when I go into reactions, I give
rewinding
everybody
that.
the benefit of the doubt as
Such
much
a
as
good edit
possible. As
there.
much as possible.
And I'll be blunt. I'm going into this with bad faith because these guys are assholes.
But
like, does he seriously not remember that?
Here's the thing.
I
you every single time I hear you argue, you never agree with someone. You constantly just try to say like, oh yeah, you're wrong because fuck you. That's basically every single time I
Half the
hear you
time he
talk
ends up
about a point.
accidentally agreeing with the argument the guy's making and doesn't realize he's agreeing.
already covered Rags. I'd already seen the reaction from his fucking fan
You keep
base, which was
denying it.
disgusting. I don't need to. I think I have a good enough handle just to know he's a piece of shit.
Like racist because he thinks Sam Wilson is not Captain America.
You're right, Jedi. Yeah, I should love Rags. He's amazing.
America.
We're still talking about Nerdrotic and not me. I thought this video was about me.
Here's a recent tweet from him where he's replying to Chris Evans simply saying Sam Wilson is Captain America.
Okay.
Rags then proceeds to do what men...
Wait, what's the... Chris Evans said Sam Wilson is Captain America, which he isn't.
Oh, he's not? He's not? Because I saw Falcon and the Winter Soldier, and I'm pretty sure he fucking is, buddy. Why are you getting so heated? Because Rags is saying something that's pretty objectionably false at this point.
I feel like he's saying it more in a sense of like... I feel like they're saying it more in a sense of Sam Wilson's a bad character, so he doesn't deserve the role, not in a race thing. I don't know. The only one bringing race
There are multiple interpretations of this. There are multiple interpretations. Basically, the only one that makes the statement true that Sam Wilson is Captain America is if you take it from the meta. Oh, well, it says it was in the movie, therefore he is. But every other interpretation, yeah, there's a bunch. Like, oh, well, he's not the original, they're distinct characters, therefore he is not the Captain America. Or you can take it with, like, character traits, like, oh, well, he doesn't act like Captain America because Captain America has these traits, therefore this is a distinct character because he's just not acting the same. It's like a skinwalker scenario. So, I mean, there's multiple ways to interpret it and be correct. It's just Bob has this understanding that if you don't abide by the meta argument, then you must be lying, and your only reason for lying is because you're racist. That's his whole thing.
Pretty much.
It's pretty fucking false. The comic book, Sam Wilson is Captain America. Steve Rogers is Captain America as well in the comic books, but like they're both Captain America. And then in the
did you
TV
catch that
series
right there?
in the MCU,
they're both Captain America, so the tweet specifically says the Captain America. That's what Nerdrotic's argument is that there can be multiple Captain Americas, but there's only one the Captain America. So that's Nerdrotic's whole argument there.
Sam Wilson
and to be
is
fair,
Captain America.
Nerdrotic only worded it that way because he did it intentionally because he wanted to rile people up, which I think is fucking cheap, but whatever. But yeah, Bob fell for it.
Yeah.
I mean, yeah, it's dumb and it's cheap, except I'll take dumb and cheap over this pathetic whining.
America.
Over from
Steve
him.
Steve Rogers is retired.
Also, he missed what it said. It said, "Why are you getting so heated? I thought you didn't care."
Rogers is Captain America. Yeah, Steve Rogers is Captain America. Yeah. I think that, yeah. Sam Wilson, yeah. I do not agree with Chris Evans. Okay.
So you disagree with the fucking actor who played Steve Rogers in the MCU.
Yeah, you can do that. What's wrong with that?
Hey,
you can do that.
Hey, just saying. I disagree with I just disagree with the person who played Carmine Falcone who played John Turturro, and because he said I was like, oh, you see, I don't like to play a role who beats woman. I was like, wait, what the fuck? That's basically your role in the Batman. That's why you don't want to return for the Penguin. Just saying, actors can be cringe. So they're never the word. They're never
Yes.
like the word of God.
No.
That's I'm sorry. Between Rags and Chris Evans, I'll go Chris Evans. I'm just saying. I'm not saying Chris Evans has
That's
a perfect
fine.
track record. Hell of a lot better than Rags.
I don't know. Rags never leaked his dick pics, so I mean.
Wait,
I'm
what?
kidding.
Chris Evans said that?
Oh, you didn't know? Yeah. Yeah. He was. I think he posted a video and it was just in the background.
Okay. Okay, I
Well,
suddenly
I
lost
mean,
even
you've
more
seen
respect for
if you've
Chris
not
Evans.
seen Falcon and the Winter Soldier, he is Captain America. So I don't know where your confusion is.
No, Disney said so, so you just need to accept it. This is lame as fuck.
Yeah, it is.
Disney said it. Like the TV series says it. This is
Yes, which is Disney.
literally what's
Yeah.
the script of the TV series, and you're just ignoring it.
He's legitimately baffled. He doesn't get it.
This is
crazy.
why this is kind of considered fucking racist.
What the fuck?
Because this.
I have a theory that the way his brain works is that he hears a statement and can process at best a quarter of what is said, and then just responds to that. I think that's how his brain just actually works. And even then, he has to seriously push himself. He has to push the limits of his brain there to even do that.
Script literally says it's right there, and right there, blatantly.
Steve
Wilson, God damn it, Sam Wilson is.
Oh, he fixed the error. He did it.
Captain America. It's right there. The end. Literally, the last episode of Falcon and Winter Soldier was retitled Captain America and the Winter Soldier.
I don't
Sam
care.
Wilson is Captain America in the MCU.
Don't care.
He's Captain America in the comic books.
I don't care.
This is just a fact.
I don't care.
And this thing, like, you don't accept something just because it's Disney? Fine. Then I guess don't talk about it then.
What the fuck?
Yeah, because you're just being inaccurate.
If you don't accept something, don't talk about it. Is anybody allowed to talk about elections after they happen?
More like, wait, can Organized Chaos, is he allowed to talk about any of the people he covers?
No, he's not allowed to cover them.
He doesn't accept
He doesn't
them.
accept it.
Whoa.
And Alistair, I'll be honest.
And I'm back.
I don't think you're being racist. Well, you are. Okay, so let me rephrase that. You are being racist, but I don't think you mean to be. I think you're kind of brain rotted by these guys. That's the thing with Alistair.
Okay.
Say what you will about him. You know, he obviously despises me. I don't despise him. The reason why it's worth going over this is because he's a victim of these guys. These.
Fucking paternalism here, dude.
This is insane.
White savior complex, dude.
Yeah.
Yeah, that is the most insane white savior complex I've heard in a while.
Maybe you ought to make an argument how he's being racist before you already reach come to the conclusion that he's racist and then just decide that he is. And then just be like, well, it's because of the guys, right? They've brainwashed him into racism.
No, except this is fucking
he's such a victim.
insane. This is fucking crazy.
This is literally like white savior complex.
This is delusional. This isn't even just send him to the asylum. This is delusional.
This is fucking insane.
What the fuck?
Guys, they push their culture war narratives, their bullshit worldview. And
you don't?
Like, you have to, watch our content. You have to consume our content, to keep you up on all the culture war stuff. Because, you watch our stuff and you'll fight the culture war, and it's important. It's all bullshit, Alistair. You're listening to this and you're taking things that Rags and all these guys say as if it's fucking gospel without researching it yourself. I'm guessing from your text here, you haven't seen Falcon and the Winter Soldier. It's not an amazing show, but it's good. It's good. They definitely have better
It's
Disney
not
Plus
good.
Marvel
I watched it. It's a really bad show, but the only reason I watched it is to see what the fuck was going on with John Walker and if it holds up, and it does. John Walker is actually a really good character. So I almost recommend watching it just for that, but overall it is a terrible show.
I want to watch the new movie show. I don't know what the fuck it is. The one that's coming out soonish.
Thunderbolts?
I think so. I kind of want to see it.
Agatha? What if season 3?
Huh?
There's
Wait,
like,
Rangi-
do you know that there's like 9 Marvel? Yeah. Sorry.
What?
Sorry, go ahead.
I'm just confused all of a sudden.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm just saying there's like 9 Marvel things next year.
Oh,
I'm not kidding. There's like
Quality
shows.
over quantity, huh?
You know how the Soviets won the war, right? It was by quantity over quality. So obviously, it's how Disney's gonna win the culture war, just like the Soviets.
Those for sure.
Yep.
And I did like the actual that I did like the storyline of essentially Sam Wilson embracing being Captain America, because he did it not because he wanted to be Captain America, but because he felt profound respect for Steve and what he did, and that
you know
he was
why
just terrified
he
what
chose
other
not
people
to be
would do with the
Captain America
mantle.
in the beginning.
And that's
Because
why
I still don't.
he embraced it.
It was something about racism.
It was done out of profound
first
respect for
episode.
Steve
I
Rogers.
still don't get it.
And if you'd watched the show, you'd
Maybe
fucking
I
know
need to
that.
watch it again.
Okay, so why
you know,
he doesn't
like I said-
want to? Okay, here's it's so stupid. So this is what happened in the first episode. Sam gave up the shield because she doesn't feel like he's Captain America because he thinks Steve is Captain America. So it's not even like what he said. It's basically just like he just doesn't feel like he's Steve, and that's it. And then the reason that he wants to be Captain America is because like what, racism, because he wants people to embrace him as a black Captain America.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
which I was
basically from
Which,
what
like,
I
okay,
remember, the
the
idea was there's added baggage for Steve giving it to a black man for some reason.
Oh yeah, they
haven't
tacked
watched
that
it.
in.
I only watched like the half of the last episode. So what I'm gonna say is incomplete. But my assertion would be that a show exploring the idea of why Sam might want to become Captain America, and one of the key issues being like African American acceptance, right? You can make a good show out of that. I would say, in fact, I'd go as far as say a great show out of that. But you have to explore the concepts that you're trying to present here, right? Given the final part of one of the last things of this show that I managed to watch
like
and find out was Sam saying you have to do better, Senator. I don't know like how to do it, but it's your job to figure it out. You have to do better. I get the feeling that they did not terribly well establish the premise that would be needed to have a good story using the premises that they've tried to present. Would that be accurate?
So here's what happened. So the show will try to present like, you know, cause governments are bad because they didn't throw supplies to like immigrants. I was like, yeah, the world just recovered from a 5-year snap and people just came back. It's only 6 months afterwards.
Oh,
like the
yeah.
government are basically
sorry.
this is what the show.
You could do another show of God. The snap is such a great way to have a story. Like, you could have a story right about someone who's applying to get into the U.S. right before the snap happens, and then they come back and have to try and finagle the wonky immigration system in the midst of like a sudden deluge of people trying to come in whose claims all just disappear into the ether because they'd been snapped and the government didn't think they'd be back, right? There's a lot you could or with the concept. They just fucking like sideline it all. I fucking hate Marvel.
No, not just sideline. It's just like the position, basically the GRC. It's basically the side that's actually helping people, and the show is literally just holding them accountable because they didn't get a teacher for these people. That's apparently the job for the GRC, helping supplies all over the world from people who just got snapped.
Better
like-
burn them alive.
Oh yeah, that's what happened. Twice.
Yeah, kind of weird that the main plot is simping over the terror organization that kills people.
Yeah, and
Yo,
and the
Hassan directed
motivation
a
is-
Marvel show. That's crazy.
Yeah, that's kind of how it works in Andor, I guess, right?
Yeah,
the
it
show
was
is simping
very
over
well
the
received.
mission that kills people. It just the
we
way
use-
you do it is you set up a good good characters, a good setting, and a good plot, and you can present any sort of stance you want, and people will probably buy in.
Right.
So here's how the
what I meant to say by that, right, is that Sam Wilson, his name is, simps
so.
over the terrorist bitch that kills people for no discernible reason. There's like
Then
no
that's
reason that he
fucking
does
stupid.
this other than she's a woman.
And deeply
No,
implies
do you
that
know-
he is extremely unethical as a
Do
person.
you know? Actually, I know the reason. Do you want to hear it?
Elaborate.
So in episode 2, she says she wants to make the world back to when it snapped, and because like that's a like really empty statement, and then the more you realize every single time what she did is basically just stealing supplies from people who is basically not having enough supplies and just give it to themselves for usage. So what they basically implied is she wants to go back to the world before the snap is to steal other people's supply for their own gain.
Oh my god, that's
That's
actually incredibly fucking selfish. Holy shit.
Yeah,
That's
so I was right.
I-
So
John,
he was
like-
simping for her for no discernible reason other than she's a woman. I'm
Right.
pretty sure he's just a cuck. Sam Wilson has a cuck fetish in this TV show.
So, like, on God, I want you to make sure this is clear, right? It's just literally just like a group of people who are like, "Wow, life sure was better before
Hi,
the
Kuro.
the snap happened / the like before things went to shit. Maybe we should be entitled to all of the things we had before the snap right now,
Kuro,
while the
we're
government's
talking-
trying to fix the underlying issues that are causing
talking-
things to not be like the snap in the first place."
We're talking about the MCU, Kuro, because organized show here brought up the Falcon Winter Soldier show.
Yeah, the only reason I watched it because I was still in the hype train of like Phase 4 is gonna be like really cool. They gotta have promises, so I just watch it weekly, and I realized it's gonna be all downhill.
Yeah, there's totally potential that they could do. These are really interesting characters that they could do stuff with. You were in that cycle.
Yeah.
I guess we should keep going.
Our criticisms of the show, but
Oh,
yeah.
yes. That's some
And
funny
it's-
timing.
Frankly, it's I feel it's weird. Disney said so, so you just have to accept it. Disney is kind of running the canon right now. They are.
Okay.
I don't know.
Okay, I don't have to
what the
accept
fuck.
the canon.
I don't have to accept
So
it. no.
bad.
Is art able
bad.
to be perceived on a subjective level, organized chaos, yes or no? And if so, does your subjective perception of the media define your experience with the media and define how you view the media?
Well, did you consider that organized chaos is dumb?
Yeah,
No, I hadn't actually.
also-
Give me a second. I'll think that
that's
one
the
over.
point, but just in general, I can disagree with. Not only can I not agree with the canon, but I can also just disagree with the creative choices. I can say this is a bad choice, and OC, you believe this too, because if you didn't, you can't make any statements on quality ever.
Well, I mean,
when it comes to a series. I can look at these installments of the series and be like, no, I think this is bad and this is a bad choice because this, and this.
Mm-hmm.
Like, it's so frustrating because this is such basic stuff that I don't. It feels weird to try to explain it, you know?
Yeah, it doesn't feel like I should have to.
You like, what argument is even in this? Like, and it's not even really Disney. It's Marvel. Marvel is saying this, and
Who
yeah, you can say
cares?
Disney owns Marvel, sure, but it's Marvel saying that Sam Wilson is Captain America.
I don't care who's saying it.
If Marvel says Sam Wilson is Captain America, and your response is no, you need a better counter argument than, oh, that's just Disney. You do. You fucking do.
Okay, so
Yeah, and people do explain it. What do you
Nerd
mean?
Rock. You know, it doesn't even matter. You're
I guess
you're using
the
this as an example.
argument should be that OC has the responsibility to. This is like too far for him to go, right? But he ought to be going out of his way to seek the best understanding of a position he disagrees with, so that he can best know how to like counter it.
Except we've already established that he doesn't care about that. Like
Oh, that's
outright,
true.
he
He
said
also
that.
doesn't care, but it's also unethical to not care.
According
I
to
was
him.
gonna say that's like multiple steps past what OC is willing to do. This is a guy who is willing to like cover a video on a show he hasn't watched. You know?
Yes. Yeah. Mr. Chaos is not known for engaging in best practice when it comes to,
The
intellect.
EFAP community literally knows him as, oh yeah, the bad faith guy. That's basically his reputation.
Not on
He
dessert
is
in
the
his life.
better help of being ethical.
Yes, he is the better help of criticism.
That's brutal.
Of him being
Yo, how long until
racist,
the fucking FDA
sexist,
fucking comes
and
with us?
homophobic.
We do not recommend. You're gonna
This
fine
is just
OC
racist.
$7 million.
Which is his opinion to have, and that's okay. Him thinking that Steve Rogers is the one true Captain America doesn't hurt anybody. This is the epitome of everyone I don't like is a racist. And here is a...
Well, it's just, if nothing else, it's just factually incorrect. Steve Rogers is not the one true Captain America. He hasn't been for quite a long time. Hell, but we had Bucky before Sam. He has been the one true Captain America for a while. Comic book characters, especially popular comic book characters, have mantles that get passed down. And Captain America has become one of those.
He's strange.
Also,
you're surrendering the point.
Spider-Man wasn't one of those literally until Miles Morales.
of Robert's debating ability. He
Captain
said
America wasn't
Oh my
really
fucking
one
God.
of those.
I'll be generous and say
outside of a
characters
few,
like Flash have had multiple people as the moniker for a while.
Yeah,
says that Sam Wilson is Captain America because Disney said so.
Whoops, sorry.
One person. You know?
Yeah.
And he goes by that name.
Like, Captain America is established to you. Generally, if people say Captain America, you assume it's Steve Rogers. You do not assume it's Falcon.
Sam.
Yeah, you don't assume it's Sam Wilson. And in fact, I feel like I could ask 100 people who they think is
and
Captain America.
My name is Marco Perregos.
100 random people on the street, and I'd probably get Steve Rogers most of the time.
Yeah, you would.
If the people even know who I'm talking about.
Saldana, and I'm going to be having sex with my wife tonight. My point here.
It is also really funny that Organized Chaos did like.
I don't even
surrender the
begin
point
to
entirely.
understand what your point is.
He was about to say what his point was. As soon as he cut him off, he literally said, "My point is."
So Marvel controls the canon and wrote the script where Sam Wilson took the mantle of Captain America.
I don't care.
You can't
what
just
Marvel
then
said.
take on
Don't give a
somebody
shit.
else's name. It's not the same thing.
I
That is
No, it is.
not the point
I
you
care
think
what
it
was
is, bro.
Good lord.
It's a
the moment I
non-point
got
at
to
best.
the moment I seen Captain America 4, I'm gonna kill myself.
Yeah, man. It'll be funny, I think.
It's gibberish, frankly.
I was gonna
What
say,
are you?
you
You
need
want to
to
argue
don't
my
kill yourself.
argumentative
I need
No,
to
don't.
watch your stream on it.
abilities? The fuck was that?
Yay.
Oh, Organized
No,
Chaos
they're
says something
like
funny here.
Think it is, bro. It's a non-point at best. It's gibberish, frankly. You want to argue my argumentative abilities? What the fuck was that shit?
Like, I would say calling a black man an Uncle Tom is super bigoted.
I mean,
I know you don't agree with it, but it's not something I would ever feel comfortable saying.
You are aware there's a movie titled Uncle Tom. I mean, if it's so bad, why would there be a movie named after that?
Every
What the fuck, man?
So you're defending it.
What a W.
Like I said again, what is it? The Magical Society, or the American Society of Magical N-words?
I mean, it's not inaccurate.
Oh, that's the worst one. It's not
it really
inaccurate.
is. I just want to point out that his ethical system is if it's in a movie title, then it's okay.
It's also, if it's accurate, it's okay, I guess.
Sure.
You know what? You guys keep using the magical one, but there's a movie from a long time ago that's like an exploitation film.
I was about to say, I think I know what you mean.
It involves Black Sheriff in a white man's town, where it's just boss N-word.
Oh,
and it's
shit.
Like, that's a movie title, so you know. Come on, Bob.
No idea what he did. He has no idea what he just did there.
Yes, he doesn't, because if you tried to make that argument to him, he'd be like, "Well, what are you doing? You're looking to say, "Tay the Star, wow, it doesn't reflect very well on your character." Like, dog, I don't know. That's the position you take. It sounds like you're doing the same thing.
He is a typical side-cuck political retard. Where it's
I think he's getting cooked for real, except that's the point.
It's with this fits with my political position, and therefore it's okay, or therefore it's righteous.
I'm starting to think that actual fandom could say just about anything, and you try and defend it.
Yeah, he's on his team though, right? So of course.
His fate is eventually one of them they'll get drunk on stream one day, and one of them will slip up, and then they'll cancel each other. That's what's going to happen.
That would be funny.
Guarantee you.
God. At least when I get drunk on stream, I just say like retarded shit, and you guys laugh.
Or just get slightly confused.
No, it's not a good response.
I put that in there. He didn't say that. I put that in there after he said it's not inaccurate.
Here is that you can't argue that I've been told this is the case, so therefore it is. That is a stunning lack of critical.
Yes.
Okay, so we've been told that is the case from a source.
He's just agreeing with what the fuck, man.
He's saying, but I appeal to authority as opposed to disproving the underlying
that
argument.
would know.
The sky is
certainty.
blue. Okay, but the sky is red.
It's a source by someone who went outside.
I've seen it because I
so
watched Falcon the Winter Soldier, so I saw Sam Wilson take on the mantle of Captain.
My local priest told me the sky is red, so it's red.
Of Captain America, so I know Sam Wilson is Captain America. This is bizarre, Alastor. This is really fucking bizarre. He took on the mantle. I literally saw him take on the mantle.
By the way, the synopsis for Captain America 4 is he has to earn himself as Captain America again.
What? Are you serious?
God.
No.
I guess it didn't take the first time.
My impression was that he was like rejecting the label once he realized the baggage that it would come under. Is that not the case?
I guess not.
Did you
Consider
that a black he's a black and therefore he has to accept it twice?
What? I didn't understand that.
Yeah.
I get it now. It makes sense.
That was just me making fun of the idea.
Oh, okay, I gotcha.
It's right there in the fucking show.
It would be kind of funny, like if the moral point of Captain America 4 was that Sam ought to reject the label of Captain America, so that all of the people who like flipped on Twitter were like, but Disney said it was, and like if you don't agree, then you're racist. Have to have a
Like, I
backpedal
don't-
hard. Like it wasn't racist when I had to when I did it and insisted that he ought to be called Captain America.
Even know what the argument is at this point.
It would be very funny.
It was very funny. Like, yeah, actually, they're good at throwing it like. You could have him trying to be. You could have that be like an interesting, like phonetic thing of him trying to live up to Captain America and trying to basically play Steve, and then like at the end of the movie, he realizes, no, I'm not Steve. I'm.
Yeah, bingo. I'm Sam, and I need to like if I'm to fulfill the idea of what a Captain America ought to be, I need to fill it in my own way.
Yeah, and you could even have him be like, is actually just insulting to Steve that his view has to be carried through just this idea of Captain America rather than just the ideas themselves. Is actually cheapening Steve's
It could. Yeah, you could also. Yeah, you could make it so that like the idea the government or the public has of what a Steve Captain America is does not actually comport with what the Steve Captain America was, and so Falcon has to like try and balance what Steve's Captain America is, what everyone else's perception of what Steve's Captain America was, and his own like moral system where it may differ from Steve, how he wants to be as Captain America. He has to balance all three at the same time. There's a whole lot you could do with that.
Yes,
don't
they're
you worry.
fucking not gonna.
No.
Oh, don't you worry. They got 3 reshoots already. So do you know what what are those reshoots for?
I have no
So
idea.
that-
Probably to add more extra, even better scenes.
Yeah, the first reshoot is to, erase the character who's Israel into not being Israel.
Ah, I see.
Oh,
good
it's
strategy
right.
there. Let's see how that pays off.
We have to.
No, that's great.
I wish I was in Canada.
Look,
Yeah.
we as Disney have to have a moral duty to remove the Jews. We don't have any history with Nazism at all. That might be,
Yeah,
awkward
Mr. Disney does not have any comment at this time on his position on the Jewish question.
I'm gonna be honest with you, man. All these big companies turning against the Jews and like trying to fuck them over is really damaging the Nazis' egos on the internet. I mean, they're getting
It is
proved
very
wrong
funny.
in real time.
Yes,
This
it's
is
very
fucking
funny that like
amazing.
Nick Fuentes and Richard Spencer are just fucking flailing with what the fuck are they supposed to do now that like the Jews narrative is falling the fuck apart. Because wow, what the fuck do you know? Jews don't actually control everything in the world. What the fuck am I supposed to do now?
Hey, do you want to hear more reshoots reasons?
Sure,
So,
I'd
do you
love
remember?
to.
Yeah.
I'd love to, yeah.
So do you know that I can't pronounce his name. The guy from Breaking Bad. The
Gus?
most iconic Gus.
Hank.
So yep. So that actor, it's being reshoot. So the original script doesn't have him, doesn't have his character. They just reshoot the entire thing, just to put Gus in this film as one of the main villains.
I see.
Yep.
That's one
And the
guy.
fact
Very
that
wise.
this. Yep. So they basically reshoot the entire film just to put this one villain played by Gus in this film. For I don't even know. Yeah.
Wow.
Trying to say that he's not
Yeah.
when he objectively is. That's one of the few objective arguments you can make in art. Objectively, Sam Wilson takes on the mantle of Captain America in that show. Objectively, Sam Wilson is the star of the new Captain America movie.
That's correct. And
this is bizarre to argue against objective facts, which you're doing right now, Alistair. Do you realize that? And you're doing it all in the service of these dipshits who have warped your brain.
I have one too.
It's
but
a
I
little
think I'll let
sad,
you do
bro. You
yours
need to break
because
out of
mine
this
is-
content. You really do.
Yeah, but
Thinking
it's
there,
also
pal.
gonna-
Divorced from the
so I'll let
conversation
you
of
do
Captain
yours.
America, you
He is desperately trying to convince Alistair that
They're
that
bad.
people are being racist against him and that he's a victim. He's so desperate to do that. It's really weird to listen to.
It is kind of, it's a bit disturbing in a way.
It's kind of gaslighting, to be honest.
It is kind of.
It's extremely patronizing.
Yeah, and then there's the constant calling him bro as well.
Yeah,
I didn't even
honestly, he
notice
kept
that.
calling him bro so much, I thought he was being racist when he was doing that.
I think it's
thought he saw a
because-
black person on screen and just started calling him bro, but I was like, no, wait, he didn't do it to Eric July. Maybe I'm overstepping things, but
Okay, wait.
I don't know, man.
Have you considered that Eric July is an Uncle Ruckus?
Oh yeah, that's true.
Well, his chat already declared that Alastor was, so I mean.
Well, his chat
And
did,
Eric
but he
July.
hasn't- Maybe he hasn't come to that conclusion yet.
Oh, his chat will glide him along, I guess.
Yes.
This is pretty scummy. He's way more scummy in this video than I first
You
realized.
cannot sit here and think this is a good defense to your point. And the last thing I want to touch on in this section is
so yeah, objective
It's very
facts are
funny
not
to
a
watch
good
him
defense of my
actually
point.
like
Okay, cool.
That's
awesome.
half the principles I thought he even had.
Oh my
Like, watch him
god, this is
undermine his own
I
position.
told you this stream was crazy, right?
Yeah.
Wait, what did he just say? Because it
a
sounded
good
like he said
defense to
objective facts doesn't don't prove
your point. And the last thing I want to touch on in this
He said it sarcastically.
section is
So yeah, objective facts are not a good defense of my point. Okay, cool. That's awesome.
another
Oh,
instance
I
of him
see.
behaving
So-
shocked at something Rags would say, yet he never
So
explained.
he
Are you
acknowledges the
autistic?
idea. God
Yeah.
damn, dude.
Well, no, it sounds like he is actively pretending not to understand the sarcastic tone. That's
I
why I
don't
have to
know.
ask, Osi, are you autistic? And I'm saying this as an autistic person.
Wait, huh?
So I'm saying this as an autistic person. Osi, are you autistic? Because you clearly missed that sarcasm.
I think OC's mom used his head as a football too many times when he was a kid, and this is the result.
I think he's just fucking stupid. I'm gonna be real.
True. He doesn't get the autism.
Is why
part.
he's
Even if
saying
he's
wow.
autistic, he doesn't get it.
But it doesn't
no, I
show
think it's just-
what you think it shows.
I get
His
If anything-
greatest disability in life really is just fucking stupidity.
Wow, dude.
Why are you saying wow?
I mean, that
What
is a hell
Wow,
of a
because-
disability.
He is literally doing what you just
He's
did
like
and ignoring
comedian voters
objective
who were asking
reality.
if Joe Biden dropped out on election day.
And he's
my
doing it to
God.
court a bigoted fan
I
base.
forgot
Again, not saying all his
about
fans are bigots. I'm not calling you a
Fucking
bigot,
kill me,
Alistair.
dude.
Wait, what do you mean you're not calling him a
If-
bigot? You called him
Well,
racist earlier. You just said he was racist,
I-
but not
I was gonna say,
on purpose.
are
Except
all
you
the
said
people who voted for what was it? What's his name? Robert Kennedy. Even though he had dropped out.
what?
There was like a candidate that like dropped out, but he was still on the ballot, and a bunch of people voted for him, despite that.
But I am saying these guys do court that audience. And by doing
I'm just
fucking
learning who the candidates are today.
dog whistly shit like these tweets
Good job.
that we already covered, Nerdrotic does purely for the fucking money.
OC has a Patreon.
It's pushing.
He does.
He does. He also,
also gets super
he also
chats.
has a monetized,
Rarely.
Yeah, he also has a monetized YouTube channel. So
Yeah, he has
OC
memberships.
When are you going to disable your ads? When are you going to turn off your Patreon?
Never.
I assume it's tomorrow.
A racist dog whistle, bro. It's that simple.
Stop it. Like,
Objectively, what Nerdrotic says in that tweet is true. But we all know
What?
why he doesn't
Oh.
say Miles Morales is Spider-Man.
Oh!
the one on the left. He means the one on the left.
He said what Nerdrotic said.
Yeah, which is on
He
the.
said what
Oh.
objectively what Nerdrotic said is
Oh.
true, but it's racist.
Oh.
OC
Wait,
does
so-
not have the intellectual capacity to handle the conversation that follows what he just said. I don't think he can handle what's coming. He needs to back away from saying shit like that, bro. That is a minefield of minefields. You don't want to go down that road, bro.
Yeah, he's treading on fucking
Just
thin ice
step
right
away.
now.
Step
Yeah.
away, OC.
Yeah.
Don't go there.
Uh,
You fuck it up.
Wait, hold on. Let me actually. Can I zoom in this?
I thought you were going to say let him cook for a minute.
No.
I mean, we should let him cook. It's really funny.
But also, I'm trying to see
All
what
I'm saying
exactly
is,
he's
look at the
saying
FBI crime
about
statistics.
what's
Oh, Jesus.
No, I was seeing what he said. What is it that Gary said that was racist? But
So he says that
Good
Sam
lord,
Wilson.
we need organized chaos AI voice to read off Nick Fuentes.
Yes.
voice.
Oh my
Holy
God,
shit, that'd be
please.
amazing.
I could figure that out
Oh,
somehow.
that's so good.
We all know why whenever it's the white character, he gives them the proper mantle, but whenever it's the black character, he doesn't. It's not that fucking subtle.
You don't have any basis in that.
No?
You don't know if he doesn't like the
Does he have
Flash
any
characters
examples
either.
of that at all?
No, it's
no. Okay, wait. Hold on. So I see he's talking about Eric July, right?
no. He's talking about Nerdrotic.
I think.
Oh, Gary. Okay. There are black characters though that Gary has given the mantle. Blade. That's like the premier thing. Gary has stated that Wesley Snipes is the only Blade.
No, that's racist because
Yeah, I don't know. It's kind of weird because he's saying giving the mantle, so that means that it has to be a character that exists, and then they make a new one to take over.
as that character's
and then
mantle.
that one that took over is
Wait a minute.
white.
What's
Nerdrotic
the name
has
of
it.
that-
That's bad.
Wait. What's the name of that fucking Spider-Man clone that existed for a little bit?
Ben
He
Reilly?
was the Silk Spider. Yes, Ben Reilly.
Oh wait, Silk Spider?
Yeah, he was Spider-Man for a bit, but he was white. He was literally a clone of Peter Parker, but he doesn't get the mantle from Gary. So that immediately disproves it. Gary's never given that mantle of Spider-Man to Ben Reilly.
Yep. Oops.
There we go.
That wasn't too hard, was it?
Bro.
Yeah.
What did Rag say here that
Let
made you
somebody
say
here
that?
watches
It's
your
another
product.
empty appeal to emotion.
No.
Because Robert acts appalled
I
by what
just
Rag
make-
said. It must have been bad. Actually, I lied.
Gary's
There's more.
videos.
He alludes to Rags
Yes,
being racist
but,
because he thinks Sam Wilson is not Captain America.
Say the opposite of what you want it to say. Why would you include this? What is this supposed to tell me about Nerdrotic?
Please saying. Yeah, it's clearly racism, dude. Sam Wilson is Captain America, which is what Chris Evans is replying to.
I feel like we've gone over it plenty on this stream already.
He's not in front of
Okay,
you right now, so he's
clearly
not
racism.
responding to you.
You're saying that's wrong.
Right.
I was
I'm
gonna
saying,
say, we
gee
have-
whiz, I wonder why you're
We have
saying that.
multiple people of multiple, I think political persuasions, but I'm not going to ask that because I feel like it's awkward to disclose that. But just a racist.
Okay, you can-
ethnicities and
He does concede
background
on one
here
thing.
on this stream.
Object to the way I said it. I kind of even look at myself saying it that way. I'm like, yeah, it's a little cringe. But it's yeah,
wait,
it does
it
it does
is cringe.
beg the question why he's saying that, and we've already gone over it ad nauseum at this point.
Okay, look, let's
Oh
be real.
no,
here.
he just immediately
Where
walked back
in
his
those
walk
two
back.
tweets?
Yeah.
Oh yeah, it was a
walked
little much,
back.
but yes, I absolutely stand by it.
Even
why-
the few
why
W's
bother
he
walking
tries to
it
take,
back
he fucks
then?
up. How? I don't get it.
Yeah, why bother walking it back if you're just going to walk back your walk back? Just say, no, I was right there.
Tweets is race brought up. If you
I already brought it up. He only does it for the black characters. He's special that way.
didn't have an image of these two characters, you wouldn't know
Rangi
what
just
race they are.
pretending.
So I have to ask this. Why are you bringing up race in this discussion?
Yeah, that's true. He's the only one bringing up race at all.
Yeah.
Just no one else.
Yeah, like I said, Gary has never referred to Ben Reilly as Spider-Man.
No.
When it is completely divorced from the debate.
Yep.
He's doing it as a racist dog whistle, and I honestly don't think you recognize it because you're so caught up in
No, I
this
just think
content
he-
that you just
he does
don't
it to
recognize it at
gain
this point. And you're
content,
so
but
fucking
that's-
used
Oh,
to.
you're just too
Gary-
stupid. Oh, you poor black man. You are just too dumb to
This is
understand
crazy.
that everybody else is mocking you.
See?
Trust me,
This
I'm
is
the white
me.
man that will
Holy
protect you.
Fuck. Right? This is crazy.
Don't
What the
worry,
hell?
black man, I can protect you.
Holy shit.
You can leave all the thinking to me, the white man. I will protect you.
Man.
It is, in fact, my burden to protect you.
Jesus Christ. I didn't even catch that. Yeah. This is insane. This is actually just delusional.
And Rag doing this shit, but yes, it's racist dog whistles as I've explained ad nauseum.
I do one part of me wonders if he actually comprehends that Alastor isn't there in front of him right now. And that he's
He
not
does this
responding to
all
him.
the time.
No, I'm
you
serious.
bring this up all the time too. It always feels maybe he just part of me thinks it's it's the fact that he's always doing this for clout. General, you know.
Tags are racist is pure
So
conjecture.
he's hoping the person's gonna do like a response video to them.
Oh, hey, Mandrill's in the chat. I just saw. What's up?
Yeah, Iron.
Because the
let
only
me
person
pull
bringing
up
up race
chat
in
on
this
my-
conversation is him. But
Yeah.
finally jumping ahead, Robert skips over when Rags clarifies what a nitpick is, only to completely misunderstand Rags' point.
I'm not nitpicking. To be clear, mate, we are clearly operating on different definitions of nitpick. I will clarify. What is a nitpick? To me, a nitpick is a valid criticism that of a piece of media, like a story or whatnot, a production, that ultimately does not impact the plot or the characters. So maybe a little bit of a continuity error in the background, or maybe there's some editing mistake, or maybe maybe an extra is wearing jeans in the Middle Ages or something like that. Little bitty things, right? Just little things that you point out. It's like, that's wrong, that should be changed, but ultimately it's not a big deal. Maybe part of a set that isn't painted, something like that. The things that I talked about are specific canon breaks. They are inconsistencies in the story. They create plot holes within the continuity of Star Wars, or they are the assassination of...
So, Mandrill, so there's Organized Chaos watching Rags watching the video Alistair made, which includes clips from video Rags made on the video that Organized Chaos made, on the video that Rags made, on the video that Organized Chaos made.
Yeah, this is a response to a response to a response video. And then on top of that, it's also a response to a video criticizing that response to a response to a response video. So it's like multiple. This is
Okay,
we are
Rags, sure.
in eldritch levels of response here.
What were the assassinations in the Star Wars canon in Obi-Wan Kenobi? I'd love to hear that.
Characters like Obi-Wan.
I wonder if he's gonna skip it again.
Allowing Darth Vader to live at the end, or yes.
How does it not break canon?
Okay, let me break this down. I'm gonna try to break this.
Yeah, I even misspoke there. I jumped in. How does it break canon? Because I'm not sure remotely how it breaks canon.
Down in an ad
Okay,
kind
so
of way.
if you guys noticed that, where he started leaning forward to skip ahead before Rags said that that it was bad because he should have killed Darth Vader. He started leaning forward before then to skip it. If you notice at the very beginning of that stream, he says, "Oh, let's get into this," but you can see that he's already watched that video, so he already knows what's coming. And the part that he skipped is when he says Obi-Wan Kenobi used a civilian as a meat shield.
What? Is it in this? You can see it in this.
No, it's not in this. It's in something else.
I was in
looking
one
at.
of the videos.
It's in Rag. Yeah, in Rag's original video. After he says that line, after he says that that Obi-Wan Kenobi should have killed Darth Vader because that would be consistent with his character. After he says that, then he says, and Obi-Wan Kenobi shouldn't have used a civilian as a meat shield.
Are you?
And
You're
Bob
saying?
skipped right before he said that.
Oh, you're saying he did that on purpose?
Yes, that's what I'm saying.
I could buy it.
What Robert's not understanding here is that he's comparing apples to oranges.
You know what?
Rags is on like level 3 understanding, and Robert is on level 1.
True. I haven't seen it, but that does sound pretty.
That sounds par for the course.
Yeah, but it sounds like it's really bad for OC if that's the case. If he's doing that, you shouldn't do that, and that is actually damning for your channel.
Yeah. Well, a lot of
like
things
that
are
means
damning
you know
this
that
channel.
there's stuff you're saying that is fuck, and there's you're being dishonest.
He knows. He admitted
He
earlier.
does. We believe, yeah, and we know he knows, but this is the type of stuff you just do not let a clip exist of, you know?
Yeah, you shouldn't be out there saying this.
If you're going to be a dishonest jackass, at least be competent about it.
Robert is trying to say, how is Obi...
Jesus Christ. So if he's level 3 and I'm level 1, what the fuck are you, Alastor? Are you in the negatives, bro? Like, where are you at, bro?
How is this relevant?
Because I...
Oh, no.
Oh, he's making a joke.
No, wait,
he's saying Alastor's dumb. He's saying he's dumb.
Wait, I was gonna say, wait, is he trying to say that Alastor's a retard? Or is he trying to say that, or is he trying to big time Alastor?
He's talking down to him.
It makes me really uncomfortable that he keeps saying bro. I've never heard him say bro on any other stream before.
I've heard him say it to Drinker, except he said it twice in that video. He said it like, I don't know, a couple dozen times here.
Yeah, it's really weird.
I'm not saying it means anything. All I'm saying is it makes me uncomfortable.
I do think it's because he knows Alastor's younger than him and he's trying to talk down to him. Either way, it's clearly patronizing language that he's pulling. And it's transparent if you've seen his videos.
I'm gonna say it. I think that he's racially coding it.
I said, why didn't he do that with Eric July? If that's the case.
Because Eric July is a big black dude. Alastor's a twink. So it's
I don't
easier for
know.
him to
If
do
you've
that
seen the
to
video, he's had videos of him lifting.
I see, but
Bob doesn't know that. Bob doesn't know that. Don't
except
spoil
he
it for
showed
him.
it.
Bob thinks Alastor's a little twink boy. He doesn't understand.
Oh, he thinks this is what
He's like just a robot. He sees a PFP and he just goes nuts. It awakens something in his loins stir.
Oh no!
His what?
Oh no! Burger, don't worry about it. It's a long story. But yes,
Just the robot's a freak. We can move on.
Yeah.
I'm not gonna gloat, but I'm definitely higher level than you, bro.
I don't
for
believe
sure.
you. No.
Obi-Wan not killing Darth Vader, how does that not break canon? Rags is saying this should not have been a thing that existed in the first place. You shouldn't have put Obi-Wan in a situation where he had to make this stupid decision.
No, he's saying intelligence, yeah.
It's a mistake and an absolute terrible situation to put these characters in the first place. Killing Darth Vader does break canon, but that's not what we're discussing here.
Talking about
that's not what Rags is discussing either. I won't be repeating myself, but Rags is basically saying what I said earlier about a nitpick, where it's an issue that is not necessarily a big deal, but it's still an issue. While Rags is discussing things that are on a much larger, more catastrophic scale in terms of issues. And we then get Robert using emotional appeal again and not explaining why it's
God, he is a Rags fan, isn't he? Holy shit.
Yeah, so what's wrong with that?
I guess, God,
No
the number of,
defense?
I guess when he wraps up this Rags coverage, I should definitely make sure to play that Rags clip again, because it's bad. It's bad.
I hope he
quote
responds to
unquote
it.
fucked up.
Play it
Then
now.
play it, you
Wow.
tard.
Which, by the way, I stand by. I think
Oh,
that's interesting. I think that is a very valid read on Obi-Wan's character here,
Oh
particularly.
yeah, Organized Chaos still maintains that he didn't want Luke to kill Vader somehow.
That's a fucked up read on Obi-Wan's character. I'm sorry. You think Obi-Wan was setting up Luke to kill Vader?
How do you,
You
miss
say
that?
why, and then you play the clip where I'm explaining it, bro.
No.
Let me tell you what the movie did. Obi-Wan
Not
specifically
You
lies.
explaining it.
you didn't explain it. You just said that's a fucked up thing.
Yeah.
to Luke by
Pearl
saying that
clutching
Vader
is not
killed
an explanation.
his father in Episode 4.
Him lying's a retcon.
Oh,
It's-
he's saying it's
like-
a retcon, which I mean, I guess it technically is.
Yeah, it's like if I asked.
So the father part is a retcon. The
Technically,
father
yes.
part is. But even if you look at it as if it was an isolated film and Darth Vader is not Luke's dad, even if you look at it that way, I still think it's a valid read. Like, if I let myself
Return
get
of the
killed
Jedi
here,
confirms
this will
that's the
motivate him.
case. I mean, Return of the Jedi confirms it, although even then.
Right, but Bob's saying it's a retcon because of Return of the Jedi, but I'm saying even if it is a retcon, which it is, that doesn't mean that the look itself and the message it conveys, it doesn't mean that's retcon.
Yeah.
Although he changes
Even
his
in its
argument.
original context, it's still a totally valid read on the scene.
Although he changes his argument here about that, you'll see.
The original
I don't
script
like
was
Vader.
absolutely that he killed that Vader killed Luke's father. That
So he said in the original. So I guess he's saying in the context of A New Hope. He's saying that what he's saying is true, in the context of specifically A New Hope, right?
So what Bob is saying is that so Bob's whole argument hinges on the fact that Darth Vader is Luke's dad. He's saying, oh, so what Rags is saying, what Alastor is saying, what a lot of us are saying is that Obi-Wan was fighting Darth Vader, knew he probably wouldn't win, but saw Luke was there, was like, oh, if I die right here, that will motivate Luke to go after this guy. And he won't be just on the run anymore. He'll take his training seriously. It'll grow a vendetta, and he'll go after this dude. This is our best chance to destroy Darth Vader. And then he let himself get killed. Nowhere in that explanation I just gave does it matter if Darth Luke's dad or not. Nowhere in there. So the right doesn't actually matter on that reading of the scene. Bob is laser focused on it. Laser focused on that retcon element that doesn't actually change the scene at all.
Nope.
was the original script. It was changed for Empire Strikes Back. So that was a retcon that was established after the movie.
Because he knew Luke would not want to kill Vader if it was revealed that Vader was his father.
Before the dark times.
Yeah. It's an obvious retcon. That's why it's so fucking sloppy, bro. Holy shit. Do you think Obi-Wan Kenobi
doesn't
knew
look
he'd
sloppy
be
to me.
put in that situation? Like, the only way this explanation makes sense is if Obi-Wan knew he'd be put in a situation where he would have to let Vader kill him to trick Luke into...
This is so stupid.
Oh.
What?
Wait.
doesn't.
Is he defending Alistair's point now?
I don't know.
The
what he's
only
doing
reason this would
anymore.
make sense if he knew he was in the position to die so that Luke would get motivated. Is that what he's saying?
I have no idea anymore. Honest.
Back like 5 seconds.
It goes by
in that
time, though.
situation.
Stupid.
Like, the only way this explanation makes sense is if Obi-Wan knew he'd be put in a situation where he would have to let Vader kill him to trick Luke into killing Vader. It's the only way it makes sense.
Okay,
or you can
yeah,
accept
yeah,
the
no, I
reality
think I'm right.
that he sacrificed himself to allow Luke and Han and Leia to escape. And
Could be two things.
you know,
Could be
this-
two things. So yeah, if he sacrificed himself to let them escape, it's one thing. But the way he looked at them and he smiled, I think that smile portrays a lot more than, oh, they can run away now. That smile looked like more than that. I don't know, man. I
Nope,
think it's
OG
a
is insistent.
totally valid interpretation.
Nope.
Doesn't mean it's hard fact concrete, but it's
Nope.
a totally valid interpretation. And getting offended and pearl clutchy over it is still ridiculous.
But if you consider that organized chaos says you're wrong.
I was gonna say, have you
I have not
considered
considered that. I don't think I will.
Have you considered this as an interpretation that Chud came up with? And therefore it's automatically wrong, and you're evil for believing it?
Yeah, I don't know who Chud is, so it won't affect me.
You know that the
Chud
Chuds
Lappin,
actually
that's
drink
Karina,
water? The
obviously.
evil Chuds drink water as well? That means you can't drink water, right?
Yeah, Hitler did drink water. That is true.
It's a good point,
this
I
was
heard
written
Hitler
before
liked animals.
they
did.
changed Vader to being Luke's father. And actually, part of the Obi-Wan Kenobi series was to kind of help explain why Obi-Wan Kenobi viewed Vader and Anakin as
I thought that was pretty self-evident from Revenge
different
of the Sith why he would feel
people,
that way.
which I thought it actually did a good job with. That was one of the strengths of that series. It explains
You
how
can even
I
get
guess
that from the
Bob
original
could not pick that up from the original trilogy. Well, most people did, Bob couldn't, but that's okay because he has a degree.
that he hasn't used ever. I've done more with my degree than he has in his life, and I'm
You
half
don't
his
even
age.
have your degree yet.
Well, to be fair, Bob was, before he got the degree, while he was working on it, he worked on a film set. So,
And I'm saying he hasn't done
technically,
anything
Dude, I've
related to the
you
degree.
motherfucker.
But
I work on film tech every
counterpoint.
day. You fuck.
Counterpoint
His film
second.
degree.
He has a film degree?
Burger can spell the name of his degree. That's my counterpoint.
I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about his film degree, yeah. He's got a degree in, I think it's some sort of filmography or something like that.
Oh.
And he's this bad at
Camera
talking
guy.
about movies? It's just
He is
embarrassing.
this bad, yeah.
Fuck.
Yeah, and yet he has to rely on shitting on Nerdrotic to keep his channel.
For just being irrelevant, yeah. I mean, he already is, except, you know.
Obi-Wan kind of had to bury Anakin and embrace that he's just Darth Vader now.
He needed the Kenobi show to spell it out for him because he didn't get it.
That's actually one of the cool things it did.
Yep.
Wow.
Before the Empire.
How did my father die?
A young Jedi named Darth Vader, who was a pupil of mine until he turned to evil, helped the Empire hunt down and destroy the Jedi Knights.
Obi-Wan allowed Vader to kill him with a knowing smirk on his face once he spotted Luke observing the fight. Luke reacts in blind rage and shoots at...
Yes, the smirk is because he sees Luke and realizes even though he's pinned, even though he's not going to escape, all hope is not lost.
Wow.
Luke will escape.
That's a
Victory
fine
is
read,
not over just
but,
because he's gone.
I mean, it's also
Darth
a fine
Vader when
read.
Obi-Wan is
That's
killed.
because he
And
knows
to
he's
stack that on
motivating
top,
Luke.
when Luke
I'm
confronts
saying
Obi-Wan
both of
about
those
the
are
lie
good,
and
but
says
for
that
whatever
he
reason,
cannot
Bob
kill his own
only
father, Obi-Wan
accepts the
says,
runaway
then the
smirk
Emperor has already
interpretation.
won.
Yeah. So real quick.
Then the Emperor has already when Obi-Wan is killed. And to stack that on top, when Luke confronts Obi-Wan about the lie and says that he cannot kill his own father, Obi-Wan says, then the Emperor has already won.
Slam dunk right there. It's over.
No,
Like,
he's gonna say retcon.
No, he says something worse.
Yeah. So real quick. Do you remember in the Return of the Jedi where Luke kills his own father? Do you remember that scene? That's right. It doesn't fucking happen. Luke turns his father.
What?
That's right.
Wait,
That's
wait,
right.
what the fuck?
I told you.
Oh my god.
This is the fattest hell I've seen him take. I can't with this fucking guy. Just can't do it.
I was not expecting that. Holy shit.
Right?
Okay. All right.
Like, where do we go
granted,
from
it's
here?
been a long time since I've watched those movies, but I remember it pretty well that Obi-Wan and everyone else wanted Luke to kill his father and fully believed that that was the only way to stop the Empire. It was not like it's set in stone prophecy, but they thought that was the only way, and Luke just did not want to kill him. He thought he could redeem him, didn't want to kill him. At the very end, when he had the choice to kill him, he held his principles and he spared his father and be that his father killed the Emperor. So that was kind of the whole point of the last movie. That was the whole point of the grand finale.
No.
That's fucking nuts that Bob missed that.
Yeah, actually, it's
Guess-
really late now, so I have to go.
Alright.
Alright, have a good one, man.
Have a good one.
Thanks. Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah.
Ficus, this isn't it, man. It gets even worse. Can you believe it? It gets worse.
Alright, man.
Why didn't you tell me?
So now he gets to watch the actual exchange from Return of the Jedi, right? So let's see how this goes.
You told me Vader betrayed and murdered my father.
Your father was...
Wait, does he say kill or does he say confront? I thought it was about
Oh my
confronting his father,
God.
not killing his father.
What do you
No,
think? What does he think is going to happen? What the fuck? Oh, how is this guy real?
think about it. It's been a couple years since I've seen Return of the Jedi.
Why was he speaking with so much confidence then? If he doesn't fucking know, then why was he pearl clutching so hard over a detail as small as a smirk? That is fucking nuts.
This is crazy.
Seduced by the dark side of the Force. He ceased to be Anakin Skywalker and became Darth Vader. When
Santa,
that
are you
happened,
good, man?
the good man
You haven't
who
said
was your
anything
father
yet.
was destroyed. So what I told you
he's
is true.
doing things.
From a certain point of
He
view.
said he has.
Yeah, the certain point of view is
reason
always
to
made fun of because it's an obvious retcon.
No,
It's
what-
very
what?
obvious, bro.
What?
There is still good in him.
What?
Maybe a light-hearted jab here and there. I've
Twisted
seen it in memes a lot, but people don't hate it from like general consensus. I don't know that many people who hate it, and even if they do, it's totally fine. It's a
The
good
most I've
line.
ever
It shows
heard-
that he's a sneaky bastard.
Yeah, the most I've ever heard is people sometimes say Return of, that there are 2.5
Yeah.
Star Wars movies. That's the the harshest thing I've heard that when it comes to like the OT.
And that's not about that line in particular.
It's about
Yeah.
the entire package.
Yeah, I think he's taking it as,
anything
oh,
most
people say that's true from a certain point of view as a meme, and since it's in a meme, that must mean that they think it's bad and they're making fun of it. I think that's where his line of logic is going. If it's
Well,
in a
that's-
meme, it must be bad.
Well, the problem is you're assuming he has a line of logic, and I'm not sure we can make that conclusion here.
I am trying here, okay?
I get
Which
it.
means
Look, I get
that
it.
most good movies are bad because a lot of really good movies have like lines that have been meme.
I can't do it, Ben.
You cannot escape your destiny. You must face Darth Vader again.
I can't.
Yeah, no, it's not about killing him. It's about facing him. It's,
Oh my god.
Oh my god.
Kill my own father.
It's probably the biggest comprehension fail I've ever witnessed.
Then the Emperor
So it's Luke that says, is it Luke that says I can't kill my own father?
Jesus Christ.
I think Luke says I can't
You
kill my own
literally
father.
just heard
The-
it.
Obi-Wan
the
doesn't say you
funny
have to
thing
kill him.
is,
Obi-Wan.
It's literally Luke saying I can't kill my own father, and Obi-Wan saying that the Emperor has already won.
Except Bob talks over that, so he doesn't hear the second half of that.
One just says you have
he
to
literally pauses right before.
face him.
Yes.
Very different things. Very different.
Come on.
Doesn't change anything about the scene.
Wait,
Changes
does he
nothing.
fight for the rest of the scene?
He does. He even rewinds it. Oh yeah, he rewinds it.
Yeah, Leia was a retcon as well. Absolutely.
Was destroyed.
I'm pretty sure
So
Leia
what I
was in
told
the
you was
original
true.
movie.
From certain
He's saying the fact that Leia was the other chosen one.
I know.
There is still good in him.
No, let's be real here. He would be dumb enough to say something like that.
He's more machine now than man.
So he gets to see it twice. Let's see if he figures it out.
I can't do it, Ben.
Hey X, we're watching the biggest comprehension fail ever witnessed.
Cannot escape your destiny. You must face Darth Vader again.
I can't kill my own father.
True, Bobby. Okay, so it's Luke that says I can't kill him. It's Luke. It's not Obi-Wan. Obi-Wan's just saying you gotta face him.
God.
And then Obi-Wan says that
then the Emperor has already won.
Sounds like Obi-Wan.
So that's absolutely what Obi-Wan Kenobi meant.
Nope, it didn't happen. He didn't hear it, so it didn't happen.
Needed Luke to kill Vader to defeat the
but we are also live.
Empire.
Keep that in mind.
No, because they're just essentially they're saying, well, Yoda was saying he's not ready,
yes,
but
we
Obi-Wan's
are
saying,
live.
you got to confront him, which is what Luke did confront him. He didn't kill him. It was Luke's words to kill him, not Obi-Wan. Pay attention,
and
bro.
Obi-Wan agreed. And
You're
Obi-Wan
hilarious.
heard Luke say kill, and he said, "Oh shucks, then we're dead if you won't kill him."
That's what Obi-Wan was implying. Like, how do you miss that?
It wasn't implying, he literally said it.
Oh.
Oh, no,
All right, hold on. Obi-Wan, to make it as clear as possible, Obi-Wan says, "You must face him." Luke says, "I can't kill him." Obi-Wan says, "Then they already won." So,
Yeah, that's what he was
since
implying. He has to
since
kill
he's replying
Vader.
to Luke, yeah, so the words, "You must kill him," never came out of Obi-Wan's mouth. But
Don't say he was implying
after
that,
Luke
Barker.
said, I know, but after Luke said, "I can't kill him," then Obi-Wan said, "Oh, then we've already lost." So
Then we're fucked.
it's not like a tongue-in-cheek like implication. It is like a set in stone. This is what he meant implication. It's very solid. He may as well have just said it if you actually just watched the scene, but forgot that last line.
Yeah.
No, except if you considered that oh, Kuro just left us.
No, I
because-
haven't. I'm not going to consider.
Yeah, Kuro's probably just gonna be in chat. It's fine.
Yeah.
Kuro dropped in and out. But we
He
love
might be
Kuro.
back. We do love Kuro. I love him. He's awesome.
He is an awesome dude.
Yes.
Like I said, yeah, he's a moderator on my Discord, so.
I got tired of using the SpongeBob clip, so I just inserted this.
Which is what Luke
At the
did
end
confront
here.
him. He didn't kill him. It was Luke's words to kill him, not Obi-Wan. Pay attention, bro.
You're hilarious. You're one of the dumbest people I've ever met, and you're just so. It's the perfect mix of being stupid and being confident.
I will not be debunking Robert's arguments on media often, so don't get used to it. It's also really funny that Robert is statistically the only person on the internet that doesn't agree with this assessment.
Good night, Iron.
No,
By the way,
he said that a while ago, actually.
Oh, okay. Well, he'll watch the VOD.
Regardless, yeah.
I'll force him to watch it.
Oh man,
dude, that is.
He's
this
my
is crazy.
well, he is my podcast host, so I have to
True.
force him to do things that are unpleasant.
Oh, get a load of this.
Such a self-report. Almost nobody agrees with that assessment. The only people who do and parrot it ad nauseum are Rags fans. So if you think that the only
no, I happen to like Rags, and I happen to okay, that's fine. How about you actively give an argument that refutes that assessment outside of oh, that's fucked up.
No, too hard.
Yeah,
It's
given
so like if it's just like if you
refusal.
think everybody disagrees with that, it tells me you're getting a lot of your information from internet message boards and shit like that.
Oh, this is hilarious.
Whoa. Whoa,
What?
where did that come from?
No, it gets even funnier, dude.
I
Sano,
know where he's going now, but I don't know how he got to this
I don't
point.
think you know where he's going. I don't think anyone knows where.
Yeah,
It
that's
has to be going to 4chan and Kiwi
No,
Fox.
no, no,
It
no,
has
no.
to. Nobody
That's not what I
says
mean.
word image board without following it up with one of those two.
Image board is usually associated with 4chan, yeah.
Yeah, it's
True,
like
I can confirm.
Sano,
It's
are you
4
there? You need to hear this, man.
it's 4chan or Reddit, depending on which side of the political aisle you're talking about.
Hold on, I need to make sure Sano hears this.
Also, party, you know, you're a veteran of the internet message boards. Did you know about this interpretation from these message boards, or did you know it before then? Or did you not know about it at all? That's also an
Should I just... Are you guys... I don't think you guys are ready for this.
Yeah. Also, is party here?
Me.
He's here. Alright,
Oh,
let's do
I
it.
see him in chat. I see him in chat. Okay.
I doubt you're talking to Rags fans IRL. If you talk to anybody IRL, they're not going to agree with that read at all. At all.
I've
And the
I've
fact
talked to,
again, it's
okay, I've
really a
talked to
cell
Hold on,
phone
people
that you
hold
think
about
that
the read, and they
everybody
say
agrees
they're
with Rags on that.
Hold on.
no, not
Because
at all.
everybody I've talked to doesn't agree with Rags on that. At all. At all.
Okay,
And maybe
everyone
you're
I
gonna say,
talked
well,
to
you know,
does
I'm in
right
my
now.
bubble.
Hold on.
Dude, I not only yes, I do have an internet group. I do have that. But I also have like people in real life I talk to regularly, people I meet randomly and regularly.
Randomly and regularly? Which is it?
Wait. Yeah,
No,
My
no,
God.
no. Benefit of the doubt here. He regularly meets people that are
Randomly.
like random individuals. I'll a little benefit of the doubt for him there.
true,
No,
true.
except like,
I
come on, does anyone
also
believe this? Come on, just look at him. Look
wait,
at
hold
him.
on. I also go
If he's
to
in
my
service work, I totally get it. Like,
yeah,
it depends on what job he has, but if
Didn't
he's
you say he
like,
worked at a
if he
meat
has a
clerk or
job where
something?
he's dealing with customers, totally possible.
Yeah,
I
excuse me, he's
also
talking about
go
Return of the Jedi to his customers?
Bro,
yeah,
you would not believe the conversations I have with like random coworkers and shit.
Same with what I've had with drivers, but just
Sano,
in
are
general.
you hearing this?
I
Barely,
can
yeah.
assume he goes. Yeah, I can
We need to
assume
go
he goes
back.
to like. I can assume he goes to his like local bar or whatever, and maybe chats people up. I could believe that.
He tries to riz
No,
people
that,
up.
hold on, that I'm gonna doubt.
OC's rizzing people
If
up.
I saw somebody that looked like Bob at a bar, I don't think I'd bring myself to talk to him.
But wait,
Maybe he
that's
starts the conversation.
Maybe that sounds mean. I don't
Like,
know.
no,
He
no,
gives them
saying.
creepy vibes.
No, fuck this guy.
Oh,
I
that
would
sounds
think,
even worse. I'm sorry. I'm trying not to be that mean.
My question would be
But-
like, I don't think that the people he talks to are actually that sort of like that randomly sorted. I would imagine. I assume that it's very
Oh,
possible
you heard
he
it. I was asking to make sure you heard it.
like a bubble of people in his real life. Like we don't know. So like just saying I talk to people in real life isn't an out.
No, except
like-
come on. He's not.
Yeah,
There's
well,
no way.
what's weird is he says he talks to people regularly and randomly, which doesn't really mean anything.
And this
so,
also follows up. This guy probably goes on message boards all the time. Unlike me, organized chaos. I talk to people in real life.
I talk to the streets.
Oh yeah, I didn't even catch that. That's really weird. Calling Alastor a shut-in and himself as the social butterfly. That is a bizarre thing to throw
I
into
think
a
I'm
live
telling
stream.
you, he's coping right now. This is insane cope.
You know, and I don't
you
always
may
discuss
know all those that internet communities and
Return of
stuff,
the
but
Jedi
I
with them,
know
but
the real
occasionally shit
people.
like that does come up. Nobody agrees with this read at
I
all.
know a full
Nobody.
3 people in real life.
Moving on, Robert
outside
groans
of, like,
about
the internet, so therefore I am a
No,
I'm
except
an
like
authority.
I can't like get over this. Imagine being this fucking guy and you're so stupid that you're willing to rail against basically the entire Earth on the point that Obi-Wan wanted Luke to kill Vader.
Well, he's
Just
saying that nobody on Earth actually believes that. He's saying that those people aren't real. And if they are,
Nobody
they're Rags
outside,
fans or they're image
nobody
board
outside of
users.
nobody outside Rags fans or internet.
Wait, hang on. Maybe I
That's his
zoned
argument. I don't
hard.
believe it. I don't know.
As
Maybe I'll ask
talking.
some people about Star Wars.
It's an entirely reasonable reading of story.
So,
Even if
which
it's
reading are we
made
talking
up-
about? Because I remember, like, that Bob doesn't think that Obi-Wan like sacrificed himself to get Luke to hate Vader.
Yeah,
which
that's
not
but still on that.
That's not a
that's the reason.
terribly popular position. I think most people just haven't considered that idea. Whereas, like, the idea that like Obi-Wan wanted Luke to kill Vader is like fucking textual. Like, he says that basically. Either you kill Vader or the Emperor wins. If is Bob contesting that in Return of the Jedi, Obi-Wan did not want Luke to kill Vader?
Yes.
Oh my
Fucking
god. I
God.
forgot he did that. You're right.
What do you mean? It just happened. Yeah, he's
I know
trying
it
to
just
say.
happened, but I got tunnel vision. He
So
got
what
tunnel
happened?
vision on that point, and then I got tunnel vision on it. Oh, fuck me.
So Sano, what happened?
That's fucking comical.
No. It's worse than that. So he says he literally watches twice. He watches the scene of Obi-Wan saying of Luke
Then the
going, "I
Emperor-
can't kill my." Yep, he hears that twice and still doesn't get it. And then he still says, "No, Obi-Wan just wanted Luke to confront Vader. He didn't say kill him."
You know, let's just, Vader, we gotta sit down and have a conversation. Okay,
What
we're
does
gonna
he
have
think?
convention. Let's talk politics, Vader. All right, so I'd say that this just isn't going well. I'd say, look, the Emperor's policies and his political opinions, I just don't think they're the best thing for the galaxy
Now
right
look, Vader, tax code
Make the
31214.
Look, Vader, the labor
Someone
situation
kill
in
me.
Corellia, right?
No,
You really gotta talk that over.
I just imagine the "I just want to talk" Family Guy meme where it's like
Yeah.
looking the shaka.
Kuro, do you have any input on this?
About what?
Anything?
What?
Oh,
This is crazy.
A philosophical discussion about the nature of the Force.
Which part? Like,
Any
what
of
you
it,
guys
man.
got?
Put the Jedi in camps.
So specifically for Kuro,
Oh, bro, come
specifically
on.
that Obi-Wan wanted Luke to kill Vader.
He
What's your
did.
thoughts on that?
Yeah, yes.
He did.
No,
This guy's an
no.
idiot for not understanding that.
That is like genuinely, I knew this at the age of fucking 6.
Wow.
I
I'm pretty sure
mean,
I knew
You
that.
you have to understand, my media literacy at 6 was pretty fucking shit, and even I got that.
I mean,
God.
look.
This is
I grew up in a military family, and so it was just like, well, yeah, obviously he wants the guy to kill the guy because this is like a whole military conflict around this.
Like, the real question really does come down to, well, the idea is that Obi-Wan is endorsing a position that Palpatine is also endorsing. So what is the, like, Palpatine wants Luke to kill Vader at the end of the day, and take his place, right? But Obi-Wan wants him to kill him as well. What does that imply about Obi-Wan as a character?
Yeah,
That's the
actually
question.
a more
It's not
interesting
about like whether or not he wanted Luke to kill Vader because he said, yeah, you should.
Yeah, because that's a more interesting conversation and a more nuanced conversation.
Yeah,
But
he's
also
capable of.
not even something that OC would be able to like fathom because he hasn't even engaged with it on the most basic point.
Mhm.
like you're
those
talking
Ficus.
about like level 4. We're talking about like level 1.
No, we're talking level fucking negative. He's in the fucking basement when we're all discussing concepts about the ground floor. We're discussing the text, not even the subtext or the subtext or the right. We're discussing.
We're talking about the
text,
foundation.
and
We're talking about the foundation for the building.
He
And
got the
he's in the
fucking
ground.
text wrong. He got a different he got a misprinted version of the book, and is debating that his version is correct.
He's in the basement of the wrong building.
Yes.
Like, I'm still not. This is just crazy.
Yep.
Like what?
Burger, you should probably continue because I think we want to finish.
Rags not addressing the
We have
arguments that
25
he's
minutes,
raised,
yeah.
then proceeds to skim around and skip over nearly 10 minutes of video.
Here's the exact evidence I'm talking about. Disney corporate prominently features.
What is he doing?
Oh my god, are you gonna address the arguments?
What?
Unfortunately.
What? Stop, man.
I'm sorry, but what the fuck? You don't get to say that Rags
No,
is...
he's not skipping. He in the video is not. He's skipping. He's skipping in the video he's watching of himself.
Yeah, well, that's what I mean. Is OC skipping parts of the video right now?
Not right now.
Not this.
in this response.
Not old grade hunchback OC. Younger OC in the red shirt is skipping around.
Okay.
Yeah.
Slightly less goblin.
We're just too many layers in at this point. It's gotten too cancerous. So the third, the middle OC, the ice cream and the ice cream sandwich OC.
Imagine he responds to us,
Bob
so then it will
Prime.
be 3 more organized chaoses on screen. It'll be
Peanut butter jelly sandwich.
double of
it's
organized chaos.
Well, we have the current Bob. We have to just refer to as Bob Prime.
Fuck, if this is Prime, Jesus Christ.
No, I think we can use sandwich metaphors. I think that'll work. The middle one would be if there's a third one, there'll be a BLT, right?
I don't even know, man. I think we should
not
just keep
addressing
going.
your arguments when you haven't
sounds
even
like a good
given his
idea.
video a fair shake. Imagine if I criticized the Obi-Wan show when I only watched the first, third, and last episodes. My opinion would be...
There's plenty of people who do that, by the way. Primarily Rags
then
fans.
then-
primarily
okay,
fans of these
then the
toxic
question is
guys.
then-
They don't
the
watch this
question is
shit,
then,
but
ought we
they'll
listen to their
criticize it
opinions?
pretty hardcore.
Ought their opinions hold any weight in the discussion?
Useless,
Ought we
right?
care about what they
Yep,
say? And the
just
answer
like
is
your
fucking
opinion in this
no,
video.
because they have no
he
idea
then
what they're
goes
talking about.
through red yarn point-to-point conspiracy theory levels of reach in this section. He
His
says that
point was
because Rags pointed out that China...
X saying the Three Stooges was the three versions of OC on screen. With
He gets
varying
incre-
levels of hairline. That's the funny thing.
His hairline is running away from him faster than his ex-wife does when she drops off the kids.
Yeah. Okay, but either way,
Dude, that was a roast, OC. That one was a roast.
Yeah, I was gonna say that was a roast. That was
Just
also
brutal.
He needs a
That's
handbook
kinda
to
hard.
understand the nature of these things. So there's your guide, sir.
But yeah, my point is just in general, when it comes down to it, with OC, he's not engaging with these points.
No.
He's not.
He outright admitted that.
Yeah, and it's kind of frustrating when we have 3 OCs not engaging with the points on screen.
I kind of feel bad for saying that now. That was a little out of pocket.
I mostly wanted to highlight that we have 3 OCs on screen and none of them are addressing any point.
No.
took out the lesbian kiss in Rise of Skywalker, Nerdrotic may bring that point up. And because they could possibly bring up the same point, that means they're on the same side. And because they have the same opinions and are on the same side, that means that when Nerdrotic called Disney groomers, that means...
doesn't understand it. He's
Oh
legitimately
no!
perplexed.
Look, Burger. I'm disappointed that you did. You know the meme with like all the numbers flying by them. I'm disappointed you did.
I should have
apply that to
put more loading
Ocean's
screens in on this one, honestly. I should have put more
No,
computer
not even
noises.
the loading screen. You should
You
just
should
have
have put it.
random numbers and mathematical equations appearing around him.
That video,
Around.
it's like that video where is it the guy learning all of human knowledge or something like
Yeah,
that?
but that's the thing, because his like thinking face
Oh,
here
yeah.
is so it's so
He's so
exaggerated.
serious.
Yeah.
I disagree
like-
with you, X. I don't feel
Oh.
bad for Organized Chaos because he's sitting there trying to tell his audience that Rag sent a harassment campaign against him, which he verifiably didn't do. He's trying to talk
there
down
are-
to Alastor in a very weird way.
There's
Well,
only a specific part
he's like
that
a
I
monkey.
feel bad for
Trying
him
to put
on,
a-
and it's like the voice thing where if he's like coped with it in a like if he's been bullied over it and has coped with it by like finally managing to accept it and like just as an intrinsic part of him that he can't change, and then when people like say you ought to change it because it's fucking annoying, that really would fuck with him, and I can understand why he would like feel emotionally attached to that criticism. That's the only part I kind of feel bad for him on. Everything else is just him fucking dumb fucking his way into all of these positions. They're all just his fault.
Yeah, well, especially because, as we said in the last thing, he is so willing to go off the personal attack, but then he doesn't have his own personal shit.
And he likes to
like,
phrase things in a
ran
way where he can
away.
easily back out of them as well.
Yeah,
Well,
and
he likes to
also
misphrase
has-
things as well. Is like just not say
Yeah,
what he
but-
intends to say.
Yeah, but he also, when it comes to the personal shit, he also makes sure that his personal shit is all like front and center. I actually find it really disingenuous and kind of weird that he does.
Or like he's taking like personal value on the correctness of his claims.
No, that too, but also just when I say to personal shit, I'm talking about his personal information. He's very open about his personal information.
Oh,
yeah, it's pretty scary. I think last time I think you were here when we mentioned, you know,
his LinkedIn.
His kid.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Brett, he specifically. I don't know if he does it in current videos, but in older videos, he specifically credits himself with his full name. For example.
He still
And,
puts his daughter's name in his videos, in his streams. Yeah, he still
No,
does
I
it.
wasn't gonna say that. Burger, stop.
I
Bad
don't
dog.
I don't think that like I don't really have an issue with that. The only thing that I would have an issue with is if he ever gave any information that would disclose things about his kid.
Oh,
And like
Sano,
not,
Sano,
like, not incidentally. Like,
Sano.
what?
Sano, yes.
Okay.
So-
Then in those instances, I would say that's like really fucking stupid of him, and he ought to
Especially
be
because
responsible.
remember what he said here. He's claiming that Rags and Eric July are like sending their fans after people. You'd think he'd be watching what he puts on the internet after that.
That's my stance.
That's
You should be more careful with your
interesting
information.
proposition. Yes, that's a good
Right?
point. If he truly believes that he
Yeah.
is the victim of a like targeted harassment campaign designed to like negatively impact him as a person and hurt him, then he would think that he would act in a manner that would like fit that stance. His like hesitation to like actually take steps to like protect himself or pull info offline indicates he doesn't actually strongly believe
Yeah.
that there's any harassment going on or like any danger present in any harassment.
That's what I think.
And it's really down to the name calling.
This
Is that he
what
doesn't
I've
actually
said.
believe that. That's
This
what I
is what
think.
I've said. You believe that the people you are going after are evil. So why are you making your information so easy to find to the point where you're publishing your full name and other information is very accessible based off your full name and your channel name alone.
And he just remember in the other stream, he just put his email out. He just announced his email out.
I'm not. Yeah, I'm not sure that these are like the best criticisms. His own personal internet safety is like whatever. It's his choice, even if he believes he's going after like
I do
targets.
think. Well, I think it's reflective because of the fact that he thinks people he's going after are evil, and
Sure, but like that
specific info he's put out.
I think I would reframe it back to like what I was saying, where like if he believed that there was any danger present from contesting the ideas of rags or nerdrotic or something, then you think that he would act in a manner befitting the danger that they pose, and that he believes.
What my point is.
And,
There's another thing that I should bring up
that I would agree.
regarding the videos with his daughter. So, Party, you're
Okay.
very familiar with
His
the
what?
Shia LaBeouf thing.
Yeah.
So you know how did they find out where he lived?
What? Oh,
How
it's
did
not
they
where he
find out
lived.
where he ran away to? I mean, when he was running away.
Well,
no,
the flag. You're talking about the flag.
The light reflection.
It was everything. It was the sky, the planes, the time of day. At night, you could make out a few stars. There was the fact that there were some social media posts where Shia was like fly fishing in, was it Tennessee or Kentucky?
So
there was all these different things that all were out there that they put together with their magic internet autism, and they found it all. They used it all, within the course of a fucking day.
So
until they found someone who was on their little part of the internet, who had a car, who could drive around, honk the horn, and they found the fucking field. And sure enough, that
there's
night,
a reason
they fucking got it.
I'm bringing this up.
God bless him.
So he doesn't just put his daughter's name.
I know what point you're making.
Yeah,
I can. I'm hesitant to agree with this line of.
I understand, but it's a unique instance.
They
don't do that for
building in the
anything.
background.
The only thing I'm willing to really like agree on is like he probably shouldn't have his daughter in his videos, and further that he should probably ought to take the videos with his daughter in them down.
Yes,
because
I agree entirely. He should remove any reference to his kids at all on his channel. He should remove.
I don't know about that. I like him. The reference that he has a kid, I think, is fine. But other than that,
no. Every video of his that references his kids, as far as I know, either has his kid's name or has his kids on screen. So he should take.
Okay. Yeah. No, I would not. Yeah, I wouldn't name drop my kid or show my kid on an internet platform where I'm being like I'm taking a combative approach to people, especially if I genuinely believe that they have the intent and ability to harass me. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, this is a big.
Going after people.
Sorry, I thought the angle you were going with was like the fact that he has any information at all on the internet that's not like extremely like.
Yeah, I see why. Yeah,
there's a couple more things I need to bring up.
I don't vibe with that.
I appreciate the chance to lore dump, but
the link. Yeah, we should probably get going. I guess.
Yeah.
It's only 8 p.m.
True. It's only 12 p.m. a.m.
Tags also are used with nerdrotic because they're associated with each other.
Listen, I'm gonna be honest. I don't recall making this argument whatsoever. And the fact
that's fair.
You did. Except
Yes.
let's keep going.
That he feels the need to.
He's using guilt by association on rags and nerdrotic is basically what Alastor's point is in a sentence.
And it's
Wait, no, hold on. I'm interested in what else he's saying. The fact that he feels the need to. Okay.
Paraphrase it and regurgitate it himself and say this is my argument tells me he's not representing me honestly.
Oh,
Wait,
no.
hold on. Just because the guy felt the need to restate, because I've done this with.
So then he just states it, except then he shows clips anyway. So
Yeah,
it's the idea that like
very good faith way is like, hey, from what I understand, this is the argument the person is saying, because it lays your cards on the table as far as this is the interpretation I understand to be what they say, and then if that's not what you mean, okay, just state what you meant then.
Exactly. If Alastor's interpretation of what he said is incorrect, then this is organized chaos being able to understand exactly where Alastor is coming from and correct the discrepancy between what Alastor thinks is happening and his actual intent with his point. That's assuming that, of course, that the restatement is being done in good faith, which I have no reason to believe that Alastor is doing it in bad faith, especially given that he includes clips of the actual statement in its entirety.
Maybe if I
it's pretty fucking dumb of him if he's trying to bad faith organize chaos.
And if his statement is wrong, whether that's because of bad faith or just misinterpretation, then all you have to do is state what your correct argument was.
Yep, you just have to say, "Oh, I see where you're coming from, but that's not what I meant. What I meant was da 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 da." And I can see where you might think your position, but here's where you probably went wrong. That sort of thing. Totally
you're
fine.
forgetting something important about this, though. He doesn't remember his own point.
That's
I was
fine.
gonna say, Sano, you added extra steps there too. You don't even have to do that. Here's probably where you went wrong. You just have to.
But that's what I would do, right? I would try and help someone understand where they may have slipped up on their own thought process of my assertion, right?
Yeah,
that's something that you probably ought to do.
I agree. That's probably what you should do. But the bare minimum is just no. Wait, hold on. You're not explaining what I said correctly, or you aren't understanding my point. This is what I meant, and then you just be a little more detailed.
Whereas what Mr. OC is doing, because he doesn't remember, he's poisoning the well immediately. He's saying, well, I don't remember if I made this point. I don't think I did. But given the fact he's restating it, probably indicates that he is being bad faith. And he has no fucking idea if that's the case or not. He's literally just saying, guys, I don't think this is true. And so it would look bad if it was. So don't believe
it probably isn't.
Please,
Yeah.
It's false because it would look bad if it was correct. So don't believe it, guys.
Look, I know Sano is saying that I smell bad, but I probably did smell that bad that day.
Video at some point, I'll dig up the clip. In fact, I probably will. I don't feel like doing it.
You keep saying you're going to dig up the clip at some point, and you never do.
At this juncture, but I have a strong suspicion he's misrepresenting me here.
Oh wow.
Okay, well I have a strong suspicion that you're misrepresenting him. How about that, OC?
He's poisoning the well.
Said groomer.
Yeah, exactly.
That means he supports the Don't Say Gay bill.
You're misrepresenting him. What do
Yes.
you do now?
What it's called. It's called the Parental Rights and Education Bill, but that's beside.
Okay. So, during the outrage of that was goddamn. Okay. Yes.
Oh, he heard. Oh, so that's the small percentage of what he heard was he heard "Don't Say Gay" bill, and then here we go.
That was when the Chuds decided to go full-fledged anti-Disney over the "Don't Say Gay" bill. Yes, yes, we can go over the official title, but it's "Don't Say Gay" bill. Just that's what everybody knows it as. We'll stick with that.
Goddamn fuck. Wait, no, I want to. What it sounds like? It sounds like his position is that the Cheds were like, "Ooh, Disney," up until Disney sided against the quote unquote "Don't Say Gay" bill, right? And we're like, "No, say gay," or whatever. And then that was the moment where the Chuds decided that they didn't like Disney shit anymore. That's fucking stupid.
Well, and the funny thing is, Alastor's point here was, the bill is called this. It's not called the OC.
Don't Say Gay bill. This is the name of the bill. Official.
Yes.
I'm telling you, that's all he took away from that is he heard "Don't Say Gay Bill" and then he just responded.
Yes.
That's how his brain works. He hears
Which
certain
is
keywords and then responds.
Yeah, Alastor's not like really engaging with what the contents of the bill are there, but like he does later.
Not
But the
much
point,
later, actually. Yeah.
the overall point that of all of this is that neither did organized chaos. Organized chaos just like heard on Twitter it's called the "Don't Say Gay" bill and just believed that was all the bill contained was you're not allowed to say gay, or that teachers can't be gay.
And the point is kind of that it's not even Alastor that does
yes,
this.
there's
Rag that starts reading through like.
He does it because organized chaos brings it up. Yeah.
Yeah.
Rag
And
reads for the original synopsis of the bill.
Because OC keeps bringing it up.
Yes, we can go over the
and
official
so
title.
if the best thing to do here for OC would be to bring up the bill and explain why he believes that the "Don't Say Gay" bill ought to be referred to as such, and like how the bill's like statutes would influence people, yada yada yada, whatever the fuck, right? That's how he ought to do it. But that requires drill in any way instead of just going, "Yeah, no, but you're gay or you're racist, you're a homophobe."
I was
right?
gonna say, Sano, have you considered that requires him to actually read a legal bill?
Exactly. That's the problem. Is that
Have
any
you
of this?
considered that it requires him to read? He seems to struggle with that a little bit.
No,
Yeah,
wait,
I
hold
would
on.
suggest he goes and sees an optometrist.
Yeah, but Sano, you've watched a little bit of political stuff. You probably know this. Most people don't want to read policy because policy is really boring.
Yes, I'm aware of that. And it's very frustrating when someone makes a claim about a policy. I read the fucking bill, and I'm like, it doesn't say that in the bill. Where did you get that? And then they just fucking vanish because they don't want to. They're fucking wrong.
Exactly.
It's fucking great.
This is why I stopped like discussing politics online because I realized
like the
that
fucking-
nobody gives a fuck.
It's like the fucking Avatar. They're like, boom, they just disappear until they can drop it out of Twitter.
It's like
It's
they
organized
drop
chaos.
like
That's in a nutshell right there.
take. They drop a take, and it's funny because this happens on the left and the right. They drop a take about like this current bill, and then you're like, oh, that sounds terrible. I need to read this. And
Yes,
then you read
exactly.
it,
This
it's
sounds awful. I
nothing
need
like
to read
that.
further.
Yeah, and it's like they completely misrepresented the bill, and then when you like try to like message them about it, they just disappear. It's like trying to grab smoke.
Yeah, they're like, I don't understand how you got to this point, but I'm willing to assume that you're good faith about your conclusion. So can you explain how you came to this conclusion about the bill? Because I'm not really seeing it in the contents of the bill itself. And then it's just, poof, off into the night like fucking Batman.
Yeah, it's especially annoying when there's somebody who's claimed to read the bill. I don't know who I could be referring to there.
That's a very good question. If someone has claimed to have read the bill, and then they espouse things not in the fucking bill, and then don't even and that's fine if they want to do that, but then they have to explain how they got to the conclusion that something not in the bill is an effect that may happen or an effect that isn't intended to happen as a result of the legislation in the bill itself. So you have to do some work there. Doing work. Fundamental flaw here. You have to engage in anything whatsoever. Manual labor.
Speaking of that, though, continue with
Let's
organized
Don't Say
chaos.
Gay Bell just for that's what everybody knows it as. We'll stick with that.
Sure.
Essentially
I
saying
don't
that
know what
teachers,
that's at. Explain
if
to
they
me
are
what bill
gay,
you're
well,
talking about.
You know what's funny? So I think last time I made the point because he was saying something. What was it in the last stream? He said that the U.S. Senate or something. It was something about what was it? Voting with money or something? No, it was.
Oh, was that the elections, the electoral college thing?
That. I was talking this because last time we said if you're not American, you're fucked because you don't know what he's talking about. I talked to someone recently that watched that coverage and said, "Yeah, I don't know what he's talking about because I'm not American and I don't know that." So
Yeah,
what
it
he
was
said
Art
ended
that
up
brought
being
up that
real.
point. It was Art that brought up that point.
That's a good point.
I kind
Yeah.
of remember what you mean. Yeah, it's
Yes.
clearly because we brought up his electoral college video.
Because
Art
Alastor,
was
yeah.
kinda like, I don't know what
I-
you mean because I'm not an American.
Yeah, I don't know the like election rules in Canada or Mexico, despite the fact that they are literally the neighbors of my country.
Yeah.
I don't
know
I
what-
don't know how any of the other countries' political systems works because they don't affect me, so I just haven't looked into it.
Despite being a weeb, I don't know the exact intricacies of the Japanese system of politics.
I'm not familiar with everything to do with the U.S. government, right? I mean, there's just levels of familiarity with stuff. It's when you like make sweeping claims about stuff that you're not familiar with that you tend to fuck up because you just don't have the facts to be right. Unless you just fucking guess at it and then screech at people who say, no, you're not correct at all. Then you can always win. I mean, that's just a handy tip.
The bill
This
says
is
you're
why I often try to couch my thing in. This is what I understand about
not allowed to
this,
talk
or
about
this
your
is what I heard about this.
This is my belief about what's taking place.
Let's keep it.
I don't know if this is correct, but this is what I know about this.
essentially saying that teachers, if they are gay, well, technically, the bill says you're not allowed to talk about your to even have pictures or even hint at the
Okay.
idea you might have a significant other if you're a teacher in front of students. We
Wait,
all
when
know
there's
that
reference
if
to
there was
pull up
if
the
it's a
exact
straight
wording
relationship,
of
they
the
wouldn't
bill.
say a fucking word.
I don't know that. I don't believe you, to be honest.
But if it was
That's where
a gay,
something where like, yeah, it really is an issue of like you really ought to be backing these claims because they may in fact be true, but there's a significant chunk. The reason that like this is where the discussion broadly is at is everyone agrees that like the bill doesn't say teachers can't be gay. The bill doesn't say like teachers ought to be able to discuss things in front of like students. The question is like, as far as I'm aware, the discussion is at will the bill be disproportionately enforced based on your sexuality? And that's and then what OC does here is say, well, we all know that my position is correct when that's literally the fucking discussion, like where the discussion is at. He's just shortchanging the entire like shortchanging the ability to change people's minds about the subject by just deciding that by declaring victory and leaving again, just fucking every time. God, I fucking hate
There's in fact two discussions to be had, and this is the problem with these types of bills that get highly like team sports politicized. So you have, is the concept of the bill valid? So for example, okay, well, is it valid to restrict the idea of teachers talking about sexuality to students, whether it's straight, gay, whatever? And then you have or even just personal, get teachers discussing personal like business with students. Let's say that just in general.
Sure.
And then you have is there a degree of this bill that is designed specifically to target people of specific groups, whether it's gay,
I wouldn't even go that far. The premise that most people on the left, I assume, would engage with isn't like, is it designed to, or it would just is the effect of the bill. Will it, as a result of everything in Florida, is it likely to be disproportionately enforced? Like we can argue all day if it's intended to. I assume that people on the left would just want to stick to what the effect will likely be, I guess.
Yeah, okay, yeah, and those are also, first of all, those
But, yeah,
are two different conversations.
They are different conversations.
Yeah, they're ignoring the first conversation in preference to the second conversation.
Yes, oftentimes, and then sometimes when the second conversation reaches a point where like one side will win, the other side will like default back to the first conversation because they want to get out of like actually reaching a conclusion on the second conversation, which makes it just very fucking frustrating to talk about at all.
Yeah, and this is the problem of talking about policy in general.
It's the real, it's Kind of. The real problem is that we have an environment of discussion where people prioritize taking fucking W's over understanding, like, the fears and concerns of either side of the aisle.
Yeah, because
which OC certainly doesn't engage in any way, because OC is clearly very keen on understanding the concerns of either side of the political aisle and isn't just looking for fucking W's anytime he can scrounge them up.
Yeah, and this is kind of the thing that's always concerning to me. It's like, well, okay, wait, let's just put aside your specific concerns and we can talk about that in the second half. How about we just address, okay, let's address just the right-wing concern of what about kids that might be groomed into, like, sexual behaviors and sexual stuff? Okay, we both agree that's bad. All right, that's good. And then we move on from there and then broaden it out, and then we eventually get to the enforcement of the bill, and then we have a good faith discussion. But the problem is,
you establish
people
what
aren't interested in that.
Yeah, you establish what your common ground is. You can understand exactly where the disagreement lies, and then see if you can still come to a reconciliation on that. And if you can't, then then you try and convince. But if you can't convince, then it is what it is, and you just move on, right?
Yeah,
but what you don't fucking do is just try and, like, dance in there and just be like, actually though, I'm just right, and everyone knows I'm right, by the way. So
Yeah. The thing with politics is built on compromise, and in order to have compromise, you need good faith discussion about these issues, and this is kind of what I hate about it.
Which unfortunately, Mr. Chaos is, like, genetically incapable of having good faith discussion.
Does he even know what good faith is as a concept?
A relationship.
I don't think he does.
Let's keep going.
He has some idea,
that's
but
obviously
I don't
what
think he, like, understands what the principle
going
of
for
why
and trying to
something
get
is
rid
good
of.
faith. Like, he wants to know of it, but
that's
not
when all these
understand why it
chuds
is.
turned against Disney.
Yeah,
when-
I think he would
No, he said that
recognize
at Jesus.
something as. Yeah, I think he'd have positive feelings for a good faith discussion if he engaged in it, but I don't think he could identify what makes good faith discussion.
Hard agree.
Essentially, what happened was Disney supported Ron DeSantis, and then Disney got a backlash from the fans.
Well, okay,
and then
wait,
Disney
hold
withdrew
on.
that
They didn't
support.
support
And
Ron
then the
DeSantis.
chuds got
They had
angry.
a policy of.
That was what
they had a
happened, and now
policy of
that's
donating to both
like
parties
it's so wild. So much
because that's what most big corporates
comes back to
do,
that
so
fucking
they can
event.
get-
Well, they
where essentially showed that,
which the
and I think
politicians
what
different
really offended the
natures
chuds
of
was
their
that the
interests, right?
realization
Yeah.
that they are
Some of their
the
interests
loud
are best
minority.
addressed by one party, some of them are best addressed by
That
the
a
other, so they
much
donate to
more
candidates that
vocal
address
group
each
doesn't
of those
agree with
issues. They want to advance both, but
Yeah, the whole point is the corpo wants to curry favor with both parties because they
kind
don't
of.
know who's gonna be in
But
charge.
it's to an end, right? They want something
Yeah.
out of the deal as well. It's not just getting brownie points with both teams. It's also like wanting, because, like, Disney wants to have the public relations of being accepting to everyone so that everyone feels comfortable going to Disneyland. But they also want like to donate to the Republican candidates who might be like, "Grr, I fucking hate unionized park employees," and Disney to be like, "Hey, you fucking hate unionized park employees, you say? Well, that seems like an excellent campaign issue."
That's
Right?
exactly it. They tend to be double dipping on the parties and
Bingo.
trying to
Yeah, they
get
want.
action on
Yep.
both sides. Yeah, they want the benefits to supporting both sides without the drawbacks.
Bingo. They want what gets them the most money at the end of the day. Well, I can't believe I'm saying that a business wants the most money possible, but that would be my conclusion, I suppose. Sorry if it's a little out there.
You know what? If a random gacha game wants to pay me money to shield their product, I'll do it. Because I want the benefit of being paid money.
I see.
Their points. And Disney will listen to that group, but they won't listen to them. And I think that's what offended the judge so much and made him go firmly anti-Disney.
No.
Not to say they won't go anti-Disney before, because
This is
oh my god,
it's gonna
he's
make
covering his
money.
ass.
That
yeah,
caused him
it
to go
really
firmly
did. It's
anti-Disney.
like, I took a fucking W here, and if you
And
can prove that you
yes,
didn't, then fuck you too.
Rags will repeat these talking points.
Yeah, that, well,
Neurotic
this is
will
also
repeat these talking
pushing
points.
the idea that
It's
they did.
When
were
did
pro-Disney up
Rags
until
ever talk about this? Give me a point of reference.
I don't think
He
he
only
did.
brought it up. He only mentioned it because you brought it up. As far as I'm
Yeah,
concerned.
he just read the bill and then yeah. So OC's issue isn't even with the contents of the bill itself. It's like with the second conversation, right? Is that's the conversation he keeps wanting to like take W's on. And so Rags doesn't even touch the fucking second conversation because he just doesn't have context on it. He just reads the bill. It's like, yeah, I think that the first conversation, I guess it just sounds kind of good, and then just moves on because he doesn't give a he doesn't live in Florida. Like he didn't fucking care. Like
Because
I don't know.
OC was just bringing it up randomly. He's like, "Oh, all right, I
Yeah.
guess that sounds fine." I don't know.
He's just
you, this is
trying
why
to like, yeah, he just W hunting.
He's just looking for gotchas because he can't actually engage with what anyone
this
says.
came up during the debate I had with Eric
He's
July.
like
I didn't
literally
bring it up. Eric
the
did.
like the woke
Did Eric
spotter.
July bring it up? Can anyone talk on that? Do you remember?
Debate itself? I don't remember. I don't think so. I'm
It's
pretty
just
sure
like
it was
this.
OC.
It's
in the
a
debate.
microcosm effect in fandom. And who knew it would
Micro
affect fandom?
effect?
Fucking
The
don't
fuck
say
is a
gay, Bell.
microcosm?
What the fuck is a microcosm effect? What are you talking about?
I don't fucking. I think he means like a microcosm of an effect. Microcosm effect is not a thing.
He's just gone
And
full crazy
microcosm
mode at this
is a
point. He's
fucking
just
oxymoron.
gone.
Yeah, he's just Bidening all over the place right now.
Microcosm's a funny metaphor. I will give him
It
that.
did. It absolutely did.
I don't believe you.
Yeah,
and yes,
would like
oh yeah, and
Yeah,
the reason it's good to go into that is because once that happened, pretty much everyone who said I don't support the don't say gay bill started getting called groomer all the time. That's when
What
groomer
the
got
fuck are you?
thrown out
I
there
don't
all over the place.
give a
term groomer. Everybody's called a groomer. If you are gay, you're a groomer. If you're trans, you're a
Yes.
groomer. If you
People who
are
are making the argument to do.
I don't know if
right?
they use it against any sort of minority, but if you're essentially if you're gay, if you're trans, or if you're an ally,
don't fucking care about what
or
they
you
have
support
to say,
gay or trans
or
rights,
calling you, and
any one of those, you're
they
automatically a
don't
groomer.
They have merit.
And
we
they're
should ignore.
obviously using groomer.
Oh, this is funny.
To hint at PDF file, obviously.
Yeah, duh.
Which,
like the
by the
bill's
way,
about third graders.
Goddamn, the terms
wait,
groomer and
wait,
PDF.
hold on though. Wait, but you're talking about Rag. You're not talking about all these other like right wing.
This is actually a great point. I think it sucks. Yeah.
So, well, let's rein it back in. Who has Rags called a groomer?
Well, he didn't, but he's on the same team as the people who did, and I determined that go away. I'm right.
Oh, okay. Well, that's funny because OC is on the same team as people who have doxed and people who have said racial slurs. So
Sexual fandom also said he wanted to decapitate someone very violently on stream.
True.
Ooh, it's
true.
Ooh.
So if we want to play guilt by association, we can.
That's
all
why
have
he
it.
shouldn't be
I'm
doing
happy
this.
with that.
Yes, it is. But
Evold got into an argument once with Organized Chaos in his comment section, and I believe he just point blank asked him that, and OC just he says that he point blank asked OC that and just got ignored. If he
it's
supports that.
That's really funny.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, because
That file
I
has no
think that's
fucking
a
meaning
succinct
anymore. It's
point.
kind of frustrating.
You're talking about
That's the point.
Rags. You're not talking about
And
these
if
random
Neurotic supports the
kiddos.
Don't Say Gay bill,
Killers
that
on
means
the
Rags
Twitter or
also
whatever.
supports the bill purely through osmosis.
Yep.
That is one of the stupidest things I have ever heard in my fucking.
You know, your claim would have more grounds if you played my fucking clip, because right now I'm really suspecting you're just full of shit right now.
Okay.
Clip.
I'm really
Poisoning the well
suspecting.
again.
I'm betting you my argument was. Listen,
Poisoning.
do I
Just drop
think
the fucking sign.
Rags and Nerdrotic support that bill? Yeah. Yeah, they probably did.
No, I think
Fucking
that Rex
there.
doesn't give a shit about that bill because he lives
Yeah,
in a different state.
I would say that this is like literally just him concluding this based off of his own biases and not evidence.
Yeah. And look,
No
I'm
way.
pretty sure Gary does say that he supports that bill, but I'm sure Gary has specific reasoning why he supports it. Why should I believe Gary's lying about his view on
That's
it?
actually a good fucking point. That yeah, he like so got like beat up on this point that he like has softballed someone supporting the bill who outwardly said I support the bill. Like he softballed. Well, Nerdrotic probably supports the bill, even though like Nerdrotic said, yeah, I support the bill. By the way,
don't
Yeah,
know that.
if you ask Gary, I'm pretty sure I remember Gary specifically giving like vocal support of the bill.
Yeah, this is-
Rags. Yeah, and Rags's is like
Yeah, no, Rags doesn't.
supposed
I'm not
support.
convinced Rags even knew what it was until OC brought it
No,
up.
no, that's literally what I'm saying. Rags' supposed support is Rex pulled up the bill, read like the synopsis, and was like, "Okay, this doesn't sound
Whatever.
terrible."
Yeah. So I guess.
But I'm betting you my argument was that essentially what I kind of just explained, how that bill was like a microcosm of shit. I'm betting you that was
No.
pretty much my argument, not
we
what you're
go.
making.
Fucking life.
I mean, Nerdrotic will bring up that point too, while he also calls Disney groomer, which is something that became popular when Disney decided to no longer support the.
Oh, I think he's going to go over my argument. Okay, cool.
You're just so stupid.
Don't say gay bill. Like, if you're going to defend Nerdrotic, you have to defend that position.
No, he doesn't.
No, he doesn't.
If you wanted to
That's not a defense.
Yes.
Nerdrotic's position on that bill.
Listen, like, yeah, I mean that's a key point that Nerdrotic defends. So yeah.
Yeah. If
you want to go all out and defend Nerdrotic, you should probably defend that shit.
If
you should.
Defense is go bring it up with Gary.
Just like I mean, look, I don't really like Nerdrotic's content, and I'm not really the big fan of his like political opinions. But I'm not gonna go there and be like, everything he says is fucking stupid, evil, and racist or something, right?
Yeah.
I'm gonna go like if I ever felt the inclination to make a claim, I'd go find specific things to take a grievance with and explain why I take a grievance with the things that I do, not just like label someone and move on.
Exactly. Like I don't agree with a lot of what Gary says. A significant amount, but I also believe Gary believes what he says.
Yeah.
And as far as like the politics of it, well, I don't really care what Gary believes. He doesn't live in my state anymore.
That's very true. Yeah. Outside of like what he's saying on his, like you can criticize what he's saying in his videos that like spreads out beyond like what his political reach, I guess. But outside of like a national issue, he doesn't like if he is talking about something going on in his state and you don't share a state, why the fuck do you care?
Yeah.
The fucking effect.
It's kind of that, and this is kind of my problem with like the whole don't say gay bill. How horrible! It's like, okay, we live in a country where you can move states, and you don't have to engage with the politics of each state. I don't care what the hell happens in Montana because I don't live in Montana. You know.
I mean, okay, so yeah, I substantively agree with you about 80%, and the other 20% isn't relevant to the video. I was about to say something. Mining rates in Montana might affect like mineral exports in like Washington or something, but I realized that's just not fucking anything close to what OC is talking about.
Yeah, that's the thing, because there's that like small degree that I can understand like caring about, but it's not at all relevant to this because you're talking about like a random like social issue in another state. You're not talking about like a random like regulatory thing.
I think it's
Yeah.
too, because he is obviously, how dare Disney back out from supporting the Don't Say Gay bill? That bill's a piece of shit.
He's
Fuck that
never
bill.
said the Don't Say Gay bill.
Yeah, Nerdrotic.
There's no bill called the Don't Say Gay bill.
We all know what he's
Within
saying, but
the
he is
Florida
actually really good at dog whistling
Right.
and stuff.
Weak counter.
So people like
no,
Alastor.
no, but it's just it's literally just you are referring to it as the frame thing, and the rags is thing is like, oh, okay, I read this bill and this doesn't sound unreasonable to me from what I read.
Yeah, no, that's fine. I'm sorry. I thought the counter you were saying was like dunking on OC for calling it the Don't Say Gay bill again when it's not actually called that.
I also think it's kind of retarded to refer to it as like the buzzword thing, but that's a very minor point, and I would say that about the right wing referring to something too. So
it's.
I'd rather people just talk about the policy,
A lot to go into here, I would say.
Yeah, there's a lot to go in there too. There.
And pretend like he doesn't
My
say
whole
stuff when it's
point
obvious
is just
that's
only
strongly
read
what he's
this
implying.
Portion of the thing.
Yeah, no, Rags is very weak.
And I'll be honest, I haven't seen SpongeBob. I don't get what this reference is.
You just blowing from stupid.
No, he's calling you dumb.
Oh,
that's what
blowing
it's doing.
From Stupid Town. Burn. I'll be honest,
that is
burn.
He finally got one right.
Alastor, did you just blow in from Consumer Town?
Yeah, justified the nature of a point correctly.
What did you just blow in from Consumer Town? He says.
Brain Rot Town.
No,
where'd you blow in from? Just wondering.
Oh my God! Was he boomerang all over the place in response to that bill? Was he just like, in response to that video clip?
Yeah, he was
like, well, did you blow in from Neurotic Town?
Said Consumer Town, Brain Rot Town.
You do know this argument works on you, right?
Oh, this is also funny.
Your constant support of
He's trying to point out how guilt by association also works on him.
Disney means you clearly have no problem with Disney working with China in concentration camps to film Mulan. You buying all their merch means you support the censorship.
I'm pretty sure Disney apologized for that.
No.
Of LGBT content in less
even if they did,
parts of the world, while they feed lip service here in the States.
Nerdrotic apologized for his stance on the bill you don't agree with. Would that like absolve him of
if Eric
doing
July tomorrow recorded a video saying I'm so sorry for being a right winger, I won't do it again.
I'm sorry about Tyrone.
A libertarian, which he should apologize for. Fucking libertarians.
Look, we'll talk about libertarians another time.
No, I don't support that. I've spoken out against that
explicitly. Libertarian. I cannot.
He doesn't understand the point. He thinks that Alastor is accusing him of doing all these things he's saying right now.
Yeah, he can't engage in like the second level. He can't engage with subtext.
Yeah.
Nope, he's too
You gotta
dumb.
understand.
The thing.
He can just engage with the text wrong.
I'm not saying you automatically have to share all those opinions.
You kind of are.
But
if he's creating a fucking straw man of what Alastor's saying and then loses to it, God, I fucking love this man.
It's really funny.
If you disagree, you should make that clear. Just saying.
Your support of Disney also means you're okay with Disney covering the face of a black man in China because it would cause them to have.
No, I've said I don't agree with that.
But you give them
see that
money, though.
What you do is you voice the things you disagree with.
Endorse something by not really criticizing it or like not taking action against it, right?
Yeah.
I can say, boy, I sure fucking hate like weeds. And then if I don't fucking weed my garden, I mean, it doesn't do anything. Like me taking a grandstand against weeds.
You don't bring them up randomly when you want to defend other.
about gacha games because I play them.
when you want to defend your racist fan
Talk
base.
shit about games I've played.
There's a difference. There's a difference.
Bannerlord's like
Less
a
ticket sales.
5 out of 10.
Your support of
I
Disney
fucking love
means
it.
that you are
2000 hours.
100% okay with teachers having conversations about sex with second graders without the.
Wow. Okay, so Alastor.
This is very clearly a straw man, my man.
You know
Are you
how
trying
it's
to
just-
see how he loses this?
You saying he's strawmanning Alastor?
No, I'm saying that Alastor is making a joking a straw man to illustrate a point. So the point is not the straw man; it's the point that's being conveyed via the making a straw man out of it.
Yeah, he's essentially making a satirical point using.
Bingo. Yeah, he's not.
throwing
He is not.
Logic
not
back in his
making
face.
Bingo. Exactly. And so OC is A, too fucking stupid to engage with the subtext, and B, is about to face a actual straw man that Alastor would probably say, yes, that is a straw man, 100%. I'm curious to see whether or not he is able to claim victory against this.
What do you think?
It's kind of like if
I don't know. It really is.
Our stream and heard me like saying gamer words, and he thought we were actually saying words.
It's an even fight, I think, between an actual straight up straw man that's intentionally easy to beat, and OC's full on, straight up strongest attempt at refuting the criticism.
Let's see.
Saying how
Let's see.
you know, maybe you can make the argument, the point that it's a weak argument that, you know, if Nerdrotic is saying he supported the Don't Say Gay bill, and I'm saying, you know, if Rags is gonna bring it up, it means he supports it too. You can make the argument that's weak, but here you are, wholeheartedly endorsing it and supporting that. And it's giving my argument, no matter how weak it might be, more fucking credence.
No.
Bro.
Unreal.
No, he's saying what the other interpretation
And now that
is.
Moron.
Now that he's went.
This fucking boss.
I can't believe that he actually loses to Strawman. It's so funny.
I have a question.
Don't
all of
see.
you.
Although I will say that technically he did make the stance. He did technically make that stance in the debate with Eric July. Although I don't know if he realizes it.
I have a fun little question for all of you. We all graduated high school, right?
Yeah.
Did you guys ever have to write a persuasive essay?
Yeah.
Yes.
And
You
was
ever
one
read
of
the
the
book?
requirements to entertain the counterpoints to that essay?
I did
Have
it
you ever read the
anyway. I
book?
didn't even have to.
Have you read the book Thank You for Arguing? It's a
I
pretty
think I
good
have.
book. The underlying philosophy is that like almost every single statement you make is an argument in favor of something or against something. There are very few neutral statements you make in life.
Technically, yeah, that's what a statement is.
Yeah, exactly. So when I say the grass is green, I'm making an assertion that can be argued against, and the evidence I'm bringing forth is common knowledge, but it could be refuted, or I could try and like further back the stance. Like say if I took a picture of the grass in front of me and it's green, that would be evidence in favor of the idea that grass is green, right?
Yeah, and this is the thing. When I had to do my, because when it comes to school I went to for high school, one of the like requirements to pass was you had to do like a big like persuasive essay. One of the requirements of that was actually you had to entertain the counterpoint to your own point.
Mm-hmm.
And that's why I look at OC and I'm just like, wait, bro, do you not even understand this basic concept that's taught in high school?
I mean, granted, I did good high school, but like, I mean, I don't know.
Yeah,
I feel like
his whole thing is
your
at this
position is
point
not
arguing. You'd
like-
think you'd want to polish up, you know?
Yeah.
Too much work.
Got this up. I'll go ahead
real,
and say,
real.
never have I endorsed children talking or
He's
teachers talking
losing.
to children about sex
There you
in
go. See,
fucking second grade or
kind of
whatever. I think it was
rebuttal. No, I didn't.
the bill was like fourth grade and lower.
You know what? Good for you. Good for UOC. You took the correct position on this. That teachers shouldn't be talking to students about sex.
Except
no,
he didn't.
Yeah, no,
Never
he's making a very a different statement. He's rebutting the straw man, which
have
is
I talked.
that if you endorse the bill,
No.
then you endorse children, like teachers having sex with kids.
And the bill
he's
doesn't
saying,
talk about
no,
that
he
either.
didn't say
The
that,
bill
that teachers
The
ought to
bill
have sex
doesn't
with
talk about that. What?
is simply
the bill doesn't talk about
saying
having
that
sex with
kids that
no.
young
I
can know,
I know. I'm
that
giving
trans
Everyone
and gay
agrees.
No,
Everyone,
wait.
I'm giving him sarcastic head pats. Okay.
yeah, Alastor is not talking about the bill here.
Yeah,
Alastor
I know.
is
I know.
he
I was
does
being
later on.
sarcastic. I was being
Talking
sarcastic.
to Burger.
Burger, continue. Bad,
Here's what he
bad
says.
head
And the bill doesn't talk about that either. The bill
About
is simply
having sex with teachers. Yeah,
The
it
bill
doesn't say
says
because everyone
saying
agrees that you shouldn't have sex with kids,
Yes,
and that's already defined in law.
the
in
bill
other
says
law.
the bill says this. All right.
Kids that young.
Everybody agrees that teachers shouldn't have sex with second graders. Yeah, this is
Yes,
true.
everyone agrees with that.
Can
What do you mean
know
no, Burger? What do you mean no?
No, I'm saying listen to what he's saying here. This is what he thinks the bill says.
that trans and gay people exist.
He thinks the
It's
bill
not-
says that trans people shouldn't know that trans and gay people exist. That second grader, which it doesn't.
No, that would be the second argument. I would say.
Yeah.
The argument that would be a nature of a second argument. Like, how would the policy be enforced?
Except the bill does not say that.
No, that would be a first argument thing.
Yes.
It's not about like
Well,
what.
he's kind
It's
of
just there's straight people,
mutilating
there's
this.
gay
I
people,
don't
there's
think he's doing it on
trans people,
purpose.
Interested in not having
and they
neither of those
exist.
arguments. He's interested in taking the win and running away, regardless of what the nature of that win is.
Yep.
Exactly.
And them
Yeah.
knowing what that means, not knowing graphic details of sex, just knowing, if you're straight, that means you are with or date people of a different gender than you. If you're gay, you date people of the same gender as you. If you are trans, you identify as a different gender than your birth gender. That's just basic 101. That's all, and there's no
What
problem
other
with
genders
children knowing.
are there other than male
Whoa,
and female?
whoa. That's all. Wait a minute. That's all.
Rangi, that-
Uh-oh.
Yeah, what? No. What I mean is, can a non-binary person be trans and be a male?
Uh-oh.
Yes, but it's a much more difficult thing to like explain, and it's well beyond the scope of this discussion, and it would take like way longer than I think Burger wants to fucking midnight.
Yeah. My problem is
It's
just
almost
the way
2.
he
Oh my
phrased
god.
it implies that he doesn't know exactly what he's talking about.
Yes, I
'Cause-
organize know what the bill
that,
does.
and
Yes.
frankly, normalizing that. That is fine.
The consent of their parents, right? Well, spoiler alert, I jumped ahead too far.
I'm also just talking to you.
Back to the present. It's really weird that Robert automatically assumes that Rags supports the parental rights bill when...
Well, the fact that you obviously support it helps lead credence to my argument, bro. It does.
Okay.
Well, you who is wait. So you who is supporting him seems to agree with it, and therefore that means he supports it. No, wait, hold
No,
on.
that's true. I mean, if Alastor supports Mr. Rags on the issue, then that means that Alastor supports Rags, and who supports Nerdrotic, who supports hating the gays, which means that Alastor hates the gays.
Simple as, yeah.
Simple
This is
as.
a certified
in this
Pepe
video that would
Sylvia
allow you
moment.
to come to that conclusion
You know
rationally.
what? I
wouldn't know
believe
what
that
Rags
OC
is
is retarded, but I also agree with him that gays should probably get married, and therefore OC believes that he is retarded.
Real.
on the
I
parental
mean, if
rights
you
bill would
endorse
be
a
until
stance
the
that someone
next
else
video.
endorses, then that you support.
Okay,
you
I looked
endorse
up
all
the
of their
"Don't
stances.
Say Gay" bill.
True.
It
True.
reads
Apparently,
classroom
I agree that this law is bad. That I haven't read.
instruction
and
by
don't know
school
any-
think that
personnel or
dogs
third
should have
parties on
basic,
sexual
be
orientation
treated
or
well,
gender
which means that
identity
I
may not
align with
occur
everything.
in kindergarten through grade
You
3
fucking beat me
or
to
in a
it.
manner
God
that
damn
is
it.
not age appropriate or developmentally
I beat the
appropriate
race
for
of Hitler
students in
example.
accordance with state standards. I mean, I really don't know anything about it, but that doesn't sound too unreasonable, right?
Oh, so I made a claim and maybe it was under a bad argument, but it
Yes, it
turned
was bad
out
argument.
being fucking true.
No,
Doesn't
no, it
matter.
turned
That's-
out that Rax
Oh my
read
god,
the
he's
text,
the
the
he takes away the
synopsis
worst
of the
lesson.
bill.
He's like, I came to this conclusion entirely incorrectly, but
Yeah.
I took the W, and so therefore I'm always right. Like my dude, it's like understanding, like getting to the conclusion of a math problem, right? You ought to be using the formula that the teacher prescribes for you to use, because you need to be able to replicate these
Not too much work.
conclusions, right? You need to be able to replicate the problem itself, so that you
but
understand the basic, so you can apply it elsewhere in your math career or whatever, right?
Too much work.
Even if the conclusion were correct, which it doesn't seem to actually be, right? Like Rice doesn't have a strong position on the bill one way or the other, very clearly.
Yeah,
But
because
you
with
came to the
this
correct
example,
because you came to the correct conclusion incorrectly, you you no longer have the skills to be able to finish the math problem.
Yeah.
Should you see it again? And that's like the basic principle of just logic, right?
yeah, it's a lot of it comes down to you if you're gonna make claims, you need claims like this, especially about another person. You need to show your work. Also,
so
when
like,
he's like, "Oh, this is true," no, this is literally Rags in real time is reading the synopsis of the bill that is on the bill, and you're like, "Okay, well that doesn't sound too reasonable, but I don't know much about it."
what happened here is that organized chaos said 2 times 2 is 4, which is correct, right? It may be correct in the case of Rags, right? But he says something that's correct, and the reason that 2 times 2 is 4, obviously, is because 2 plus 2 is 4, and they just kind of moved the plus sign in the wrong way. But there's obviously a misprint. So anytime you see the little X, it really just means plus. So when 2 times 2 is 4, 3 times 3 is 6, right? And then 4 times 4, that's obviously 8.
Right. Yeah.
That's kind of the
That is
principle.
kind of that is kind of a really good equivalent. Actually, it's a really good, easy to explain equivalent. It's like, no, you're obviously anyone who looks at it is like, no, you're obviously wrong and your reasoning is stupid.
But
But
yes,
he's not even willing to engage with the idea that he might be wrong. He's instead just like, well, no, obviously, because he read the synopsis and he didn't think that sounded unreasonable. That means he is obviously endorses the entire bill at every single word.
Yeah, the counter that organized chaos would have is, well, 2 times 2 is 4, isn't it? And you have to say yes, and then he'd be like, well, 2 times 2 is 4. So I mean, I don't know, I'm right. Like I don't. Crazy that 2 times 2 is 4.
Yeah, 2 cubed. 2 times 2 is 4, but 2 cubed is not.
2 cubed is 6.
Yeah, exactly.
You just proved me right, Alistair.
Fuck
Thank
off,
you.
you prick.
Thank you. Well done.
2 times 2 is 4.
That doesn't sound too crazy.
You know what this moment reminds me of?
So, here's the thing. I fucking hate Trump. He embarrasses me every day. He makes us all look like backwards idiots, and frankly, the fact that he got elected means that we probably are all backwards idiots. He's ruining people's lives. He's making...
Look at this clip for a second.
Hey, you want to talk about Disney? Sure, let's talk about Disney. But you know what? I think you need to talk with Nerdrotic. He Clearly, he supports the Don't Say Gay bill.
Okay.
Talk to him about it. He thinks gay people shouldn't be allowed to be teachers.
Sure.
That is complete.
Also,
You're right. It is bullshit, just not for the reasons you think.
Bullshit.
Yeah.
A small
what's
moment that
funny
you need to
about
look
this
outside
is
of the
that I
video for.
hate this idea that you have to police everybody you know is like police at all times. Because Berger and I have very clear like disagreements. Party and I have very clear disagreements when it comes to like politics. I'm not gonna like talk about them on screen, but I'm fairly sure we do, even though I don't even talk about my politics.
I would
General
imagine
people.
that I have a very different set of beliefs than pretty much everyone in this call.
Yeah,
But like,
exactly.
at least
That's generally how it goes. Yeah.
we can have a discussion about it and be like, wow, this is why I conclude this. This is why I conclude that. Because guess what? We all understand that 2 times 2 is 4, but we also understand that 3 times 3 is also 9. It's the problem is that that math just isn't that simple all the time, right?
Yeah.
Sometimes issues are pretty complicated, and sometimes the math just doesn't work right in different ways for different people, right? People come to different conclusions. That's why there's a viable multiple choice where you can sometimes come to different answers, right? It's like the meme where some people
it's
turn
why I
their
said. It's why I
they
said the building compromise is the building block of society.
yeah, it's one of those things where everyone's the math equation, everyone sees it, everyone may see it differently, right? Even if there is an objective correct answer, if we're using slightly different formulas to get to these results, we're going to have different conclusions about what the results ought to be, right?
Yeah,
That's
algebra can have multiple different answers for what is
You can, yeah.
Yep.
Yeah.
And so, but at least we can all kind of understand where we're all coming from once we once we break down how we're breaking down each equation. We can all understand where we're all coming from, except for organized chaos, who is still on step fucking 0 and thinks 2 times 2 is 4 because 2 is just kind of 2 plus 2. Yeah. And so when we're talking about like algebraic or God forbid calculus equations, and when talking policy, he's stuck on fucking 2nd grade math.
I think that's generous.
Imagine.
Oh
Sano,
no, I learned it in 1st grade,
if I just randomly messaged you about what do you think about main Prop 3 on the ballot. I don't know if there is a Prop 3. I just pulled that out
today. I'd have to look into.
Well, I don't even know if there is a Prop 3. I just used a random thing.
I think there actually was this year.
Our discussion is confusing Kuro.
Oh, are we? Oh, I'm sorry, Kuro.
Oh, it was a while ago.
Happy birthday, Kuro.
Happy birthday, Kuro.
Yes, midnight has passed on the East Coast, I believe. So, and in the Central Time Zone as well. So, happy birthday! Hooray!
But yeah,
Fuck you guys.
But his chat started asking,
I love you, Kuro. You're cool.
Have you
I like that we got a verbal response.
Stop! Don't make me blush, man. It's embarrassing.
Don't make me what?
Blush. Like
the
I
bill.
hate it when people
And
say
Robert
nice things
replies,
about me.
"Yes, I have. Have you got?"
We can bully you if you prefer.
Oh yeah, because I had read the bill.
Up.
In fact, I had. I had done research for the video.
Perfect.
I don't believe you. I don't believe you.
What
Nope.
the fuck?
Nope.
Boned up a bit on the bill, guys.
You got boned up reading the bill, huh?
My dude,
and this,
totally,
so this was during the live
Twitter,
premiere,
read some Twitter threads,
and
like,
God, it was swarming
he
with
watched
rags.
Vosh
I boned up a
probably.
bit on the bill, guys.
We know he subscribes to Vosh.
That would fucking help, actually, because like at least Vosh tends to read the bills and then come to these weird conclusions about them, which means
he's
that
literally just
OC would be at least kind of seeing the bill-ish, as opposed to if he's just scrolling on fucking Twitter, which he seems to be doing.
Yeah,
I don't believe that he's read it. I don't believe him. I just don't.
I don't believe him either.
I do not believe him. And it's not just because I know that he's a liar. OC, I mean.
Yeah, Vosh is better faith than organized chaos, and Vosh has like openly admitted that he will like make shit up if he thinks it will benefit him.
He literally tried to argue. He was so bad faith that he tried to say that water wasn't water once it hit Mexico, and he's less bad faith than organized chaos. You don't remember that? He's like, when water is in Mexico, it's not called water; it's called aqua.
Oh my fucking! It's agua, not aqua. You fucking.
Pretty
He's in
sure
California. He doesn't have an
aqua as
excuse.
well.
True. Wait, is he in California? I thought he was in Seattle.
Who knows?
I have
Did
no
he
idea.
move?
I don't care to know. I don't want to know how close I am right now.
That's
I'm in
fair.
Bosch
Let's do
splash
this.
zone terrifies me.
And this, yeah.
The
So this was during
containment
the
zone.
live premiere, and God, it was
I see.
swarm.
So,
Oh, he's
that-
bitching about the
no,
rags thing
I
again.
see. Okay.
Oh my god.
Swarming
his
with
heart.
Rags fans. It was toxic as fuck. I really shouldn't have been there.
Oh yeah, I'm sure it
Then why
was.
were you there?
They didn't agree with me. It was so toxic.
Guys.
Yeah, you
But
know
as
what?
we
No,
can
no,
see from
party.
his
Wait,
video,
I agree
no
to
the
him.
fuck he
I
didn't.
too remember the flame wars.
Robert says that
You
the bill
remember the
bans
trenches?
LGBT teachers from teaching.
The
Let's go
chat
back.
rooms.
I don't actually. I wasn't here during the time.
The text of
I
the
have
bill does
guys.
not actually ban them from teaching.
Right. So say that.
Yes.
So then why
So
did you
then
say it did?
explain why you've come to the conclusion that you have.
Not too much work.
You have to look at it because the idea is you have to look at how it would be executed. So like the bill
Yeah,
essentially penalizes
basic-
teachers for revealing essentially that they are in relationships to
Well,
their students essentially.
to their
That's
students, yeah.
the crux of it.
Okay. And so.
And
so.
here's the deal. Do you
All right.
think
Uh-huh.
if a teacher, a woman comes in and she puts a picture of her with her husband on her desk, do you think she's going to get
Okay.
penalized? Think she's going to get
she
penalized?
Maybe.
I would be shocked.
Maybe.
Be
It
shocked.
depends.
So
People like
fucking
Alastor
reverted to goddamn
Rag-
gotcha, because the answer could be if someone answers that question with yes, then your fucking point disappears like a thin puff of smoke. It's fucking gone.
Yeah.
Like, I'm sorry.
Yeah, and
I think, Sano, I
all
think you
that
need
has
to
to
debate
happen
him.
is all that has to happen is somebody does decide to try and like, oh, you know,
If someone-
this is obviously the don't say gay law, so I'm just going to apply the law as it's written, and I'm going to penalize this person because fuck the chuds, and then there you go. Okay, now
Then he's
it's no
defeated.
longer
We
a
defeated this
gay
enemy.
law.
Sano,
you
we
could,
need to get you to debate this guy.
I really want to debate organized chaos.
You can just
because
go in his comment section and ask.
It's really funny that me and him politically agree, and it's fucking shameful that I have to endorse the fact that he has like similar opinions to mine. It means that he just like to stumble into the same ideas that I have.
Yeah. Oh no. Yeah. So
He didn't
you
write them,
also,
but
yeah,
critical
He
you know
can't
what's
gotcha
funny?
you. It's that he's going
He,
to
like-
try anyway.
Yes,
This is the funny thing because Party and I have a similar experience from what I understand because apparently he was supposedly pro Gamergate and both of us were like,
No, he said he was pro Gamergate at first until I guess he figured out what it was. And
oh
then he
no,
wasn't.
but
Which
Party
is
and I were
weird.
Gamergate people back then.
10 years is a hell of a long time.
Yeah, that's what I mean is because I look at him and I'm like, oh, so he went the Jarbo path.
Oh no. What kind of boulders do you think OC hunts for?
God, I fucking love that stream.
Be like, no, she shouldn't get penalized.
Yeah.
I
even though
love
it
that
is
Rags was
technically
there
in
for that.
violation of that bill.
Yeah, I rewatched it on my way to Walmart.
They'd be like,
It's a
you
fucking-
can't penalize her for that. It's just a picture of her with her husband. Now,
he reveals
same
the,
teacher, except she puts up a
the
picture of her with her wife.
list reports and like immediately starts.
You
going,
know
"Well, I
damn
think
well that's
we're
exactly what that bill's built for, and they would
And
go after her for
laughing
that
over
shit.
him as you say that.
They'd call her groomer because that's all it takes to get called a groomer, and go after her using that bill.
Okay.
And all that changes is the gender identity of her spouse.
All right, cool.
That's the issue with the bill, and that's why.
Wait, that's not even
how
gender
about this?
identity. That's sexual identity. What?
Okay,
I
wait,
don't-
hold on. OC, what if we go after both? Then what?
Then his point
Then
is gone.
Yeah, his point's gone. the argument really is that like the argument ought to be that like Florida has had a history of on imposing unequal standards through on paper bills that could be equally enforced to either side. And so this might fall into another example, but then he'd have to like Google any stats to back that up. And that requires, again, I'm going to use the E word, guys. I'm going to use the hard T, effort, for him to actually, do some fucking work.
So what would you like to debate him on?
Probably Star Wars. Probably Ahsoka. Actually, I have some
I was
good
going
argument.
to suggest that because he hasn't seen it. It would be a pretty easy one though.
But no, he has. I think he's seen the whole thing at this point. But we could like have a variety debate. We could even discuss like EFAP. It'd be pretty fun.
You could. I'm telling you, just go in his comment section and set it up. It's that easy.
No,
He has the lookout gene. He will engage with you if you just A-log him hard enough.
No, I A-logged him a bit too hard and now I got blocked. I A-logged too close to the sun. I told him that he aged worse than Obama and then
But
I
he
got banned from
engaged
his
with
live
you
chat.
several times before that.
Yeah.
I love how that's what did it. It wasn't anything else. It was.
I mean, I basically
What the
just went
fuck?
in, told him he was a dumbass in his comment section, and then there's the one time he showed himself to me, so that was funny.
Bill was fucking bullshit. It's not about
Revealed
talking about
himself like
sex
fucking
to
Palpatine.
kids. Quit misrepresenting it.
He literally what? How did he misrepresent the bill?
He didn't. He like read it out loud and was just like explaining it. Sorry.
Yeah.
Wait. Oh my god. Okay. So what he's saying is that, like, he believes. I think he's saying that he believes that Rags misrepresented the nature of the bill by reading it, like the synopsis of it, because Rags was not familiar with like the context of people making the criticisms that they were making, including organized chaos, which is like, just want to be clear here, totally fucking fair and valid for you not to be like totally aware of everything going on in Florida all the time, right?
Yeah.
So
like I said,
being bad faith by not having been aware of the cultural context in which the bill was being passed in, which is a fucking ridiculous, stupid claim to make.
like I said, OC, what's your opinion of Proposition 3 in Maine?
Just ask Organized Chaos what his opinion on death threats are.
Well, no. The whole point of that is I'm asking him a question I don't even know the answer to. Like,
I don't know the answer to the question I asked either. He didn't give Evelyn an answer.
Yeah, no, I don't have an answer for that, and the fact that I don't have an answer, is amoral, obviously.
I mean, there's that sus clip of him.
Proposition 3 in Maine.
Back to Rags' video where he reads what the bill actually does.
It reads, classroom instruction by school personnel or third parties
So I'm
on
not
sexual orientation or
super-
gender identity may not occur in kindergarten through grade 3 or in a manner that is...
I did look into this, and I do recall the bill saying, if not this, at least something very, very similar to this.
I would say, like, I think that the age appropriate manner is a very flexible term that could use some like a further addendum of like, this is what we mean by age appropriate, because until the point, like, someone could legitimately make the argument that in any way, right, it's just not age appropriate at all to even like forward it, no matter age or something like that, if there's just someone who's caring enough about it, right? So you need to like have an anti-Karen clause in there, basically, to outline what age-appropriate manner means.
Also, guys,
that's all I would say.
Important update: there is in fact a main Proposition 3, and it's the restoration of historical sites.
Oh, that sounds good.
Apparently.
Yeah, I'd say I'm in favor. I would say. It depends on how they're using the funding, though, right? Like if it's
because it says
it depends how much
$10 million. $10 million bond issue to restore historic buildings.
Oh, that is
perfectly
fine.
Non-profit.
Yeah, that would be A, people voluntarily putting money in, and B, 10 million really is not that insane a number. Yeah, that's fine.
Not age appropriate
with
or
financing
developmentally
requiring
appropriate
a
for students.
25%
Well,
match. That sounds reasonable to me.
Yeah, that sounds
se-
totally reasonable. Yeah.
We're going to hear from Organized Chaos. What is sexual orientation and gender identity here? Get a load of this.
Sexual orientation or gender identity. Sexual orientation is pretty much, I mean, there's all types of variations, but let's break it down. It's
Okay.
hetero or homo, straight or gay.
No, it's not.
Gender.
Holy fucking shit. Dumb fucking holy fucking shit. Dumb
I
fucking
jokingly called myself the token gay, but I am bisexual, so this is really funny to me.
I call myself the half gay.
Identity is literally what gender do you identify as? That's it.
Correct.
I don't actually have an issue with
worldview, I would say. Like, or the general consensus, I would say.
kids knowing
his
that.
assertion about sexual identity.
I do have an issue with showing kids porno or like just.
Oh my god.
In fact, actually, Burger? Have you ever heard the term biphobia? And
No.
bi-erasure? That's a problem in the LGBT community. Did you know about that? Guess what Mr. Bob genuinely just engaged in?
Yeah, I know.
Genuinely, unironically, just engaged in bi-erasure. Wow, that's fucking crazy.
I've heard about that.
What? No, I'm sorry, I'm not following here. What?
Okay, so
Oh, yeah.
the Sano, do you want to explain or do you want me
Please.
to?
I'll
Either of you.
try it, and if I come up short, I want you to back me up on it.
All right.
So the idea is there's a lot of people who are obviously gay or lesbian, right?
Right.
They are the most apparently like LGBT instead of straight, right? They can't pass the straight very well because obviously they have their own preferences, right?
Yeah.
And so they're the ones who had to fight the hardest for for their rights, I guess, is the assertion. The idea is that therefore, like, they deserve more in the LGBT community, and like that a lot of bisexuals aren't like actually bisexual. They're just people who are straight who had like a gay experience or something and just are like pretending to be for popularity or whatever, right? It's like people who are like vacationing as an LGBT before they settle down into being straight. It just happens to be that way because a lot of like people who are bisexual want to experiment, right? And then they may choose to be straight or like to have a straight marriage or a gay marriage, right?
Right.
Usually you don't find a lot of poly bi people, so you're not going to find that sort of thing available, right? So it's basically targeting a lot of people and like just pretending that bisexuality doesn't exist. You ought to either identify as straight or homosexual. It's like the team sports of the LGBT community, right?
Yeah.
It's just trying to erase the idea of either the existence of or the importance of bi people.
It's called bi-erasure, you said, right?
Yeah,
bi-erasure and biphobia, either one, but the bi-erasure is more significant than biphobia.
Yeah, and the idea of this is basically there is a lot of gay people that do not accept that you are in the LGBT if you just happen to end up with the opposite sex.
Yeah, if you sleep with one of the others, then you are a traitor to the LGBT community.
If you marry a woman as a bisexual, then they just treat you as just a tourist in the gay community. It's fine.
Yeah, if you're a gay or lesbian, you ought to have exclusive areas that the half gays ought not to be able to intrude upon, right?
Yeah.
It's just fucking ridiculous and comical.
Without saying
it, only just engaged in bi-erasure because he's just not even aware of the idea of it.
That's incredible.
Without saying it, you guys know what region I live in and why this would come up with me. I'm not gonna say it. You should.
I have no idea what region you're in.
I'll just put it in. I'll put it in the Discord chat. I don't want to say it because
I mean, I can say that I lived in a southern state that leaned not terribly pro-homo, I will say, and so I have moved to the West Coast where they're more homo-favorable, I suppose. So,
Yeah,
I mean,
I put my
it's not-
general area.
yeah,
Yeah,
but
you,
yeah, there's
you
people who
understand why this is something that's affected me.
are like, yeah, the idea that like biphobia doesn't exist is very funny. There's some
Discussing like
homosexual people who are
actual
like, any experience of biphobia is either just homophobia, which is us, or it doesn't exist, and it's you being like wimpy that you get to have a better life than us, like purebred gays.
sex
Well,
at an
it's
age.
just one of those
by the way.
it's
Purebred
one of those,
gays.
there's no racism on our side. There's no sexism on our side. There's no
Yeah,
homophobia on our side. Sort of situation. You
it
know?
really is. Yeah, it's just
Inappropriate
it's
level?
The fuck, what's it called? Tribalism. Yeah, that's what it is. The tribalism, trying to like exclusivize your the community against the people who are different from you.
Exactly. Yeah.
But like,
yep.
I'm sorry.
But
I'm
just
still stuck on
knowing
the
that the gay and straight people.
implication and weight of the phrase purebred gay.
No, it is a thing. I actually had somebody I was seeing for a little bit who, like, because they knew I was still into women as well, they were like, no, I'm not gonna be able to like have a long-term thing unless you just commit to being 100% gay.
Yeah, I met someone on the internet who was like basically saying that that I ethically ought to settle down into a straight marriage and have kids I educate in line with like liberal ideology, basically, and then that would be how I do my duty to the gay cause, basically. It's very fucking fun.
The fuck?
Yeah.
What?
That is quite an ask.
I know.
The gay cause, huh?
Gay cause, yeah.
Wait, the gay agenda? It's
The
real?
essentially, yes. There are the few operatives out there who are like, you ought to, the buys ought to only serve as like secret agents amongst the streets.
Well,
The 2000s
wait,
era Fox News was
we,
right.
oh,
The
yeah,
gay
well-
agenda's real.
Yes, the gay agenda is
The
real.
buys are the operatives.
Yeah, I was gonna say the buys are the Uncle Ruckuses.
Oh,
Buys
Jesus.
are the Untermensch. We have to get rid of them, gamer.
They're the half breeds of both sides.
They're oath
Exist and knowing that
breakers.
trans people exist, I think that should be normalized 100%.
I
It's in
want to watch
accordance
the
with state
Boondocks
standards.
Robert fucking lied. Keep this in mind when he tells Eric July.
You know, here's the problem, Alistair. You just accept everything Rags and these guys tell you.
Oh my fucking
And it is like Eric, DJ.
Don't listen to them. They lie to you. Listen to
This-
me.
The sheer audacity of organized chaos to say maybe you ought to think critically about the positions you espouse. Fucking organized chaos trying to moral grandstand that idea.
It's
Well,
hilarious.
this is the funny thing too, because even then, this is a lot more charity than he adheres to anyone else. Because he seems to, his position on Alastor seems to be that Alastor is misled somehow. Like,
Yes,
Yes.
Alastor,
a victim.
He literally
of
said
the-
that verbatim.
but,
Yes.
but also,
Literally said that. He is
it's
on
so
God,
condescending.
white savior.
This is
Yeah,
crazy.
it's that white savior complex. It is.
No,
Which is
it's
very
he's-
weird. What's very weird is he also didn't show this with Eric July. I don't know like what the difference is
Well,
between them.
It's that
Eric
Alistair's
July
younger
is
than
taking
him,
money
I think.
from the Blaze. That's
Maybe.
why. It's Eric July is taking money from the Blaze.
Or maybe because Eric July is a libertarian and doesn't deserve to have any
He
good
doesn't
say.
know what libertarian means.
That's true, actually.
I love how he
Yeah,
says
no,
conservatives.
it's literally just that he took money from Glenn Beck. That's all it takes.
I love how he says you have conservative talking points, and then he says conservatives don't exactly have beliefs.
Mm-hmm. It was very funny.
Because that makes sense.
Hey, Eric.
It's so
Eric
funny that like
debunks, Eric's reloaded.
that
And now
organized
he's
chaos,
shilling his friend. Here we go. Here he's shilling his friend here.
organized
You should
chaos
go
like
check out his
espouses
channel.
leftist like bland talking points, but then doesn't actually understand why leftists came to that conclusion.
Fuck, what was my point? I brought up DJ Eric.
Come on.
Oh yeah, he calls it brain rot.
He's like Mike from
he
PA,
calls it
but worse.
absolute fucking brain rot. What these guys do to their fans, and that is what you're
Then what
suffering.
the fuck are you doing to your fans? If what they're doing is giving them brain rot, then what the fuck are you
Very
doing?
good question, Burger.
No, seriously. What is this? If that's brain rot, then what is this?
Russian misinformation trying to stupidify the American populace.
Okay, yeah. In that case, I can just say that. Okay, that's fine.
Alastor.
You
have
how do I know you're not Chinese information trying to stupefy the American?
I honestly believe the joke that Mueller came up with that he might actually be controlled opposition.
Oh,
That's
God.
Oh, like he's a right wing person who's trying to parrot out like left wing positions to like make right wing more confident in their own positions.
No, that
That's
Mueller
what I
hired
believe.
him.
That's what I believe.
Oh,
too.
that Mueller. Oh my God, I'm so fucking politics brain. It's the election. It'll fade away eventually. I swear.
Yeah. I said that's what I believe Tim Pool is.
Oh, Tim Pool. Yeah. Maybe, but like it's really funny if he really did take Russian money.
He did take Russian money. It's just a
Yeah.
if he knew, you know. And I don't think.
I mean, he didn't. You know, he didn't like. He didn't like. Know, right? But like he, he just didn't like care to know or check the fact that there was $400,000 magically reaching his account every month, and he didn't have to like.
Somebody was paying him off. He knew somebody was paying him off. It's just.
He probably thought it was some oil tycoon or something.
I'm sure, and that just makes it all okay then.
Yep.
It makes it funny. I wonder which billionaire he thought was bankrolling him.
Soros.
Fuck yeah.
Yes, that is the funniest option, and therefore it's true.
Yeah. I thought George Soros liked my political opinions. What can I say?
I just
inability to use critical thinking on the don't
Stop
say gay
it.
bill. To look at that and say, what would this be suffering from, Alastor? You have an inability to use critical thinking on the don't say gay bill.
I knew it.
To look at that and say, what would this be used for?
My fucking God.
Look at the text and say, what do you think they're charging with that text? What do you think they're going after with that text? I'm willing to tell you, they're not going after straight.
This justifies literally every conspiracy theory ever. Anytime anything can be misused, should I assume it will be?
It ought to be, yeah. Or like,
well, it makes sense because organized chaos is all for conspiracy theories.
Oh really?
Yeah,
oh my God! Oh God!
This is the thing, though. This is what I mean.
Information is pretty based.
You guys, you know what though? The funny thing is, there was some grounds to believe the gay frogs thing because it was affecting the frogs.
Yeah.
To some extent. So, does that mean that what Alex Jones says is true, OC? Are you endorsing Alex Jones? I assume not, but, maybe you do.
MEA. Broken clock.
I mean,
Twice
he
a day.
accidentally
Twice a day is a lot.
I mean, he accidentally endorsed by Erasure, so anything's
I
possible now.
I don't know if he actually. I'm not even sure if it was an accident. Now that I think about it, I haven't really heard him endorse anything about bisexuals offhand. If you can find him endorsing bisexuals, that would be interesting. That would probably help a lot. But like now that
I'm not sure. I've never heard him reference bisexuals like separately. I've just heard him say gay rights and trans rights in the Eric July debate.
That's very interesting, actually. Now that I think about it.
Fuck. No, I don't think we should get there. I don't think we should.
I would imagine that's more a consequence of the people he follows. I would bet if I had to put money on it.
Yeah, I don't believe he has
I
any.
just don't know enough.
Of his own.
I think that I would be more willing to agree that he like is aware of like bisexual people and just made an error here if I like trusted that he did
Yeah,
it
probably.
and like could look things up. But
He
unfortunately,
can
that requires
selectively,
hard,
yes.
yeah, that requires the hard T word, right? You know, I don't want to say it again here, right? But that requires the E word, if you will.
Effort, yes.
Rangi.
I
You'll
say
scare
all
away OC.
True. True, he's not gonna appreciate the gamer words.
If you say effort 3 times in a mirror when you're within 1,000 miles of OC, he disappears for 24 hours.
Oh shit!
Wait,
It
disappears
insists
or
people,
turns
that's for
invisible?
damn sure.
That
What's
is
for
up
Lie
for
that he
debate
read
again?
to
item
this
number
day.
one.
No
A
one
bit
is quite
further
sure.
ahead, and Robert
No one
refutes
has
Rags'
seen him doing
claim
it.
that the
No,
writers and director of Black Widow did not want to take the spotlight away from Natasha because she is female. He says that it's because it's a solo movie, not because she's female.
You know, certain characters be in movies because we don't want to take the spotlight away from the females, which is what they did in Black Widow.
Correct, yes.
Whose exclusive promotional merchandising popcorn buckets you display so...
So why is it important that there be male characters in Black Widow? Why is it important that, like, Captain America... Why is Captain America
Because
or one of
it's
the
in
other
the same
Avengers have to be in Black
universe,
Widow?
you tard.
What's wrong with... Listen, man, Black Widow's nothing special. Nothing fucking
Wow, rude.
special about...
Yeah, I've gone over this. It was on sale at the movie theater when I went to see the movie. It was $5.
Oh,
I was like, $5 for a popcorn bucket? Sure, why not?
Then
my
why are
God.
you
So he's-
displaying it?
Why do one of the other Avengers need to be...
trying to back
No,
out of
Kuro,
the
you
point
see,
that
he's
I-
too lazy to just put it away, apparently, because he's stupid.
No, he celebrated the fact that he got it because he wanted to appear nerdy. I would imagine.
I think this guy might be mentally unwell.
No, he
I think-
definitely is. He's clearly
He just-
coping and getting upset at people joking about Tyrone.
The test subject of a government-issued stupid virus. Pray for him.
But also,
He
Sano,
does seem to be getting dumber as
He
time
bought
goes
it and
on.
he placed it in his
Right.
background so that he can appear nerdy. He felt that it would lend to his credibility. That
He is
is
getting
why-
felted right now, that is true.
Hard to agree with you, Rangi. And then as soon as he realized it didn't lend to his credibility, he got rid of it and is now backing away from having put it in there in the first place.
He
Because
is?
it doesn't hurt it now hurts his credibility because he just doesn't have any, underlying fucking principles. He is literally like the Marcus Aurelius animal where he just like sniffs around and takes immediate interest in things and doesn't understand what implications are.
Yeah. Yeah, that's the thing, because this is something I hate when it comes to media people, where they feel the need to, like, list their credentials. Anime people do this all the time. I've noticed in, like, anime servers, where they feel the need to, like, list all the, like, big anime that they followed, or the big manga they follow. And it's like, dude, I'm just talking about your take on this specific show.
Sure. There's an element of it like that I can understand of like if you haven't seen many things, you probably ought your criticisms may not be very apt just from lack of knowledge of general principles.
Yeah.
But you can also
that's
just have a fucking shit take, right? Like it can just
Yeah.
be that simple sometimes, and like trying to like work your way back into but I have seen Naruto 3 times. Who gives a fucking shit?
Yeah. Who gives a shit? We're not talking about Naruto. We're talking about, I don't know, Samurai Champloo.
We're talking about
Anime sucks anyways.
greatest anime ever made.
Hellsing Ultimate.
God, I fucking love Black Clover. It's just like OC. It's so fucking stupid and dumb and doesn't realize
I
it.
never watched Hellsing.
Yo.
I've been showing Party Helsing recently, actually.
How is
Yo.
he liking it?
He likes it.
I think it's fucking really fun.
There. Why?
It is
Oh, the
exactly
cat is
my
back.
kind of thing.
Also, his room looks
Wait a minute.
worse. There's
Hang-
like shit on the ground there. Look at
Party.
those sheets on the ground.
Oh yeah?
Is
There's
your
a
PSP
cat. Shut up, everyone. There's a
or Manga
cat.
PSP?
He was petting
Oh.
the cat earlier.
This little thing is a snippet from a meme made out of an Initial D fan comic where people are drifting trains, and I found
Oh.
it humorous, so I
Rant.
took it. So it is a fan
The movie
comic
just, I mean, honestly, the
manga
script just needs tight.
of an Initial D character, and I found it humorous a decade ago.
The
So
script of
here we
Black
are.
Widow needed tightened, he says.
I was hoping that it was like directly from an anime, so we could say that we were boxing Burger in with a perimeter of anime PSVs.
It is adjacent.
It is.
True, but
The only
Burger
anime I've
is
watched is
surrounded by the
So
weak.
would you call it a
Wait,
half anime then?
Oh fuck yeah, dude! I am half weeb. Let's go, half anime.
So the half.
Wait, I thought that was from a manga.
I am a Hufu.
Most
I
certainly.
thought your profile pic was from a manga.
It is. But manga is anime adjacent. If you're an
Dude,
American
if you
viewer.
like manga, you're so a weeb.
No, I'm not denying anything.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, he said he's a half-oo. He's half-weeb.
I'm an oath breaker.
But wouldn't that make you a weeb if you like manga though?
Probably.
So,
I don't.
So what if you have?
Yeah.
Either way, Burger is surrounded by.
They don't need other Avengers in it. That's not the issue.
We'll get them one day.
Yeah, why does it need more Avengers? Why are you insistent that needs Avengers?
Well, obviously the answer here is because Rags only wants to see white
yeah, exactly,
men.
Jennifer.
Obviously,
I
that's
do
obviously
think that
the answer. That's
hardcore
obviously
sex
the answer.
scene
That's
in
like,
Lightyear
that's
was
obviously
ridiculous.
the answer.
I think
Obviously,
I
The
know
fact that
what.
Pixar
Why.
didn't animate the
because he
veins
wants
and
more
the
white
penis in
men,
that
and
scene.
we
It's
obviously
ridiculous.
because he wants more white men on the screen.
Burger, pause it. Pause it. I have
reason.
something to say.
He
Pause
wants
it.
more
Spit
white
your
men
shit,
like
Kuro.
Sam Wilson.
Rangi, shut the fuck up.
Whoa.
I know why he wants Captain America in it. He wants America's ass.
For real.
That's why.
True.
What were you saying,
True.
Rangi?
I said he wants more white men like Sam Wilson.
Yeah, yes, exactly. He wants more white men like Natasha Romanoff. He also wants some more white men like the Hulk. And I think Mark Ruffalo is Mark Ruffalo white? I don't actually know.
No, probably, kinda. I could go look.
I'm not
If you
comfortable.
really
Please do
want to
it.
know.
I'm
Because
not
you don't
comfortable.
want to be organized chaos and fuck that up.
I'm sure his Wikipedia will tell me. Hold
Sure.
on.
Yeah, I'm just not comfortable like immediately defaulting to the half read joke when we're talking about race. That's actually like, yeah, there's a historical thing.
He is French Canadian.
French Canadian.
I don't think that's helpful.
Oh, okay.
He's
So he's the bottom of the barrel. Damn.
He's of Italian and French Canadian descent.
Yeah, exactly.
According to the AI Google thing.
He probably is then. Never mind then. My
No,
bad.
Lightyear had like a 2-second gay kiss. It does not have some fucking hardcore sex scene that they act like it has. Yeah.
Here's an interview by Deadline with director of Black Widow, Kate Shortland.
What we decided was, and I think Kevin was really great. He said, she doesn't need the boys. We didn't want it to feel like she needs the support. We want her to stand alone, and she does.
Okay. So like I understand.
You mean like they do for pretty much every other male solo movie? Yeah, I guess that makes sense.
Yeah.
This isn't the dunk you think it is,
problem
bro.
with those two.
It's not.
Or
It's them saying, yeah, we're doing a Black Widow
conversation to have and making it the worst possible thing to discuss because he's got no fucking idea what the conversation ought to be.
Yeah.
Leave it to organized chaos to be stupid.
I guess it would be out of character for him to make this like an interesting discussion where we discuss like the idea of
Can
because
you imagine he just starts doing a stream one day?
So
and
I
that's what he
actually have
does?
a live fact check. I went to
Oh.
Wikipedia. I think his father is of Italian descent and his mother is of French descent, and he grew up in Wisconsin.
That counts.
Yeah, born in Kenosha, Wisconsin, according to Wikipedia.
Yeah, he's from Wisconsin. So French. I don't know where fucking AI got French Canadian. He's French Italian. So there you go.
He's Italian and lives in Wisconsin, which Wisconsin is not actually on the Canadian border at any point. So I don't know.
and
What's
his
It was half
mother
right,
is
though.
of
That's on
French
theme.
Canadian
There you
and
go.
Italian ancestry. That's what it says in Wikipedia.
Solo movie. It's gonna be about Black Widow kicking
oh,
ass.
God damn it.
You can still have a solo movie with Black Widow kicking ass and account for what the Avengers are doing.
Yeah, I mean, if you scaled the movie down to like where she doesn't need the Avengers and the Avengers wouldn't have shown up anyway, then yeah. In fact, if my memory serves, like the idea that there's a lot of events taking place that you could really, really, really use, like the Avengers to show up, right? Like that was a criticism for a ton of the movies, like
It
Iron
was
Man
most
3.
prominent for Iron Man 3 and Winter Soldier. I'm
Yeah,
told
we're
by
like,
Noob that Thor 2 takes place in a small enough span of time that they wouldn't have been able to contact them.
yes, I would agree with that. I would say it takes place over the course of like 10 to 20 minutes. So I don't think that they would have been able to show up on time. Though Thor could have probably alerted someone from the Avengers so that they might look into it. Whereas Ant-Man goes out of its way to explain why the Avengers aren't getting involved.
Homecoming as well.
This is why people don't, and like Civil War is like about the breakup of the Avengers, right? So it's the praise for movies is when they incorporate an explanation for why the Avengers wouldn't show up. And
Fucking Black Panther even does it. Kind of.
to an extent, I don't think that I would actually use that as a. It's one of the. It doesn't really explain why they don't, but it's a small enough scale outside of inside of Wakanda. Like for all the events outside of Wakanda, it's very small scale stuff, and inside of Wakanda, it's a secret nation that not many people know the goings on about. It doesn't surprise me the Avengers weren't alerted, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Whereas,
told it's
like,
Iron Man 3 and Winter
Iron Man-
Soldier are the two worst ones with that.
yeah, they kidnap the president, and Shield is overrun by Hydra and filled with like helicarriers that can kill everyone in like a snap of a finger. Those ought to have the Avengers in it. And so when we bring up like a giant network of spy people in a hovercraft over Russia, this sounds like an Avengers sort of thing.
Yeah. Well,
So
the
the
funny,
Avengers don't show up is odd.
yeah. The funny thing is too, it wouldn't be a good explanation, but you could actually just explain that the Avengers being there was just a phone call between her and Tony or her and Cap, where it's like, hey, there's this thing going on. I'm looking into it, and they're like, no, we're busy with this, and this.
Well, this would
Okay,
literally be the like shutdown of Shield. That would be a fucking great explanation for why the Avengers aren't doing something right now. It's because Shield just shut down. That's a very big issue. That what is the role of the Avengers right now without the they're supposed to fall under the umbrella of Shield. Shield is gone. What do we do now?
Yeah, and you could also literally justify it by the Avengers are dealing with all sorts of different sort of things. They're being asked to do like different things, and Natasha is one of the more human Avengers. It makes sense that she's not going to be assigned to these missions.
Well, it's also right now she just leaked all of her like info, like all of her covers and stuff. That's all out on the public web. So right now, she needs to like reestablish herself almost before she can really take on many Avengers missions outside of just like her combat skills and her like detecting shit skills. That's about all she's good for right now, because all of her like spy assets and her spy experience and stuff, that's all kind of up in smoke because all of that's just out on the web and everyone knows about it.
And Shield is gone.
Yep,
Which
and
is
Shields
a
is
lot
gone.
of
Which is her.
so.
Yep. Yeah. So a lot of her bridges also may have been burned because many of those people on those bridges may have been in the helicarriers.
Yeah, or at least, at the very least, we're associating with her because of her ties to Shield.
So like, there's explanations here, but they didn't really go with any of them, and that's the criticism, right? An interesting conversation is like why we decide to go down this angle, and like the idea that like we want to keep the Black Widow movie centered on her and make it want to avoid making it seem like she needs help.
Either way, we have 6 minutes left in the VOD, and we're
you
like
need to do
6 hours in.
You need to do more to justify that, I would say.
But you know what? Yeah. Let's go ahead and people need more male superheroes in the goddamn movie.
Marvel made a conscious decision not to have any.
How many? Maybe do we need some female superheroes in the first Iron Man? Maybe some female superheroes in the first Captain America. Thor.
Yeah, Natasha showed up in the second.
In solo movies, especially characters.
Also, Hawkeye showed up in Thor.
I'll say it.
I don't remember.
You know what?
Okay.
You know what? The next male Marvel movie, Blade or whatever. Why can't you have one of the like 10 different female superheroes show up there? I'm fine with that if there's an explanation for why they're there. Yeah, sure.
Yeah, if there's an explanation for why they're there, and they also kind of justify their own existence by having a role in the story, right? That's the same for any character, though, right?
Or even if there's this like there's a big sky laser or whatever. There's a big public event that makes sense for any superhero to be there. I wouldn't care. I would be like, yeah, it makes sense that I don't know, female. What's the
She-Hulk
guy?
I mean,
She-Hulk or Echo or
genuinely, you could just
or whoever
She-Hulk into some of these stories, where she's an attorney in the story or whatever the fuck, right? And like, if you justify why she's in the story and the story contributes to and she gets good character development in the story itself, then sure. As long as there's a reason to be in the movie beyond just like woo yay person I recognize, right?
Yeah, but bringing up the first Iron Man movie is very disingenuous because obviously.
It's hard. It's like the first Hulk and the first Iron Man movies are hard to throw that into, and then
that's one of the few movies where it's actually not a problem because none of the heroes are established.
Yeah, and then you've got Captain America, which I would argue Peggy has a pretty significant role, and Peggy has continued to have a significant role throughout the MCU, and Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. especially. I think I don't remember though. I don't remember. There were like 2 S.H.I.E.L.D. ones. One was like in the past, and then one was like with Coulson.
There was Agent Carter, and then there was Agent.
Okay, I didn't realize there were different things. I haven't seen either of them, obviously. So Agent Carter has her own show, right? And then she's continued to play a prominent role since then. Like she, Civil War, she was there, and Winter Soldier. Like her being alive was still significant in Winter Soldier, and her death is significant in Civil War. She's Captain America in was it Captain America or Captain Britain in MOM? One of those two.
It was Peggy,
Britain. Okay. And then she's Captain Britain again in the What If show, right? And then
Sims over her.
Yes, it does. I've seen. That's the only one that I've seen, and I couldn't finish it. It was so fucking annoying.
Should we continue? I think we should.
First solo
movies.
Probably
should. Yeah.
It's good to let them stand alone, female or male.
Old.
Oh, here we go.
So why is Black Widow needing a male character in her movie?
The problem is that he's assuming that Rags has not taken an issue with it elsewhere when Rags has never said anything about other movies.
Yeah.
No, that's not true. Rags holds the same position for Iron Man 3 and Winter Soldier. He thinks the Avengers should have shown up in both of those, and both of those are like male-centric. They're about Iron Man and Captain America centrally, right?
Nah, Black Widow's in Winter Soldier, so no, he
is Winter Soldier. It's not like about her really. It's she like she's important to it, but she's not like the central role. Like you would say that it's probably a Captain America movie. I would say that anyway.
When most of the male characters don't need.
Sano, have you considered that your bisexuality makes you extra misogynist because you like men too?
That is something I had not considered. No. I'll have to think of it.
We have 5 minutes left
Another
for
character
the
in their
video.
movie to help them out. Like it's a weird standard you're using, bro.
No, it's not, because you just made shit up and then are now applying it to him.
Verbiage
Yes,
of
it really
The
is
Boys
like
implies
being
that
bad
they
faith
wanted their
in it.
female-centric movie to remain female-centric. And also,
Yeah.
Thor
Cool.
Ragnarok, Captain America the Winter Soldier, Captain America Civil War, Doctor Strange and the Multiverse of Madness, and Ant-Man are all solo films that had at least cameos from other heroes.
Okay.
So, real quick, with the exception of Ant-Man, all those other ones are fucking sequels.
I would have added Guardians 1 and 2 and Homecoming to his list as well.
Yeah. These are like, I'm not sure where he's going with this. I'm not sure Alastor is a very strong point to end this off with.
All those other heroes got those solo movies to build up themselves. This was Black Widow's first movie. It makes sense to give her.
Unfortunately, I think this is probably Organized Chaos's strongest point because of how weak Alastor's lead into his point was.
Yeah, because
This does actually counter.
It's not even necessarily that OC has a particularly strong point. It's Alastor put this point
dropped the ball on this.
He put it into a very rather weak framing because obviously the point is kind of the just late and MCU solo film thing of like, well, why aren't the Avengers involved in it? Because obviously the Avengers already exist within the same universe.
Yeah,
as our known entity.
If he'd brought up Iron Man 3 and not Civil War, Winter Soldier, and said because of the events going on, the Avengers ought to show up here, that would be a counter that Bob can't actually counter. Whereas because he's gone with the angle of, well, they've done it before and it hasn't been an issue then, why is it an issue now? Bob's counter of well, most of those, with the exception of Ant-Man, are sequels. So they have had the chance to establish characters, and that's why
you're saying that he opened it up to allow OC to just appeal to meta, whereas if he'd done...
Yeah,
if he'd
basically.
listed other examples. I'm not sure I'd agree that it's a weak argument from Alastor, although I'd say it opens him up to be...
It's one of his weaker points because it's not a weak argument as much as it's a weak framing for the argument.
It's a weak framing, but because it's a weak framing, OC's point here actually does counter what Alastor is saying, and the idea that Alastor is going down. So unfortunately, Alastor. This is the first time I think OC has actually taken an actual W.
I'm not sure I see it because he's just appealing to meta, though.
Sort of, but so's the I think Alastor is too. The conversation is meta oriented. It's right now. Alastor could have let it be oriented around like how best to do the story, right? But he didn't. He went with, well, it hasn't been a problem till now. Here's some examples of solo stories where they're included and it has been a problem. Why would it need to be an issue this time around? And OC can then counter with why it wasn't an issue those times, and that issue would be because for meta reasons, right? Because they already established themselves, so they didn't need other characters in, which then cycles back to why ought the Black Widow movie have superheroes in, and unfortunately, Alastor's angle doesn't actually counter OC on that. Like OC's answer does kind of counter where Alastor seems to be going with this.
Her spotlight to not have somebody else take that spotlight. Literally, the only exception there is Ant-Man, who gets Falcon for a little comedy bit. That's it.
Yeah.
Or at most, appearances from other main characters that are integral to the plot.
The funny thing, though, is if you brought this then up to Alastor, Alastor probably. I feel like
I think
Alastor's
Alastor would
capable
be able to understand where he messed up and be like,
Yeah.
I see.
Yeah, and then he'd
Make a good
rephrase
point
the
here.
argument.
Yep. If you rephrase the argument, then I think that there's a point here that OC could not counter. But the point you chose to go with, OC can counter and did.
Yeah, and
Research.
Alastor would probably hear that and
Please
understand
research.
and be like,
That is
"Oh, okay, yeah, this is specifically what I meant," and then just like elaborate on it.
Yeah, he'd either elaborate and/or concede that he could have phrased it better. I feel like. Also, he told OC to do research, and then this is what he says.
Oh boy.
I could say the exact same thing for you. In fact, just stop. In fact, actually,
What research did he do?
maybe not even research. Research would help you, but stop.
He clearly did do a lot of research for the video. He clearly does put a lot of time. I will say, he does put a lot of work into his videos.
What critical info is he missing? What source?
Accepting everything these chuds say.
That's what it is.
Just
yes, that's what he's like.
Without,
you could even
You
literally said, or you
listen
could even
to me, my child.
Yes.
Question.
It's
kind
don't worry, you poor lied to, misled black man. I will lead you to enlightenment.
It's very concerning. Yeah.
Kind of sad, bro.
It is. It's peak white
Hey
savior
there,
problem.
Editor Room Alistair again. I found a little funny moment here. Take a look at
Oh.
this.
I mean, actually, Black Widow had a good, the supporting cast in Black Widow, I would actually say.
You know where this is going?
I don't remember actually.
Supporting
No.
cast in Black Widow. Funny moment.
Yes.
Is one of the strength. They had David Harbour as, I can't think of it, Red Soldier.
Red Guardian.
Oh, yeah.
Red Guardian. He's Red Guardian. Jesus Christ. Oh my god.
Oh, okay. Sounds right.
Can your brain do anything other than cram?
Now look at what Rags has to say about that.
All right, but remember that thing you told me about Joel Egerton?
A bit inconsistent there, Mr. Setlock III. The last
I will say that not remembering a character's name probably is significantly worse than just not remembering the actor's name.
I would say not. I would say sure, but I think that at absolutely moot point. I do sometimes just
I think it's a moot point, but I think that the fact that he tried to use it as a point against Rag, where it becomes a
because OC tried to take the W on John's cinema knowledge, because he had to look
remembering
up that he had to look up a character name makes him a bit of a it's not a hypocrite moment, I guess. It's just funny. It would be
exactly what Alastor said it was.
It's a live by the sword, die by the sword sort of.
Very close to that,
code name, the name that Red Guardian plays.
Okay.
Well, you can't even say it right. Come on.
And knowing Joel Egerton, is like a mid-range famous actor.
Okay.
Oh, so
I mean that's
weird. All the famous actors.
He's really trying to get
away. And it'd be one thing, if I had no idea who Red Guardian was, but obviously I was having trouble remembering the name, which happens to everybody once in a while. We were talking about nitpicks. This is what he's doing.
He didn't say it was a big deal. He just said, "I just found hey, check out this funny thing I found."
Oh wait, hold on. Nitpicks the fact he didn't recognize immediately a mid-range famous actor's name. Do you know how many?
No, Rangi. It's a somewhat famous actor, and then it was an actor who shows up once or twice every couple of years. Then it was a famous actor again, and now it's a mid-range famous actor. Get it right.
Oh, right.
Nitpicking it.
Section of the video involves him.
He didn't say it was a big deal. He just said, "Hey, here's something funny I noticed."
Rage quitting Rags' video
now,
and creating
it really wasn't a big deal. If Organized Chaos had just been like, yeah, okay, you know what, that's fair. Then that would just be just a funny little oopsie doopsie. but because he tried to defend it and differentiate it, and tried to stay like, no, I'm still right, and Rang still took the L. Now he's made it so that he's a fucking hypocrite. He literally he just dug a pit for himself that wasn't there.
Yeah, exactly. This is the funny thing with a lot of internet arguments. People feel like any concession means that they lose completely with the argument, and that's more important than actually making sense or actually telling the truth. When you could just have been like, oh yeah, that maybe I was a bit wrong about that point, and then
It happens.
you take a very minor L, but then you don't actually damage yourself because it's like, well, yeah, okay, yeah, nobody. It's a very reasonable thing of you don't expect everyone to know every act.
To be fair, Rangi, it's kind of like what what's his name, the dude in Andor. You remember him, right? The one with the manifesto. Like what he said. You can hide. It's easier to hide behind 40 atrocities than a single incident, right? So because organized chaos has had so many instances of being a hypocritical, bad faith liar, him having one more really doesn't actually damage his character that much because his character's already in the fucking shit.
Yeah, it's true. It's true. When you're covered in shit, what's another piece of shit?
So we've had one W from OC up against how many L's in this video, including undone W's from other videos as well.
Yeah, we had the one W from the point Sano talked about earlier.
And that's it.
That was actually just recognizing what was being discussed. That was like an awareness W. That doesn't count towards the score. That's just like, oh, good, he's awake.
That was pretty much, and like you said, it seems more like it was just Alastor opened himself up for OC to just use the meta argument and move on.
Yes,
but
his
OC did capitalize on it. Correct.
Yes, that's how it's a genuine criticism of Alastor, right? You need to not, if you're going to be making arguments about the topic, you need to make them as sound as possible, and that one was just not a very sound one. So the fact that OC and for once in his fucking life, OC didn't just trip on himself and like lose the point
or get lost. He gets lost half this video and then can't remember what he was talking about.
Was like concise and explained why the position Alastor was tabling was not actually a very good one.
We have only 2 minutes.
Convoluted theory for why Rags does what he does. It's because he thinks Rags wants to run him off the platform. I'm not even going to entertain this in this video. If you want to subject yourself to such bile, the link to his video is in the description.
The Last Jedi created a lot of careers. You go to like Nerdrotic's channel, or like the Quarterings channel, they only go back like 5 or so years.
Okay.
Oh, so you agree? So he calls young Leia a bitch.
No, that's not the.
Which is very classy on his part.
Has to do with anything.
Why is
whatsoever.
it like dishonest for me to look for it when he?
Because you're clearly just trying to look for it so you can write off everything he says and just give yourself the win.
Yep.
You even acknowledge
you do this
like
constantly.
Anytime. Yes, I want to illustrate the point, right? That is a historical meme that a lot of kings in bad wars that they don't really see a way out of will always just declare victory and leave as opposed to actually trying to win, because it's way easier to do that and get you out of a bad situation. Every time OC argues, it's every time. It's just him being the king that got into a bad war and doesn't know how to get out of it outside of just declaring victory and giving up.
It's something,
and that's what he does every time.
Yeah.
I'm done. I'm not gonna find him calling Leia a bitch.
Like what? Yeah, that's what you did.
Okay, so that was one of the worst response videos I've ever sat through.
To like a whole minute.
Let's instantly
Not
outdo
even,
it with our
maybe
next
a whole
one.
minute of research.
Okay, before we get into
Wow,
EFAP, I'm actually going to go ahead and call it a night, guys.
Okay, good night.
Alastor, I have a feeling you're probably watching this.
No, there's the funny part at the end of
You
this.
probably are.
Just a minute
You might
longer.
be tweeting about this right now.
Nope.
Alastor, do better, bro. Do better.
You're hilarious.
This is.
You
I
should
hate
do
doing.
that
I
one
actually
thing
kind of hate
better.
doing this.
Oh, fuck off. He's doing that weird thing
Okay, if
again.
you hate doing it, then stop doing it.
Yeah, then stop it.
He's
Oh,
treating
shit.
Alastor in a very different way
It's
than...
off-putting, yeah, it's very...
Yeah, it's very weird.
Uncomfortable.
Feels very condescending, because he doesn't treat any other content creators we've ever seen him cover this way.
Yes. It is pretty disgusting, honestly. I don't like it.
Yeah.
To you, because
Also, I just got a snapshot there because his face went full goblin, so I just had to.
you are kind of a victim in this. You don't know.
Oh, it's gone.
You honestly think these guys are telling you the truth, that they're truth tellers, that they're fighting the good culture war, and you just gotta like fight
You
it.
don't know Alastor's politics.
And look, it's really funny that like Alastor criticized him for using childlike language earlier. And the way he's trying to persuade Alastor to come to his team. Listen to it. It sounds like he fucking like trying to be like using childlike, like trying to persuade him like he's a fucking child, right?
Here, little black man. Here, little black man. It's okay. I forgive you. You didn't know what you were saying. Don't worry. I have candy for you.
It's disgusting.
Oh,
with them and
God.
stand
I know
by them. These guys are grifters.
Don't know
No,
what you're
listen
doing.
to the way he's talking. He's talking to it like a dad talking to his son. It's so weird. The clip, Rangi, the funny clip is coming up.
They're selling you this.
Here it is.
This fake culture war for views, sometimes for merch, sometimes for item comic books. Boom. Soulless piece of art.
That is funny.
By the way, that's a like $30 comic book right there.
Was it sealed? It was sealed, right?
It's like $30 without the shipping, and
did he buy
like
that
sealed.
after or before the debate?
He bought that. I think after.
Wait. Zoom out because I'm pretty sure the box is visible on the bed in that clip.
They're selling you this.
Well, actually, I'd like to say first. So there's two different theories I have on when he got the comic. So if you believe him that he says he read it before the debate, then he had it before the debate. If you don't believe him, then who knows when he got it after the debate.
But why is it still sealed then?
Culture war for views, sometimes for merch, sometimes for item comic books.
Why did he keep it and keep it in good condition?
He has a bunch of comics on his bed.
I'm pretty sure the box is over there on the bed. Because I've seen the box. My brother owns a Eric July comic. I've seen what the box that the ship in.
Well, this was after the Eric July debate, I believe.
This video was,
because it is definitely after, because this was covering the EFAP Chris Stuckman stuff.
Yeah, and if this is like a still in its packaging, then he didn't read it.
Yeah, it's very clearly still in its packaging, and he had reviewed it prior, like
he did. I didn't know
prior
that.
to this. I'm pretty sure. It was.
It's all a grift, man. Break yourself out of the bubble.
Way, he spent like $30.
Break yourself out. You can do better, dude. Do better. Let's see. Yeah, God, I've been going on for 4 hours.
So yeah, Berger, the term you're looking for is paternalism. It's where usually white people want to act like the poor blacks don't understand what's really going on in the real white world, right? And they have to guide them. It's fucking nasty. Yes.
It is nasty.
It's creepy. It's just creepy.
It's unsettling.
It is.
Because obviously, and I think that's the thing. I don't think we would notice this as like a different thing if we weren't as familiar with OC as I think most of us are. But he
Sort
doesn't
of.
do
I
this
caught
for
that
one of
on.
anyone
I
else.
caught on to that
where
pretty
like
fast.
if there were good arguments present and like he was trying to make the come to Jesus moment, I'm fine with him trying to make a come to Jesus argument, right? Like
Yeah,
you
and being
change your view,
kind of
yada
friendly.
yada. I don't think that the positions you hold right now are the correct ones, and I've outlined why in this video, and so I think you ought to consider my position. That's fine, totally fine. It's the whole look. You know, you've been deceived, manipulated by those filthy others. And you know, I know you're just so weak and incapable of understanding what's going on to you. Here, let me take care of that for you. You should just pick my side.
Yeah,
That's fucking nasty.
Yeah, it feels
gross.
really dirty and gross.
Mm-hmm.
Like,
it's disgusting.
It's something I didn't really. So the first half of the video was like, oh, okay, well, maybe he's just doing that because he doesn't know it's a smaller channel or whatever. This half of the video, I don't believe
That might
that.
be more accurate, but I don't know.
I still believe.
I think it was his age. I think it's he's aware of the age gap
Steel
between
Man,
him.
if we Steel Man, I think it might be that. That's the best I could get. That's the best argument. It's still a shit position to do, but it's
that's the best, but still kind of creepy.
Yeah,
it's unnerving no matter what.
yes,
So
it's either like weird. Because the other option is that he's valuing people based on their YouTube sub count, which is fucking weird, and that's the best case scenario.
Yeah. Is it better or worse than what I originally thought, which is just that he's
I would
talking
say
down to him because he's younger and he can see that?
Oh, young. I would say that younger is probably the best case scenario, but that's still kind of weird because then it circles back into I'm old and so therefore I understand things. Which, if he likes The Last Jedi, I guess that does actually make sense that he would believe that ethical proposition.
Yeah,
you're right. That just old people just happen to have their beliefs because they're old.
It all makes sense now.
I think it's still fucking weird and creepy, no matter what.
I don't like
it.
it. I'm surprised I didn't catch on. I didn't catch that when I watched this both times. I didn't see that. I thought it was weird, except I didn't think much into it.
Yeah. Well, you did point out to me, and the rest of us said it felt really odd because he kept using bro.
That's all I noticed, and I just thought, oh, he's trying to appeal to him because he knows he's younger or something. I didn't even catch that. Except
really
it makes
the
too
one
much
where
sense.
he's.
You know why it's weird? Is because this is like the most good faith that OC has ever been, where he's not trying to just dunk on him, he's also trying to persuade, and it's so fucking unusual and weird that I don't think he even knows what he's trying to get. I don't think he knows how to persuade, right? So he's just trying to do something that's just almost unnatural and innately like unfamiliar to him, of like trying to be kind of good faith, and he just can't. That would be the funny outcome, where he's genuinely trying to like reach out and is just so incapable of good faith that he's just uncomfortable and weird and creepy in doing so.
Yeah. But even then, I then have to ask, like, okay, wait, but why are you reaching out to this guy instead of trying to convince, I don't know, Eric July?
Why is he trying to reach out to him, especially when he is?
Yeah.
Because he made the video a year ago, and it seems like Alastor mostly just moved on.
I don't know.
Yeah, Rags
It
or
would be
anyone.
really fun. He's doing it because of election season. That'd be fucking hilarious.
Oh god, that would be.
That'd be so fucking fun.
Like what, a month ago?
I think so. Yeah. So that was election season, right?
Yeah.
these are I'm worried that it is just paternalism, but the funny.
I believe that that is the situation I believe to be true, and I believe he didn't do it with Eric. I believe part of it is also that he's younger. It's not just that he's a black man. It's that he's a younger,
I think he's
marginalized person, and he has a
trying to
white savior
appeal to
complex.
him. Yeah, this is just like one of the craziest instances of white savior complex I've ever seen. It's baffling.
Because we've seen him interact with other content creators, smaller content creators. He's done debates with smaller content creators.
He's done he's in debates with fucking nobodies in his comment section. Yeah.
Really, I haven't seen that. I didn't know these
The
happened.
religious debate.
Not only
yeah.
that,
I didn't see that.
Didn't he do a debate with some like Gleb Shido on his like channel with like a stream something?
Burger, when this live stream is over, remind me. I still need to send you the Destiny stream of like him and Baked Alaska debating Star Wars, and then Baked Alaska just like using Star Wars as a Trojan horse to attack like Destiny's character over and over. And then when they get on topic, it's just Baked Alaska conceding every single point to Destiny on The Last Jedi.
Well,
like,
I mean,
like The Last
Jedi.
I know Baked Alaska is fucking dumb, but he's also a political commentator with no media literacy, and so's Destiny. So Destiny's position is that The Last Jedi is good, and Baked Alaska fucking loses on Canto Bite to Destiny. He just immediately sees that like Canto Bite is a good thing to Destiny because he's not actually interested in having a discussion about like Star Wars. He's interested in just dunking on Destiny and just is using Star Wars as a vehicle to get Destiny into the call.
Is it better? Is he more or less stupid than Organized Chaos?
Oh, he's dude. It's don't even ask, dude. He's fucking stupid. Like Organized Chaos is like a special level of stupid.
I was gonna say that's a hard one. Well, so Baked has that like pampered rich boy type stupid.
I don't even know how Organized Chaos like got to being as dumb as he is.
Yeah, I don't know either.
I think it's just he got hidden.
Isn't Baked Alaska like a rich kid?
I have no idea. This is the first time I've seen Baked Alaska since I heard about him on Jan 6th, and then the last time that I heard about him before Jan 6th was 2017. So that's 3 times I even heard his name or like seen anything about him in what 7 years. I have no fucking idea anything.
I think I've seen like a Medicare stream making fun of him at some point.
That may be true. I think I've seen that stream once, but that would be in 2017.
Yeah.
I
But
think
yeah.
I'll
send that to you because that would be an instance of someone like genuinely like using media criticism as a vehicle to discuss politics, and I want to like use that as like the example for us to consider what Organized Chaos and people and actual fandom and stuff are trying to accuse like Mahler and Nerdrotic of being.
That is what
and Destiny Baked Alaska there, right?
Yeah, that is what they're accusing. Because that's the thing. It's like even like Gary, I do believe has the opinions of the media that he puts forward.
I think I think Almsivi do, but I think that some of them are just a lot more focused on one aspect of criticism, the political one, than others who are more interested in, say, like the character or the world, right? Or maybe it's
the writing in general, yeah.
Yeah. Or maybe it's the acting. Some people are like acting specialties and we'll just like focus on that instead, right? There's a lot to focus on, a lot to talk about. And Nerdrotic and to some extent Drinker happen to just focus on the political aspect and sometimes they are not terribly good when they focus on it, and sometimes they hit the nail on the head. It varies.
It's funny because I've seen Gary talk about things without like talking about the politics, and usually he is interesting to like listen to when it's that.
Dude,
You
I
know?
hardcore. I want to be real. I was like pretty down on my nerdrotic stock, and then I watched like the Lord of the Rings, EFAT movies. Dog, on God, nerdrotic like close to carries the conversations. Like, he is so fucking knowledgeable about those movies and how they were produced and created, and like the conditions in which they were. So when he discusses all of those things, he's actually discussing from a place of knowledge. It isn't just gerwoking all over the place, and it's very like cathartic almost to hear him talk about things and not just gerwoke at it.
Yeah, exactly.
He
That's what I felt
knows
about,
what he's talking about.
That's kind of what I felt about his One Piece review. Even though his One Piece review, he still kind of brings up the whole like woke stuff to an extent.
To an extent, yeah. And it's like there's some things where it's misguided, like when Drinker calls some of the like female characters in Andor kind of strong female character-y, when I'm pretty sure you're talking about Vel, and that aspect of her is like critical to her character and isn't just like subbing in strong female character in just because, right? So sometimes it's a mess.
Like these people clearly do go at it
yeah,
from a lens, and it's an
they
annoying lens. I
It
want them
is.
to have a better detractor than OC. That's kind of my position.
I would entirely agree. Which is, again, I talked to you, Berger, about the Drinker reviewing the
Acolyte trailer, yeah.
Yeah.
I didn't think that video was particularly bad, except I could see
I
plenty
thought
of
it
counters for it as I was
pretty
watching
bad.
it even.
Yeah, I thought that Drinker's video was pretty bad, and I think that OC's counter and like one of Drinker's worst videos that I've seen, he fucking dropped the ball hard to the point where I think he made 2 valid points against an easy video.
Yeah, this is kind of the thing, because
I think it might actually. Berger, if you and I disagree about the quality of the Drinker video, it might be interesting to have that OC videos, the OC counter video streamed, so we could like watch his stream on it, and we could stream that too, so we could discuss the Drinker video and the OC counters.
Yeah, but
That would be
a lot of this
interesting, yeah.
comes down to I've said before. It's like when he does the Synthetic Man, who is a genuine somebody. I think it's safe to say a genuine racist.
He is a Nazi, I would say, or neo-Nazi, I guess, but still.
He at least has belief sympathetic to that.
A race realist who also believes in like the Jews and stuff. Unironically, I would say that those two things as a combo are pretty much not neo-Nazi positions. Like that makes them pretty much neo-Nazi. It would just be a neo-Nazi.
As I said, it's safe to assume that Synthetic Man is the fabled racist that OC has been hunting for forever.
Except then he's also gay. Oh wait, what if that's the reason OC couldn't criticize him properly?
Wait, really? Is he gay?
We have a theory that he's gay.
That would be fun.
Have you seen the Fudanari clip?
Have you seen the Fuda clip?
I have not.
He's gay. It's
I'll
obvious.
share. Are we still on stream?
Yes.
I think we are.
I'd like let me close this
out.
out.
I'll share it. I'll
Put
share
out.
it. Yeah, I'll share it. It'll take me a minute to find it, but I can share the Fudanari clip with you.
Alrighty, and then
So
I'm
as
going
far
to
as
back
organized
soon.
chaos
It's so fucking
goes,
cold out, dude. It is almost midnight in Washington in like November, dude. It's so fucking cold.
Are we off? Are we off stream?
I'm trying to outro it.
He's wrapping it up, yeah.
So as far as organized chaos goes, I think I'm probably done with him for a bit until he either, I guess, covers a topic I'm interested in, responds to us, or covers Alastor again, or yeah.
Yeah.
I do plan on doing other content other than clowning on him.
Other than A-logging?
Yeah. Yeah.
Though, look, the A-logging is still probably going to be a feature. Wasn't Kuro talking about you potentially doing Lily Orchard?
Yes,
Kuro, if
Ron,
you wanted
please.
to, if you wanted to do something on your channel, we could do that.
We could do the
Oh,
99.
I don't know how to stream.
I can help you.
Oh, wait. Sano, do you have the 99?
I know a video that responds to almost all of the 99, I think.
Oh god. If you can no,
But that would require watching the whole video, I think. Or
I was gonna say, Burger, it might be a fun thing for you to go in blind on your channel covering the 99 if somebody was able to like put together the list, and then we could just do it as a vehicle for discussion.
But it would be me having like 99 separate screenshots of each one sitting in my folder.
I was gonna say somebody can probably put like just a list from that video, just write down the list.
That would be even longer than just taking the screenshots. Wait.
That is true. You could just take a screenshot.
But
so then
what's for 99?
Lily Orchard put together a list of 99 writing tips.
Oh,
Yeah,
bad.
and she deleted that thread. I
I'd be willing to
That list
cover
is
that.
awful.
I think I could get some good
Yes,
discussion
yes,
out of that.
please, let's cover
Yeah,
it,
we
please,
could.
please.
I'll think about it, Kuro. I think I might try it.
The problem is that I think that you should probably split into 2 streams and then go even and odd generally, because as the thread goes on, she just kind of runs out about halfway through. So if we ended up going long on the first half of them, the second half would be like a 2-hour stream because they're just kind of after the halfway point.
That's true. Mix them up randomly, then would be funny.
That would,
we
yeah.
could.
Drawing them up, yeah, that would be good.
Yeah, like put them all on like a Google Doc, and then Burger has somebody like roll a dice.
Or there's randomnumber.com. You can just hit 0 to 99, right?
Yeah.
That would be fun.
funny.
I'm definitely open to doing that. As far as my plans go, I actually wanted to put my foot in media coverage for a bit. My next plan was to cover the lighthouse with a bunch of people, and it'd sort of be like how, I guess a bit like, I was thinking either like Tuho's podcast or
like
EFAP TVs.
movies.
EFAP movies.
EFAP movies runs into a lot of copyright issues, and they have the pull to be able to like contest some of them. I don't know that you do, so I would be.
Doesn't seem to run into that many copyright problems. They basically just talk about it, and occasionally they'll put up a couple images from the movie, or they'll play a clip or two in the entire time they're talking about it. So I think that's probably the better.
That would be because of how small you are, I would go with that. You want to limit the amount of movie you're showing to the bare essentials because you're smaller.
Yeah, that's why I don't do visual clips for my anime stuff, because anime companies are notoriously aggressive with copyright.
Anyway, that is the next plan.
Yeah,
it'll probably be out within a month or 2.
Gotcha. Sounds fun.
Yeah. All right. I'm closing the stream off.
All right. Bye.